You know, the Resident Evil retrospective started as a fun little idea for me. I thought, hey, maybe I'll blast through a few of my favorite RE games, have some fun, and maybe get a few subscribers. Well, those of you who have been along for the ride know it turned into something much more than that. I started analyzing video output, comparing ports, reviewing spin-offs, the list goes on and on. So it stands to reason that the earlier entries in this series don't exactly live up to my more recent content. In my defense, I really wasn't sure what I wanted to do, and I had yet to develop any patterns based on both what you guys and, well, myself wanted out of this. And nowhere is that more evident than in my review of the original Resident Evil. Not only did I give less than 2 minutes to the incredible remake of the game, but I also failed to cover any of its ports. Well, that changes today, people. We're diving headfirst into the wide world of RE1 ports. Yes, all of them. What's up, guys? I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome back to the Resident Evil retrospective. First up in this apology to RE fans masquerading as a video, we have a version of the game that I have always been curious about. My first foray into disc-based gaming came in the form of the PS1, and round about the time I could afford any other consoles, the next generation had already started. Instead of going back and discovering all the goodness I had missed out on, I decided to throw all my savings on a used PS2, and sadly that scenario would keep repeating itself until I met a friend who grew up a hardened Sega fan. After playing the Sega Saturn for the first time in my adult life, I was hooked, and out of the kindness in this guy's heart, he just gave me his Model 2 for free. Since then, I've been struggling to collect games for a console that's pretty damn expensive to get into, but more than that, I have only recently had in my hands a port of one of my absolute favorite games on the console. I'd always kind of known about Sega Saturn's version of RE1, but it remained a mystery to me up until a few months ago. So without further nonsense, let's jump right in. Now, right off the bat, I have to admit, even though I would love to see the US release's gorgeous tall case on my shelf, this is the Japanese release of RE1, but what it lacks in iconic packaging, it more than makes up for in uncensored gore. And I have to say, even though I had seen highly compressed videos online, I never knew how cool this uncensored intro was until I saw it for myself running on real hardware. In retrospect, I think Capcom would have done well to leave these scenes in for the US release, since the gore and blood here is at a high level of quality, or at least much higher than the CG and acting in the game. And if I'm being completely honest, this scene right here would have scared the shit out of me as a kid. I mean, don't get me wrong, RE1 already gave me nightmares, but this half-eaten face right here would have been the perfect cherry on top of a very terrifying cake. Gore aside, there are a few differences to note here, but I'm happy to inform you the classic Resident Evil gameplay remains untouched. The Saturn controller works great with the series' famous tank controls, and nothing feels out of place or ported poorly. Hell, if anything, we have a few improvements to talk about. The auto-aim feature that was left out of the original American release has been implemented, and from what I can tell, the difficulty's been tweaked just a little bit too. I can't quite quantify this, but it felt like it took more hits to drop from fine to caution, and maybe zombies took less bullets too. I'm not sure though. One thing I can be sure about is that load times are noticeably slower. Not only is opening your inventory more of a wait, but door transitions hang a bit longer too. Also, there's something funny going on with the audio. Some sound effects are just a bit off-sounding, kind of like they're in a slightly different key. I have to assume this is a side effect of this stuff not streaming off the disc, but using the Saturn's onboard audio maybe? To be honest, I'm not really sure. I'm not an expert at this kind of stuff. Either way, you're going to notice a few oddities thanks to whatever's to blame. My best example is when I triggered the falling roof in the shotgun room and then deactivated it, but after I left the area I could still hear the gears moving in the background and continued to even hear it in adjacent rooms. Now, it was very faint and I'll have to drastically increase the audio for you guys to hear it, but it was definitely there and kind of cool in a weird sort of way. Of course, there's tons of small alterations made here and there, like the existence of the gold tyrants, an added battle mode, and a few unique costumes, but in my eyes, the most interesting change has to do with the presentation. It's no secret that RE1 was built from the ground up for the PlayStation, and that meant conforming to something that would become an industry standard soon enough. And for those of you that don't know, PlayStation 1 games are modeled around the use of triangles to form 3D objects, whereas the Saturn uses quads. This gives the Saturn version of this game a slightly different look to its 3D models, and a few alterations fans of the original are likely to notice right off the bat. What caught my attention is the more blended nature of the boundaries that make up various parts of a model, and the lack of dithering used in high contrast areas, but that's not to say you won't see any. As most of you know, the Saturn had some odd ideas on how to build gaming hardware and split operations up between two video processors, and it's well known that transparencies weren't exactly its strong suit, so it's no surprise that you're going to see transparent meshes all over get replaced with dithered patterns. However, transparent effects were possible for the Saturn, they just required a few extra workarounds. Setting one layer of graphics as transparent was achievable, but it would negate any layer underneath that transparency. This is best seen in your shadow, which will cancel out any 3D blood effects it overlaps with. And aside from a slight color and brightness shift that comes from just being on new hardware, there's not much else to note. Speedrunners are probably going to want to stay away from this version thanks to the longer load times and less snappy transitions, but for a casual playthrough, this port is actually cool as hell. Sadly, the US version typically keeps its high price on eBay, but if you have the ability to play imports, I'd say the Japanese version is very easy to get through even with no knowledge of the language. Plus the voiceovers are all in English, so you won't be missing out on that sweet 90s voice acting.
Am I poisoned? Give me the serum.
Next up is an interesting port for all the wrong reasons. The Windows 95 release of RE predated the Saturn version and could be seen as the most complete port to date, depending on who you ask. Not only does it have the fully uncensored FMVs, but they're also in color. Now, at first I didn't like the idea of this iconic intro being in anything other than black and white, but after watching it, I gotta say, I really like it. On top of that, we get a clean and crisp 640 by 480 output resolution, which was double what any of the console ports could offer at the time. But this comes at a price. This game is an absolute nightmare to get running on modern hardware, and thanks to conflicting reports, each guide you're going to find will have a different set of instructions to get it up and running. After having a remarkably hard time with this thing, I was ready to give up when, in a last-ditch effort, I decided to contact my go-to guy for these things, Creamy Elephant. Being the savior that he is, he shot me a patched install of the game that he had previously gotten working with Lotus Prince, the guy behind the most comprehensive video covering RE ports that anyone's ever made. But even with his help, I was not out of the woods yet. This new installation of the game required further tinkering and a very specific set of circumstances required for every single startup. And I'd love to say it was all worth it, but, well, let's just get into it. And first up on my list of complaints is the fact that you're going to be locked into using keyboard controls, which isn't as bad as you might think at first, but still not quite ideal. I will admit a program like XPatter would have probably helped out, but the controls weren't so much of an issue that I wanted to go through the effort. And on the opposite side of the coin, there was one good thing that came from all the heartache required to set this thing up. In this version of the game, you can actually skip door animations, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, even a crappy PC at the time was still much faster than a PS1, so this was a cool little feature to have access to. Now don't get me wrong, that short 1-second transition in between rooms adds a boatload to the game's atmosphere, but if you're trying to speedrun the game, I figured this would be a major selling point. Of course, you're going to find a few issues that counter this, likely coming from running such an old game on hardware that would have amounted to a room-sized supercomputer at the time. Right off the bat, I noticed that the game's animations were playing very fast, which would lead to actions being heavily out of sync with the voice acting in long scenes.
It's me too.
Now it's Wesker's time to disappear. I don't know what's going on.
Now, I'm sure there's a driver set I could use to fix this, but once I finally found a configuration that actually booted, the last thing I wanted to do was make changes. I also noticed that audio files included with this version seemed to be of pretty poor quality. While music was playing, I could actually hear the audible hiss that comes with low bitrate playback, which is a real killer for this type of game since the soundtrack is such a big selling point. On the plus side, it's really cool seeing the game at double its original resolution, but call me crazy, I actually prefer the look of upscaling the lower res 240p original. At least with that, you get a bit of softness to mask things like compression artifacts in the 2D assets. I will say this though, 3D elements look amazing in this release. Being able to make out a real picture when examining an item compared to the jumble of pixels you get with the console version is pretty damn cool. And continuing this weird upward-downward trend, I noticed gradients were much smoother here, which can be seen in the pools of blood left by zombies. On top of some really great visuals, you get the expected content like unique costumes, but nothing stood out to me as outside of the ordinary. Overall, this is a relatively interesting port, and one that plays really well despite having to use a keyboard, but the hassle required to get it up and running, and the problems that come with running old games on new hardware, kind of ruins the appeal for me. Or at least that's what I would have said if it wasn't for the classic Rebirth mod by Loboto3 over on Twitter. This evil genius took RE's terribly finicky PC port and made it incredibly easy to run on modern PCs, plus a whole lot more. Chief among these improvements is the ability to run the game at your native resolution, ditching the need for your monitor or PC to scale the image up from the original 640 by 480 max. And damn, do these 3D visuals look amazing. Every 3D object in the game is impressive as hell, and thanks to the added clarity, I was able to see details and character models that I've legit never seen before. It will also run at the proper frame rate during cutscenes now, so the issue with actions getting out of sync with voices is no longer present. And on top of this, there's an option to use the higher quality, more cleaned up video files included with this Japanese PC release, but to be completely honest, I really couldn't tell the difference between the two. But the biggest news of all, or at least in my opinion, is the support for modern controllers. Thanks to this X-input support, my Xbox One controller worked right out of the gate and only required me to map the aim button to the right bumper in order to be up and running. So this is clearly the best way to play the PC version of RE, but we all know I'm not about to be this positive about something without including a few downsides. For those of you interested in giving the classic Rebirth pack a try, the only real thing getting in your way is the fact that it only works with an install of the Japanese version of the game, meaning you're either going to have to grab yourself a Japanese ISO, go through the install process, then drop in the classic Rebirth.dll, or get the contents of the install from someone like I did. Of course, there are the few graphical quirks that comes with this kind of upgrade, like shadows cancelling out some 3D mesh effects, and oddly enough, the music seems to be mixed way too loud, leading to songs in the background muffling dialogue and cutscenes. But with all this in mind, Classic Rebirth is still one of the best ways to play a quick game of RE. The high-res graphics, portability of the install folder, and ability to skip door animations makes this a joy. Sure, you may have to jump through a few hoops to get the Japanese version of the game on your PC, but once you do, you're set to go. The mod just drops in and bam, you're in. Of course, not everyone is going to have access to this stuff, which keeps me from declaring this the best way to play RE1, but the mod's developer is still supporting it, with promises to implement AI upscaled 2D assets when they become available. So those of you looking to give the PC version a try really only have one option, and it is without a doubt Classic Rebirth.
But how about you, Barry?
I have this.
And for our next stop, I want to check out something I've only recently found out about, which is really saying something. I mean, I consider myself a pretty devoted fan to the series, but just a few weeks ago was the first time I had ever heard that prototype builds of Resident Evil 1 were publicly available. I had known for ages about the changes that the game went through during development, and even the scrapped concept of having the player stick with an AI-controlled co-op partner, which seemed to have made it pretty far into development thanks to some footage that can be found. And yeah, I guess it makes sense that Capcom would have sent out unfinished builds to game magazines, industry insiders, and maybe even other employees, but it blew my mind that people were actually able to get their hands on this stuff. The available versions seem to be labeled by progress dates, and the one we're looking at today is the October 4th prototype, and man is there a lot to talk about here. Starting with the very first screen where you'll find some different character art, but once we get the gameplay started, well, that's when we get into the real trippy territory. Areas we all know like the back of our hand now have subtle changes in lighting, different layouts, and even whole new angles. Then of course there's the inventory screen, which is functionally the same but radically different in a lot of visual ways. I also noticed that door transitions are more zoomed in than usual, but only just a little bit. This being a prototype, of course key items aren't going to be in their finalized places, and some areas of the mansion are locked when they normally wouldn't be, but interestingly the opposite is also true. Zombies seem to look and act the same with the exception of one element. The Magnum that you find in this demo actually takes 2 hits to down a zombie most of the time and only decapitates them randomly. But when the first hit doesn't drop them, these zombies have an all-new animation of them being knocked back a few steps, which was really cool to see. I would have loved to have seen this happen with the Beretta, maybe on a critical hit. Other than that, the hunters seem to look subtly more different, with their red veins being much more visible. In the entrance to the outdoor area, instead of finding the Crank, you'll have Jan to deal with, which, if you ask me, would have been a better place to have him. It makes more sense to have to fight a boss to bookend the area, since you do that in the game's other 2 locations. Anyways, this area is where the prototype ends, and I have to say this is something any Resident Evil fan should experience. I used an emulator to get footage here, but if you have the ability to, burning this game to a disc and playing it on real hardware would be absolutely amazing. Finding one of these versions isn't too hard to do nowadays, and if you love the game as much as I do, you owe it to yourself to check it out. Next up on our tour of Resident Evil's more unknown side is something I actually have a bit of prior knowledge with. After RE1 hit the market a lot harder than even Capcom had predicted, the race to port it to everything was on, and the UK-based HotGen Studios wanted to make a version on Nintendo's Game Boy Color. Only instead of taking the road most traveled, these guys aimed for a nearly one-to-one recreation, and Capcom, being staffed by complete idiots at the time, turned them down, trashing a nearly finished product. Well, you guys know me, and I am not one to let hard work go to waste, so let's boot this bad boy up and take a look. And right off the bat, I gotta say, this game gets high marks for how surprisingly accurate it is to the source material. All of the dialogue is transcribed straight from the PS1 original, and all of the backgrounds are ripped straight from the disc. Of course, bit crushed to hell and back, but accurate nonetheless. What I thought was the most interesting aspect was the sprite scaling going on, or should I say lack thereof. It looks like instead of scaling the pixels in our character's model, the game swaps sprites in and out depending on how near or far they are from the screen, which is a relatively convincing effect, or at least the most convincing effect possible on a Game Boy Color. There are plenty of camera angles here that are damn near impossible to properly display sprites on, leading to Barry looking like he's perpendicular to the floor in the shotgun room rescue, but again, on the hardware you really couldn't expect too much more. Jill, Chris, Wesker, Barry, and Rebecca all look odd as hell, but it's clear who they are at a glance, and the zombies look pretty spooky all things considered. Like I said before, we're looking at an unfinished prototype, but during my time with Resident Evil, I was blown away at just how much of it was actually present and playable. Sure, there's a lot of rooms that just aren't available, but hell, the save function and item boxes work properly, so that's awesome. This game was really mind-blowing seeing working on actual hardware thanks to a reproduction card and the Gamecube's Game Boy player. Sure, it's really cool seeing videos of this prototype work on the internet, but you never really appreciate how cool this is until you've got a controller in your hand and you're seeing it for yourself in real time. In this build of the game, your guns have unlimited ammo, which you would assume would make for an easy time, but shooting zombies in an arena where depth perception is damn near non-existent, it's just not as easy as you might think. When a zombie latches onto you, there's no animation, but hitting the action button will throw them off. The only problem is this only knocks them back one step, so they're back on you in around the time it takes to fire one shot. Compounding this problem is the fact that zombies won't follow you out of the camera zone they're placed in, but you also can't shoot them if they're not on screen, which means you can lead a zombie right up to a screen transition and they'll just sit there ready to grab you as soon as you trigger that transition again. Problems I would definitely have loved to see fixed if this was an official release. And I very, very much wish it was. Resident Evil's formula just makes a lot of sense here. I can't say why, but it just feels right, thanks to some wizardry the devs were able to pull off. Is it perfect? Hell no, but man do I wish we were able to see what they could have done with Capcom's okay to finish the product. Oh well though, there's no use crying over promising games that never got released. At least we're able to try this one out for ourselves, and that's exactly what I recommend you do. Obviously, you can't expect a full retail experience here, but instead you can look forward to a nearly broken look at what an alternate future could have looked like. A very, very fun, awesome, super cool alternate future.
That's why having stars nosing about is so inconvenient.
Well, that was one flawed experiment, you could say, but this is Capcom here. They're not just going to let one failed portable RE keep them down. Right around the game's 10th anniversary, our favorite genre-defining experience was ported to the only console around at the time that could handle such raw power. And that's, obviously, the Nintendo DS? Yeah, it's not just you. None of us had any idea what they were thinking either. But despite a tiny bit of anti-Nintendo bias on my part, I had a copy of this bad boy day one. And well, I have more than a few things to say on the subject, but before we get into that, I do have to address the elephant in the room here. I'm going to be using footage from an emulator for this portion. Now, I know I could just film my DS, but I don't think you guys came here for some early 2000s tier nonsense. I always strive to make sure you guys get to see these games running on the hardware they were developed for, but even though it pains me to say this, there's just some consoles I can't run through my FrameMeister. Well, the good news is, emulator or not, this is an absolutely mind-blowing port of the game. No, really, it might very well be my favorite. All of the original trappings of RE1's gameplay are present and accounted for here, but with some major improvements to speak of. For one, my beloved quick turn has been implemented, an addition that could be argued as messing with the balance of the game. But hey, I'm not so much of a purist that I can't admit when something can be done to improve a work of art. On top of that, a little influence from RE4 can be seen here, with the left shoulder button bringing out your character's knife, regardless of whether or not it's in your inventory. Which is great for conserving ammo, but it's not even the best new feature. Taking advantage of the console's second screen, Deadly Silence has the game's map available at a glance at all times, which means no more heading to the menu and selecting it when you want to plot out your course. And the coolest thing is, it even tracks your position in real time. These two features alone make this easily the most playable version of Resident Evil for newcomers and experienced vets alike. And yeah, you could argue these make the game a little too easy, but I think that's fine. We've all had time to best the original versions of the game, and hell, no one's forcing you to actually use them. Plus, things like this make the game perfect for the console's portable nature. But I will say not everything is an improvement here. There are some changes that are just kind of odd. Like here, Richard has a completely different voice actor than any other version of the game.
Jill, this house is dangerous.
This bothered the hell out of me, and after doing some research, I still haven't been able to figure out why. I mean, every other voice actor in the game is true to the originals, so why not this one? There's an additional touch-friendly campaign here with a CPR minigame featuring Richard. This means they needed new lines for him, and RE vets will probably notice this new voice actor made his way into the main game, but this doesn't bother me too much. Other than that, we have a different voice when starting a new game, and while I love the OG announcer, this one's pretty good too.
Resident Evil DS.
Like I said before, there's the added touchscreen and microphone additions that Nintendo's little portable was known for, but I really never cared for these gimmicks. If that's what you're looking for though, start up Rebirth mode for all the touch controls and altered puzzles your heart desires. Which leaves the normal mode for purists like me, but I think the word normal is underselling things a bit, as this is the most complete and content-rich game of Resident Evil you're ever gonna play. All the content found in any ports can be found here, sadly minus the twin gold tyrants. Visually speaking, and I know I'm going to get a few eye rolls here and no, I'm not being sarcastic, I think this game looks incredible, at least for what it's running on. Again, we're using an emulator here, but as an owner of the game I can confirm it's equally as impressive on the DS's sharp little screens. They even added new models for the zombies which really improve on the original design while sticking to that old PS1 aesthetic. The pre-rendered backgrounds can look blocky as hell thanks to a lower color depth, but once again, on the console's small screen, this is masked a bit. Graphically speaking, this is probably the best scenario we ever could have wished for on a portable device like the Nintendo DS, and I'm blown away that it looks this good on the hardware it had to work with. Listen, I've been going on forever, and the point I'm really trying to make here is that this port is absolutely amazing. It is the definitive version of the game. Go out and play it right now, or else, I guess. Well guys, I think we can finally put this one to rest. Now that we've covered every major release of RE1, it's time to lay out which version you should be trying to get your hands on, and I have to say this was a very hard decision to make. It seems like each variant of the game could serve a very specific purpose, but in the end I have to recommend newcomers play the PS1 original first. Now, that's not the cop-out it sounds like. I actually still have further recommendations, but I think a lot of the nuance in these ports will be lost on a person who wasn't already familiar with the base game. Okay, so let's say you're already a seasoned vet. Which port of Resident Evil needs to occupy your next mandatory RE playthrough? Well, I have to obviously go with the Nintendo DS version. Not only is it absolutely amazing seeing this game run so well on such limited hardware, but the additions from newer games like a quick turn and dedicated knife button legitimately improve the core experience. Typically with a portable iteration like this, there needs to be some fat trimmed first, but RE1 on the DS is damn near perfect. Most of the alterations are of the graphical variety, and even though it might be sacrilege, I think I like the zombies here more than the original. As for the version you should try your damnedest to stay away from, well, that honor goes without question to the Windows 95 port. This thing was a major pain in my ass to get working, and that's with the help of a guy who's gotten it to work a few times before. Aside from a cool looking piece of shelf art, this box isn't worth a cent in my opinion. But other than that headache, I think every version of this game is well worth playing for two very specific reasons. First off, each one delivers a slightly different experience, and I'm sure that's not going to be lost on those of you who know the original like the back of your hands. And secondly, well, it's not like there's a wealth of other survival horror games out there begging for your attention. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna be that Resident Evil fanboy and say the only bad way to play RE1 is to not play it at all. Well guys, many thanks for not burning me alive when I failed to mention any of these in my original video, and as usual, I hope to see all of you again right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective.
Resident Evil, more terrifying than ever, comes to Nintendo Gamecube.
I think we all know Capcom has never, ever shied away from re-releasing Resident Evil games with small tweaks, but up until 2002, they had never taken steps to completely rebuild a previously released entry like this. And if you ask me, we're pretty damn lucky they chose the first entry in the series. I mean, if we're putting on our cutthroat accountant hats, Resident Evil 2 did essentially double RE1's sales, and that makes it a much more attractive remake if you're the kind of person who only cares about money. To be fair though, it's not exactly like I can criticize anybody else handling their finances, because I turn down at the very least 2 offers from Raid Shadow Legends every single year for a stupid amount of money just because I'm too much of an idiot to run ad reads on this channel. Now what's this on the bottom of the screen? Is that little block of text telling you to check the description for ways to support me? Man, let's get that out of here. That's not supposed to be there.
Does it ever not hurt?
Well anyways, the point is we're very lucky Capcom decided to remake the game that it did because it didn't exactly make a lot of financial sense to do so. But honestly, this entire remake thing probably would have never happened if it weren't for a very unlikely player.
Nice choice.
During the development of the Gamecube, Capcom entered into a pretty widely publicized agreement with Nintendo, and I assume most of you are already aware of that. But what you may not know is that Nintendo wanted specifically for Resident Evil to have a home on their little purple square. Yep, that's right. Before fan favorite RE4 ever got printed on one of those cute little mini DVDs, Capcom was hard at work porting over Resident Evils 1, 2, 3, and Code Veronica. During that process, however, Shinji Mikami expressed concerns that Resident Evil 1's more primitive graphics, ouch, and poor localization would look bad compared to the other games coming over to the console. And I'm sure it didn't hurt at all that RE1 was the only game on the list that Mikami had any personal hand in directing. So you could say his reputation was on the line here, and whether or not this was an ego-driven move or a genuine desire to improve his previous work, what we got was essentially the Resident Evil experience perfected. Every single square inch of that game had been faithfully recreated to a degree you still don't see very often today. And if that's where things ended, I'm sure all of us would have still been happy, but Mikami wasn't just trying to recreate something he had already made. In a lot of ways, he really wasn't trying to recreate much of anything at all. Instead, he wanted to finally produce his original vision for Resident Evil, unrestrained by its shoestring budget and the PS1's relatively limited hardware. And in case you somehow missed that culturally important moment, that's exactly what we got. A game that looked, felt, and acted like Resident Evil 1, only now there was all this new content that, according to Mikami, he always wanted to put there in the first place. So on top of getting to replay a game that we all already loved, we got to replay it in a way that was brand new without stretching the boundaries of survival horror too far. When writing this script, I had a list written out of all the additions or new stuff you could find in the game, and it's really not worth reading out because it's damn near endless. And if you were wondering, that's why this game is more often than not held up as the industry standard for remakes. And I guess I've hyped this thing up enough, so what do you say we take a very close look at that first GameCube release? The first, and in my opinion most interesting release in our little list of ports is the 2002 GameCube original. This bad boy targets 30 frames per second and outputs a kinda disappointing 480i. And here's a fun little factoid for you. Out of all the RE games released on GameCube, Resident Evil 4 would be the only one to officially support its 480p progressive scan mode. And it's not like I necessarily have anything against interlaced video, but it's only acceptable when progressive scan is absolutely impossible. And if you've been around for a while, you probably knew this was coming, but the good news is we can force progressive scan via Swiss, a piece of hardware that can run on modified Gamecubes and let you do stuff like launch disk images, enable unsupported video modes, or inject cheats. So for the very, very small amount of you who even care, all the footage we'll be looking at today will be 480p forced via Swiss, running through the Tink 5X for upscaling to 1440p. As far as gameplay is concerned, those of you who've already played Resident Evil on the PS1 are going to have no issues here. The tank controls, combat, and puzzles are all essentially the same, and they're exactly what you'll be expecting. Like I said though, things have been tweaked a bit. For example, your movement speed doesn't feel quite as fast as it was in the original, but you do seem to turn with a more narrow radius, meaning you're probably going to have an easier time getting around here in the remake, I assume. Combat is just about exactly like what could be found on that first PS1 disc, but with the addition of a very cool new mechanic. The self-defense item is something brand new to the series and definitely one of those what the hell took them so long to think of this kind of things. How it works is, when getting grabbed by a BOW, you can hit the left trigger and use what is essentially an improvised weapon to get them off of you. These things are one-time use items and they can be relatively rare. Plus enemy numbers and HP values have been tweaked accordingly, which is a nice way of saying they don't break the game's balancing, at least on its normal difficulty. They also gave us a very interesting twist on the classic T-virus infected zombie in the Crimson Heads. Basically, killing a zombie here in RE1 Remake without decapitating or burning it only results in them temporarily going down. While they're laying there on the ground, they're actually going through a further mutation, and as you pass those corpses, the chances get higher and higher that they're going to get back up with sharpened bones protruding from their fingers and the ability to run at a full damn sprint. If you're looking to avoid this, which you definitely should be, you can burn any corpses you come across, but this is going to require you to keep 2 extra items on you if you're Jill and 1 extra if you're Chris. I mean, this is a survival horror game, they're not giving you anything for free. When I first came across these things, I just sort of assumed the document describing them was just giving me an in-universe explanation for a new enemy type that might be introduced at some point. And technically, I was right, I just wasn't aware that I'd be the one who was in control over whether or not I ever saw them. I mean, call me stupid, but I just sort of figured the enhanced processing power of the Nintendo Gamecube meant that zombie corpses could stay around instead of disappearing when you leave a room like in RE1. And because of that little misunderstanding, that first Crimson Head getting up and chasing after me was a jump scare far surpassing the whole dog jumping through the window thing. Oh, and speaking of which, they put a very nice little fake out in that hallway for old heads, which is really nice. Like I was getting at before, there were a lot of small additions made to the layout of the Spencer Mansion. Sometimes this was done to shake things up for returning RE1 fans, but sometimes they were just adjoining hallways or shortcuts that could not only spice up, but better facilitate the backtracking that you're going to be doing a lot of. Oh, and also, there's a brand new antagonist in Lisa Trevor, daughter of the guy who designed this mansion for Oswald Spencer and key player in one of the most depressing storylines in RE history. As far as presentation is concerned, obviously everything's been recreated from the ground up, and if you have eyes, you can see that it looks amazing, but you really have to give this team credit for nailing that RE1 feel. I mean, they did take what I would call huge artistic liberties with major themes and designs, but somehow everything still feels like it belongs in that 240p PS1 Spencer Mansion. And speaking of the Spencer Mansion, when I think RE, I think pre-rendered backgrounds, and when I think pre-rendered backgrounds, I think RE1 Remake has the best in the game, but now's probably a good time to mention we almost didn't get them. I know it sounds unbelievable, but at first Mikami and the team toyed with the idea of making the backdrops full 3D environments and only dropped that idea when they started benchmarking performance out of the not yet released GameCube. So for those of you who haven't yet caught on to how ironically funny that is, in the end this remake, which was supposed to make up for the original's PS1 era limitations, only stayed true to that PS1 look because of the introduction of even more limitations. Time truly is a flat circle.
A second late, you would have fit nicely into a sandwich.
The inventory's seen a pretty massive redesign, and I don't know if it's just me, but that original blue, sort of Palm Pilot looking layout beats it by a country mile. More importantly though, at least in a historical video games kind of sense, this would mark the first time Capcom would start paying models in order to put their faces on RE characters. A trend that's still going pretty damn strong today, but to be totally honest with you, I never really paid attention to all this until roundabout Resident Evil 2 Remake's release. It's pretty great to see Julia Voth still models her old Jill outfit every once in a while, and while doing research for this video, I found this adorable picture of her and her husband pulling off a Jill and Chris picnic type of deal. I'm not exactly sure how this slots into a video about Resident Evil Remake, but it was way too cute to not include, so there you go. I've mentioned this a few different times on the retrospective, but back when RER released, I wasn't really aware of the disparity between displaying pre-rendered 2D graphics on a system versus real-time 3D ones. And as a PS2 owner at the time, I was well aware of what that console was capable of, but what I was seeing here on the Gamecube looked to me like it was coming from 10 years in the future. At the time, I didn't have a computer in my room, and I had to use dial-up to visit Capcom's site dedicated to the remake. There I watched little embedded real-time players showing off teaser trailers for Remake and RE4 just about every day. And as more screenshots and heavily compressed videos began showing up on that site, I had made up my mind the GameCube was far and away more powerful than the PS2, which is one of those situations where you can be both wrong and right simultaneously. Really though, RE1R is just what I said it was at the start. A perfected version of that original PlayStation release. I wouldn't say it necessarily replaces its predecessor because there's always going to be value in revisiting the origin point of the survival horror gameplay we all love. And besides that, there's something really earnest about seeing what Capcom was able to create with such mammoth limitations. So while it is still a remake, it is sort of its own thing at the same time. Okay, so I would say you guys have been adequately briefed and you're ready for the deep stuff, so let's get into the odd and quirky things I imagine you guys would be expecting from my videos anyways. And if you know me, you know damn well we've got to start with those beautiful pre-rendered backdrops. Even back when RE Remake first came out, these were something that the industry was trying to move far away from, so getting to see them represented by the vast achievements graphics tech had under its belt since the 90s was a genuine treat. In the PS1 era, the process for executing this look was relatively simple. First, you'd render out a 2D image and then apply mask textures to it for sections of the environment that'd be in front of your character, obscuring their 3D model. And I guess you could say the process is roughly similar over on Remake, only it saw the inclusion of animated elements. Sometimes this means the entire background is a compressed video file, but mostly it's just a regular 2D pre-rendered image with video layers playing over top for very small animated sections. Ever since I first saw games like Parasite Eve 2 and Final Fantasy VIII use this animated pre-rendered background with 3D polygons on top of it thing, I've always thought it was interesting as hell. And what I found to be equally impressive is that the developers also included 3D objects that layer over the 2D environments, giving off a similar effect to the movies while saving on the storage cost of having too many compressed video files on a little mini DVD. If you never noticed before, these stairs right here in the graveyard and the room that they lead to are just video files with collision data applied to keep you from running through anything that should be in front of you on the Z-axis. The only 2D element in the room is this chain draped across the top of the screen here, and the same goes for this new area with the swinging chandelier. And I certainly can't miss out on the chance to take a shot at modern graphics tech by pointing out that we have full resolution, real-time reflections in a GameCube game, which is the kind of feature set that you can throw around when you're only rendering out a few 3D objects on screen. Now you might figure this spot right here underneath the guardhouse is another example of CGI videos being used as backdrops, but it's actually a static 2D image with zero pre-rendered animations, which means the water droplets, splashes on the ground, and reflections are all real-time CGI. And the same goes for a majority of the game's light sources. Here in the main hall, nearly the entire image is 2D pre-rendered except for the flames burning on the candles. At this point, you might be wondering how someone would go about differentiating between 2D pre-rendered and real-time 3D, and the answer is actually kind of simple. It's compression. The real-time effects obviously aren't going to show any kind of block boundary compression artifacting, because they're being rendered out in real time, but the pre-rendered elements are going to suffer from a hell of a lot of it because they had to shrink those things down to fit them on the disc. Here, let's head back to that main hallway and check out those candles again. See how they don't show any artifacting around the edges at all, even the sections on top of Jill's 3D character model. With a high contrast backdrop like Jill's blue uniform, we'd definitely be able to see any kind of funkiness, but it's clean and sharp, only showing the kind of aliasing that comes from upscaling 480p. As a comparison, check out this screen right here. The artifacting is all over the place, letting us know it's pre-rendered and compressed to hell and back. And keeping those handmade, high-quality backgrounds in mind, I was sort of blown away when I noticed the team had also rendered out special camera angles for cutscenes that the player would only ever see once, and only for a few frames during that cutscene. Like this shot right here looking up at Barry and Jill from the ground, and the one immediately after it looking down at them from the walkway. And yeah, maybe that doesn't sound all that crazy. I mean, cutscenes have different camera angles. It's not a stop the presses kind of proclamation, but you do have to keep in mind these things were comparatively massive and took a chunk of time to render out on what was top of the line workstations. Paying an artist to model, light, and render one of these things to only ever use it once and for less than a second is sort of crazy, and a really good reason for why it wasn't something you saw more often back on the PS1 when render times took exponentially longer. And since we're talking about different camera angles, as the game switches backgrounds during a cutscene, you'll be able to notice a short pause, which some of you probably already figured out is the backgrounds being loaded in and out of memory. And it's in no danger of ruining your time with the game, but I gotta admit the fluidity of action scenes is certainly dampened. I have, however, found that the effect can be mitigated depending on how you want to play Remake. This is footage I captured years ago from a Gamecube with a relatively okay disk drive, and the pauses in between scenes are terrible.
Look out! It's a monster!
Let me take care of it.
But here I'm playing a disk image off of an SD card thanks to an ODE, so in theory I should have faster read speeds, and it does seem to work out that way.
Look out! It's a monster!
Let me take care of it.
I mean, there are still pauses here, but they're just barely noticeable. I also found some interesting stuff going on at the left and right borders of the screen. These little blank pixels show up in cutscenes and gameplay, but they're not persistent. Some screens will have them and some won't. I couldn't really say why only a few pixels per line would do this, but at the time this would most definitely be cut off by a CRT's overscan, so I wouldn't be surprised if even the most hardcore fans of this game out there didn't know this was going on in front of them all these years. And I think that's about all the interesting stuff I was able to notice. The real takeaway here is that outside of my quirky little videos covering minute and meaningless graphical details, Resident Evil Remake was a meteor crashing into the gaming scene. It may not have had a massive financial impact, but the fact of the matter is, if you've developed a remake since RER's release, it's been held up to that game as a comparison. This thing set the damn bar for what it means to remake a beloved property, and I don't think you'd have many issues at all arguing that that bar's only been cleared a few times since. And that's great and all, but if you get into this style of game, this means something else to you as well. You could call it the beginning of the end, survival horror's last hurrah until it somehow made a resurgence in the modern indie scene. It delivered a style that was well on its way to falling out of favor and wrapped it in a presentation that was modern and impressive enough that I have to assume it was able to entice a few people who normally wouldn't get near this genre. Really, my only genuine complaint with this first release of the remake is that it can be significantly more difficult than the original on normal mode and a casual tiptoe through the daisies on easy. And, you know, maybe that's due to the fact that we have to either play a tank control driven game with the Gamecube's less than ideal analog stick or use a D-pad so microscopically small that I'm not sure it wasn't just a punishment for all the shit I've talked about the N64's controller. Now obviously I'm not saying this is enough to keep anybody away, and the evidence for that is the fact that it was released again on a console that was already capable of playing that original GameCube disc. I don't know about you guys, but I for one hope Capcom never ever changes. It wasn't too long after Resident Evil Remake was released that Nintendo's Wii would jump up to the top of the sales charts, and it was essentially an overclocked GameCube at heart, so a port of RER and RE0 was kind of a no-brainer. And yeah, you could literally get the same exact experience by putting your own GameCube disc into the Wii, but if you think that means I'm not going to spend a stupid amount of time scrutinizing every square pixel of this thing's video output, you must be new around here.
I see.
Like I very subtly hinted at before, you don't gain anything over the GameCube in this version of the remake outside of an officially supported 480p picture, but stick a pin in that, it'll come in handy later. You might as well just think of this as a straight port with almost no differences, and since you can just plug in your original GameCube controllers on the top of your Wii, it doesn't have to feel any different either. Basically everything remaining the same, and this thing having no real additions over the original, I know is going to sound like a downside, but you have to keep in mind this is Resident Evil Remake. It doesn't really need anything else to be added for it to be amazing. Honestly, one of the most interesting aspects of this port's existence has nothing to do with the game itself, but the jump from the GameCube's mini-disc form factor over to a traditional DVD. And with all the added space provided by the new format, Capcom decided to combine both discs of the remake into a single pressing, and I mean sure, why wouldn't they do that? They both equal out to maybe 2.8 gigs of data, which for the mathematically deficient out there definitely fits on a nearly 5 gig DVD. So that being the case, imagine my honest and genuine surprise when the CG cutscenes here on the Wii port showed obvious signs of heavy video compression even when compared to the ones housed on those tiny GameCube discs. You know, when I first started seeing them, I thought maybe these color errors and block boundary artifacts were actually present there on the GC but masked by dithering or something. But seeing the two side by side shows clearly these video files saw some dead serious compression before being packed onto that DVD. And if I may point your attention to the previously calculated math formula, this wasn't necessary. Really, they could have included much higher quality versions of these cutscenes if they A, wanted to, and B, hadn't have lost the entirety of RER's source files. Now I know what you're thinking, maybe we could chalk this up to some difference in video output, and believe you me, I had the same thought. So I took the liberty of popping both versions into an emulator, which theoretically should take any internal video processing differences out of play, and yep, the Wii port still exhibits blocks of wrong color information where areas that were supposed to be black end up as purple. And yes, I will be talking emulation a little bit later as well. Outside of the cutscenes though, there is a vast disparity in sharpness across these two ports. It's definitely what I would call significant, even for people who normally don't notice stuff like this. And keep in mind, these are both running at 480p and both video feeds are coming from a RetroTink 5X with the exact same settings. I'm even using the exact same Wii component cable between the two consoles. I should probably also remind you that the GameCube port was being forced into 480p via Swiss, but it's not like that's magic or anything. It just tricks the GameCube into performing a process it was already able to do. It doesn't create any extra details, it just internally deinterlaces the ones that were already there. Now I sort of have two potential theories on this one. The first is that Capcom deinterlaced the game on their end in a really shitty way and then pressed that onto a disc, but the other is a combination of factors. The primary one being the fact that the Wii has always had pretty trash component video output, beaten out in a signal-to-noise ratio by its own predecessor, the GameCube. On top of that, I'm using an adapter that was built to take advantage of the GameCube's digital port, a really creative little feat of engineering that gives the GCHD Mark II access to the Cube's internal video feed. So in a sense, this might have been an unfair comparison, but I would argue we might be seeing a discrepancy so big it can't only be explained by better video output. On the plus side though, the much softer look does sort of mask the artifacts that can be seen in the animated 2D elements in the background, and if you're not really into aliased edges in video games, this might actually be closer to what you want anyways. However, if you are a sane person who wants the sharpest video humanly possible, you're gonna like what's coming next.
Thanks, I'll take it.
Just like with the N64, the Wii has a baked-in quote-unquote flicker filter. This was meant to cut down on aliasing and soften edges, giving the Wii's video output a smoother, more high-res look. And when it's viewed on a CRT, whether or not this filter actually looks good is a matter of subjectivity. But I can tell you objectively, when upscaling the Wii's video output on a 4K TV, this filter ends up destroying the picture. But don't worry, we do have a way to salvage this. And a big shout out to Wobbling Pixels on YouTube for this info, because I had no idea this was even a thing, but apparently you can disable the anti-flicker filter with the latest version of USB Loader GX, which is what I use to play disc images on my Wii anyways, so let's give it a shot. And I have to admit, at first I didn't really notice a difference. All of the text and 2D stuff was just as soft as it was before, but as soon as I loaded up my save, holy hell what a difference this makes. I mean, night and day territory. It's incredible how much sharper and clearer the picture is now. And it wasn't until I disabled it that I found out this flicker filter is so powerful it actually gets rid of the game's dithering. Imagine my sigh of relief after seeing that very familiar GameCube dither pattern again. Really, it's all upsides. I wasn't able to notice any glitches or instability, and my only real complaint is the fact that I had waited until I recorded most of the footage for this section before I started messing with this thing. Other than the soft video, compressed cutscenes, and the addition of one of those annoying-ass motion control warning screens at the start of the game, this is 100% the Resident Evil remake you remember, making it a perfectly fine way to play the game. Despite me not liking this console very much, really none of what I mentioned is even a complaint. I mean, sure, it's not exactly how I'd like to see the game if given the choice, but like I said before, there are probably a few of you watching right now who would prefer this. And since it can be played with its original controller, I can't really think of any particular reason someone wouldn't want to play this port of the game outside of a dire hatred for Nintendo, which I can respect.
This whole place is a killing zone.
No, your eyes are not deceiving you. We are indeed talking straight PC emulation on Avalanche Reviews, which is fitting because I love this stuff. And why wouldn't I? My very first experience with the amazing Chrono Trigger came after double-clicking that ZSNES logo on my desktop, and I played through countless fan translations and overly expensive PS1 role-playing games thanks to emulation. I mean, hell, I exclusively use FPGA-based hardware emulation for playing SNES, Genesis, Sega CD, and PC Engine, which, as you might imagine, makes all of the "why do you hate emulation so much" comments a little frustrating to sift through. Yes, I may prefer the accuracy of real hardware most of the time, but recently it's getting really hard to justify that. Just to prove my little theory in the previous section, I downloaded Dolphin, a Wii and GameCube emulator I've used off and on for about as long as I can remember, and I was just blown away at how easy of a process it was to get it unpacked, installed, and have a game up and running. I essentially just downloaded it, unpacked its contents, opened the .exe, and pointed the thing at a disk image of RE Remake, and I was off to the races. Probably the longest part of the process was setting up my DualSense controller over Bluetooth, and that might have lasted me maybe a minute. Now, of course, you can tinker if you want, and you know I did, but right out of the box, you can be playing a Wii or GameCube game at native resolution in less time than it takes to finish this sentence. But you know damn well we didn't come here for no native resolution. Dolphin has the ability to upscale games to a staggeringly high degree, but for the purposes of this video, we'll just stick with a 6x scale at 4K. If you really want to, and if your hardware can handle it, you could pick a massive internal render resolution and the emulator will just super sample it down to whatever your monitor's base resolution is, which can look incredible. But in my opinion, at 4K, this image isn't exactly screaming for more pixels. I mean, look at this screen, it is sharp as a damn tack. But some of you with a keen eye may have noticed that certain areas do look a little too sharp, which at least partly explains why I started moving towards real hardware captures in my videos. You see, emulators like this don't upscale images the same way a discrete scaler would. Similar to how a PC game is rendered, certain parts of the image are processed differently than others. So for example, I can apply anti-aliasing to the image here and it does nothing to the 2D elements on screen like the backgrounds and text because those are altered separately. And yes, I get why that sounds like a good idea, but look at the results. At default settings, using 4K output, this is what you'll get with 2D assets, and I think we can all agree this is way too damn blurry, but forcing a nearest neighbor texture filter, things come out way too damn sharp. With your more traditional video scaler, an image is fed in and output as a similarly high res but uniformly scaled one, meaning everything on screen gets scaled via the same process, and as such, the resulting picture has a kind of visual cohesion to it. The Dolphin emulator, by comparison, has incredibly sharp aliased 2D assets that clash heavily with the ultra-smooth 3D ones. It's almost like the two elements are coming from absolutely different places, and that's because as far as the emulator is concerned, they are. This effect is shown off really well here with Wesker. His face, hair, and skin all have smooth edges with no stair-stepping to be found, but look at the texture of his clothes, radio, and stars patch. They look like they're from a PS1 game. And I'm not even saying I don't like the way this looks. I absolutely love seeing 2D graphics upscaled so far they start pixelating, but I want my whole image either looking very sharp or very smooth, and not both approaches coexisting in the same exact scene. This is all totally subjective though. I just thought it was really interesting and would give you guys a bit of a visualization of how real hardware scaling and emulation differ in their methods. After messing around with settings and figuring out what I liked, I settled on 4K output with 16x multi-sample anti-aliasing, although when you're playing GameCube games at this higher resolution, it's honestly not even necessary. Besides, the smoother you make the 3D graphics, the more compounded the previously mentioned issue gets. And on that note, even if you do like the smeary look of the default or anisotropic filtering, you might want to go ahead with nearest neighbor anyways. With any setting other than that, I noticed errors in artifacting in the 2D, which can be best seen in the inventory screen. This is an old issue in the world of emulation, and one of the main reasons I don't mess around with these things as much as I used to when I started my channel. When I'm upscaling old console footage and I see something strange like the bitmap errors in Code Veronica X on PS2, mistake or purposeful feature, I know it's a part of the actual game. But when I'm emulating, now I have to wonder if it's the game, my emulator, my settings, or even the back-end resolution I'm using. And when you make your living describing video stuff to people, that can make your life, let's say, needlessly complicated. On a pretty interesting side note, I had always thought the noisy picture on the GameCube original was just a side effect of my console, maybe some bad capacitors or just inherent video noise, but seeing the same noise via emulation was kinda cool. Sadly, I wasn't able to find any other interesting visual quirks other than the shadow maps looking really awful at this resolution. Outside of my obsession with presentation though, as far as gameplay goes, there are no trade-offs that I could find. I was able to use my PS5 DualSense controller, and playing this game with a D-pad that's worth half a damn is pretty amazing. It still outputs 30 frames per second, and I can't really find any fan-made hacks or patches letting it hit 60, but we will get to see old Biohazard running at a proper frame rate in a bit, don't you worry. And just like my conclusion with the Wii port, I really can't think of any reason someone shouldn't play Remake on an emulator. The process is so dead simple, literally anyone could do it, and you also get benefits like save states, dumb little video filters, and theoretically being able to use any controller you want. Now, I definitely wouldn't prefer my 2D and 3D graphics looking so wildly different from each other, but I mean, come on. It's free. You don't have to engage with the flat-out psychotic price hikes the retro collecting market has seen in the last 5 years, and you don't need to learn a new skill set in setting up retro video scalers just to play some Resident Evil. So yeah, obviously emulation is a great way to play most video games, and if I don't include a section like this in a future video, just kind of assume the conclusion is the same there as well. To be totally honest, I'm still not sure what spurred this on, but in 2015, seemingly out of nowhere, Capcom announced that they would be remastering the Resident Evil Remake, making for one of the dumbest sounding titles I've ever heard before. The Resident Evil Remake Remaster. Add the word revenge in there and you've got yourself a solid contender for a dope-ass 70s Hong Kong action movie title. This remaster was announced for the major consoles of the day, that being the Xbox One and PS4, but it would also hit PS3s, 360s, and PC. Now, I have no doubt each one of these is going to have quirks unique to their hardware, but for the most part, they all offer the same experience, so I'm not going to spend an hour on each one of these, and I probably won't cover every single port, but we will talk about some interesting stuff, I promise. And speaking of interesting, game remasters can wildly vary in quality, but for the most part, they all follow a pretty standardized process. A process that was going to have to go out the window given a good portion of RER's assets are pre-rendered 2D. And Capcom, in one of the more Capcom moves they could have made, just completely trashed the original source code and project files, so there would be no access to the higher quality renders that were likely created during the original's development period. Meaning one of two things. Either they were going to need to spend a lot of money remaking and re-rendering those image files, or a multi-million-dollar company was about to have to rip assets from a GameCube disc in order to make a video game. So obviously, Capcom decided on the latter and fed all of the pre-rendered backgrounds into an upscaling AI, and the results were not exactly great.
I'm getting you worried, aren't I?
To counter that though, they did decide to include a 16:9 widescreen option, a decision likely inspired by the absolute morons who reviewed the Wii's Resident Evil Archives release and were upset that they didn't stretch the game to fit a widescreen display. Game journalism. It has literally never been good. And if you're unaware why that's so dumb, keep in mind a majority of Resident Evil Remake is just 2D pre-rendered images. There's no real way to open up the field of view in this game because that would require each and every single image to be recreated and re-rendered but wider. Which admittedly would have been kinda cool to see, but they took a less effective, yet more interesting avenue. They instead zoomed the camera in so the screen would be filled horizontally, kinda like what I'm doing right now. Which, as you can see, cuts off a huge portion of the top and bottom of the screen. Where the interesting part comes in is when you get near those cut off portions and the camera pans vertically to show you the rest of the image. And honestly, it's sort of the perfect fix. Someone like me who is never going to use that option anyways can play the game in its original 4:3, but if you want to see it in widescreen, you don't have to wonder if one of the effects of the T-virus is instantaneous obesity. And after spending all that time hyping up what an interesting decision that is, and it is, I do have to say I can't recommend more firmly that you do not use the widescreen option. And for once, the argument isn't because I said so. Well, it's not all that. I mean, there's elements of it in there.
What the hell is this thing?
Like I mentioned above, each one of the game's backgrounds had to be upscaled to HD with images ripped off of a Gamecube disc acting as the masters. And as you could imagine, a set of images that already show compression artifacts at 480i were going to make for some pretty unideal source files. That being the case, these backgrounds are not a joy to look at. Some of them can be okay enough and even good sometimes, but you're going to come across way more screens that show what seem like over-sharpened ringing artifacts that somehow exist on an image that's still really blurry. And when you enable widescreen, you're zooming into those awful-looking pre-renders really damn far, making for what I would call a nasty visual experience. Besides that though, you gotta keep in mind that the camera angles in classic RE are pre-rendered for a reason. Well, a few reasons. Outside of the obvious technical limitations, they use these things the same way a cinematographer would on a movie. There are Dutch angles that'll subconsciously make you feel uncomfortable, and voyeuristic shots that give you the impression you're some kind of unseen observer at all the craziness going down in the Spencer mansion. Good camera angles can affect you in ways you may not even be conscious of in the moment. It's a really effective trick, one that often separates RE from the type of games meant to clone the series. So you take those angles, cut off about 40% of the vertical viewing space, and then change its placement, and the effect can be diminished at best and ruined at worst. So if you can help it, don't use widescreen mode. On the plus side, Capcom would eventually learn from their mistakes and give us some really high quality upscales in the RE0 remaster, which does make widescreen a much more viable option there, but here in RE1 it's just best to leave things the way they were originally designed. And on the polar opposite side of that spectrum, 3D models here received a more traditional remaster treatment. That being a straight up res along with replacing some of the lower res 2D elements that stood out so hard in emulation. On top of that, a few characters' faces have been redrawn and some more convincing animations were added to them as well. If you ask me though, one of the more interesting aspects of this remaster's development are the pre-rendered animated elements. All those video files that played in the background in the GameCube original were already showing serious signs of low resolution and high compression. And since Capcom didn't have access to the original renders, there really wasn't much that could be done to keep them from looking like absolute garbage. So the solution was to replace any animated elements with real-time 3D, and the information about this online seems to be all over the place. In everyone's defense, Capcom is pretty vague in their description of this, but if you go by comment sections and forum posts, people seem to be under the impression that all of the animated images were replaced with 3D, but I found plenty of places where that's just not the case. Like here on the way to Lisa Trevor's cabin, they kept the original waterfall animation, which looks awful. And here the animated shadows are still pre-rendered, but the fire's been replaced with 3D. It's a mix all over the place, and the only constants I've been able to find are grass, trees, and light sources. On the plus side, it is done in a way that would probably be hard for any normal person to even detect, but on the more negative side, in areas with a lot of animation, I found only a few elements would be 3D and the rest had become static 2D. It looks like they just took a screenshot of the CG animation and upscaled it, but only replaced a few of the moving elements with 3D. In some areas it can have a great effect, but in others I sort of prefer the original low-res movie files. At first, I was under the impression that all of the CG cutscenes were cleaned up significantly, but it seems like it was just the intro and endings that got the personal touch. Now looking at the original and the remaster side by side, they did do a hell of a lot of work to the intro, but the rest of the cutscenes look pretty bad, and you can tell they were just fed through an AI with little manual tuning. In an understandable but nevertheless sad move, we have a new control scheme here in Remaster, one that's going to let you use a more typical style of third-person controls, meaning they're locked to the camera's perspective as opposed to the characters. Like you might imagine, this feels really alien in a classic Resident Evil game. You can maneuver unnaturally fast, and there's no longer a need for quick turns because you could be facing the other direction much quicker just by pressing the analog stick away from where you're looking. I can't help but feel like this breaks the game's intended difficulty, but on the plus side it can be turned off, and even when it's on, the new controls are just mapped to the analog stick, so you can still use the better option on the D-pad if you want to. In the end, RE fans ended up with what I would call a reasonably serviceable remaster. You could certainly make a case for laziness on part of the poorly upscaled backgrounds, but I feel like your average RE remake enjoyer isn't going to mind that all too much. Getting to see this game's stunning visuals at a higher resolution is admittedly really awesome. It's so awesome, in fact, that even when the job gets fumbled this bad, the end result can still be kinda great. And in the spirit of disproving that statement, I figured we could work our way backwards with the ports of the remaster, going from the least powerful platform to the most. Sound like a plan? Too bad, we're doing it anyways. And starting off at the bottom of the barrel, we have the port that none of you are going to play, so I don't know why I even bother, the PS3. This bad boy is locked at native 720p no matter what you set your console's output to, which means instead of internally upscaling the image to 1080p, your console's just going to switch to 720 after the game is launched. Just like every other console port of the remaster, Resident Evil Remake on PS3 targets 30 frames per second. Now, it's important to mention that the original was a 30 FPS game, and I did used to be the guy who said 60 FPS wasn't necessary for survival horror games like this, but after playing a lot of Remaster on PC, the one and only platform where 60 FPS is possible, I could say I might have been wrong. But I guess it doesn't really matter though, because like I said, you aren't going to get that frame rate on any of the console ports. And in the grand scheme of things, having the remaster run exactly like the original is not the worst thing in the world. As far as actually playing the game goes, this is just RE1R. Aside from the more modern control option that you don't have to use, the game moves and feels exactly like it did on the Gamecube. One very cool and maybe unrelated thing I learned recently is that you can use a PS4 controller on a PS3 both over Bluetooth or USB. For some reason the PlayStation button doesn't work, but the D-pad on PS4 is really good and it just feels right for tank controls. Now this is the PS3 we're talking about, so you probably should have seen this coming, but that 30 FPS target I mentioned earlier is more like a soft 25 in motion. Sometimes you'll be able to lock in 30, but most of the time you'll be bouncing between 25 and 28. In some rooms, depending on what's going on, it can go significantly lower. And I didn't really expect this, but interestingly the cutscenes seem to be the hardest hit by the lack of performance. You could see them dip below 20 FPS sometimes. Visually speaking, I noticed a few things, and the first one is sort of par for the course. Back in the early days of this type of release, the words HD and Remaster meant adding three things on top of the obvious upresing. Overly high contrast levels, film grain where there was none, and of course light sources you can no longer see thanks to annoying levels of bloom. And you're going to find that to varying levels across all the consoles we cover today, but on PS3 that overly high contrast thing is way worse. I had to back out and check my system settings to make sure my HDMI black levels were the same as my capture card because this thing is dark as hell. At first, I kind of figured this was just a move to obscure the badly upscaled pre-rendered backgrounds, but the rest of the ports seem not to suffer from this issue, so maybe it's just a PS3 thing. I hate to say it, but this is a very poor showing as far as ports go. No GameCube game should be struggling to hit its target frame rate on a PS3, and this thing has some quirks making it look a little worse than some of the other ports we'll be checking out later. But hey, like I said at the start, none of you are going to play this version of the game anyways, so I'm not really sure why I wasted my time doing this.
A can of fizz. It's sure to yellow and mellow those things.
Okay, so I'll level with you. The Nintendo Switch has been a bit of a punching bag for me since before it launched. I didn't really like that its performance was taking a hit so that it could stretch its limited resources across two use cases. essentially a console made for both portability and home use, but optimized for neither. But all that being said, this right here is where the Switch does well enough for even me to notice. Its limited resources may make modern gaming an issue, but old PS2 era remasters is where it shines. Or at the very least where it should shine. There are examples of this not being the case, but here we can firmly place a check in the W category. This port maintains the console curse of 30 FPS, but on the plus side it is a much more high resolution image than what can be found on PS3, which is kinda surprising because if you didn't already know this, Switch games more often than not will use a 720p base resolution that it then internally upscales and outputs as 1080p, but that doesn't seem to be going on here. Looking at the PS3 and Switch side by side, it's pretty clear this isn't a 720p image. I don't want to rush to assume it's a native 1080p picture because that's not exactly something that's common on this system, although we have seen it before. More likely it's something like 900p. Whatever it is though, it's a damn sight better than what we were just looking at. Control-wise, you can obviously use the Switch's built-in Joy-Cons, but I found the D-pad on the Pro controller to be nice and responsive. It's sort of clicky and forgiving when I'm not perfectly holding a direction. The performance here is definitely much better than the PS3 port, but it's not exactly locked at 30 either. Most of the time you won't notice any slowdown, but some of the rooms that tricked up the PS3 also show signs of frame drops here on the Switch. Don't worry though, it definitely doesn't come close to making the gameplay worse. It's just sort of interesting to see that the performance issues are likely not due to the platform, but probably some shoddy optimization on Capcom's end. And speaking about stuff sort of tangentially related to performance, I noticed something really unusual here. You know those world-famous Resident Evil door opening animations? The ones that are there to mask the console loading in the next area? Well, load times are so bad here on Switch that these animations no longer perform their job. We're left with a pretty significant amount of time spent looking at a black screen after these things are done playing in some scenarios, and I really do mean significant.
Grab my hand!
And while it's not an all-the-time type of deal, it is going to happen more often than you'd probably like. I'm happy to say that the gross-looking contrast levels on the PS3 aren't present here, and it makes a really big improvement on how good the picture looks. It actually makes some of the lesser quality backgrounds look a little better by comparison. I mean, sure, they still look bad, but at least it doesn't look like someone tried to cover up how bad they look. Just like the PS3 port and basically every port we're going to look at today, this version has slight letterboxing on the top and bottom of the screen. What's really weird though is that the game's new bloom lighting seems to leak out behind that letterboxing, which tells me it's not some kind of a hard crop for the game screen, but instead just where the pre-rendered backgrounds end. That being the case, I imagine if you're looking hard enough, you'll probably find a few more examples of this happening. And lastly, there are these dumb little achievements that pop up here on Switch. They're not terribly annoying, but I imagine someone playing this game for the first time might get drug out of the atmosphere if one of these pops up at the right moment. Also, I can't find an option to turn them off in-game. I'm sure there's some kind of setting on the Switch, but I just wasn't able to find it. Other than that though, I'd say this is a killer way to play the RE1 Remaster. Sure, the performance and presentation isn't exactly perfect, but the amount of trade-offs number far less than the upsides, and on the plus side, I found the Switch's built-in screen and portable mode to be one of the only occasions where I'd recommend forcing the 16:9 setting. It's certainly small enough, and you'll probably be far enough away from it that a lot of the quality issues may not even be noticeable. So in what's becoming a worrying trend on this channel, I've got to give the Switch port a pretty hearty recommendation. Honestly, if this happens again, I'm just gonna lie and say it's bad, so enjoy the W's while you can, Switch fans.
You alright? What's gotten into you?
The Xbox One and PS4 ports of RE Remake were sort of the de facto versions of the game, seeing as how these consoles were the heavy hitters of its day. We're looking at the PS4 release right now, which targets a frame rate of 30 FPS, but making up for that, we have an internal native 1080p image. As far as features go, there really isn't anything here that can't be found on any other port, so to keep me and you from being bored out of our collective minds, I found some small visual quirks to hyper-focus on. For example, I noticed the CG cutscenes have significant artifacting in certain dark shaded areas. I had to go back and make sure, but this isn't happening in any other port. It's kind of weird to see a bug like this affecting a pre-rendered cutscene. I mean, there's no reason these cutscenes should be encoded in any different way than any other version we've looked at, so I don't know, it's kind of weird. Now this might be connected or it might not be, but I also found that the film grain in this port was way easier to notice. It might just be a brightness difference, but in some areas it was way too strong for me. The same issue with the light sources bleeding past the boundaries of the pre-rendered backgrounds can be found here, making the PS3 and PC versions the only ones not to exhibit this little oversight. It didn't really seem to me like this port struggled with keeping that 30 FPS ceiling in sight very often, but there were areas where I found some noticeable frame drops. I played up until the guardhouse and really only felt it twice, so I'd say it's not worth worrying over or anything. And to tell you the truth, there really wasn't a whole lot else going on here. Well, other than kick-ass survival horror goodness. Luckily though, we do have something coming up to complicate this nice simple port video. Yay.
Chris, this way.
With Sony oddly being one of the only big console developers to figure out what the words backwards and compatible means, we can play RE1 Remake Remaster on our PS5, and to tell you the truth, there's not much else to say here. We've got that same console 30 FPS lock and the same 1080p picture, only now it's getting internally upscaled to 4K, and if I'm gonna level with you, it's a relatively soft upscale, but that's when I'm looking for differences on a big ass monitor sitting inches away from my nose. Probably not something most people would notice, let alone care about. It is just that same PS4 release, so you are still going to be able to make out those color artifacts in dark areas, which does kind of suck, but is really interesting to talk about, so I guess it kind of evens itself out. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed here. I mean, you've got to imagine it wouldn't have been too hard to just open up the game's frame rate when played on a PS5 or Series X, but we're sort of left with the bare minimum in this port. Now mind you, the bare minimum is being able to play an incredible video game on your brand new TV in a way that will probably look better than if you let that same TV scale the PS4 version's 1080p, so it's not the worst deal I could imagine. But there is a better one to be found if you're looking to roll up your sleeves and do a little prep work. Okay, a lot of prep work.
What the hell is this thing?
The PC port of this remaster is probably the most interesting version available, and while normally the word interesting on this channel has a more positive connotation, this ain't one of those times. This PC port allows for at least 4K output, and unlike any other version of Resident Evil Remake, remastered or otherwise, this is the only one that'll target 60 frames per second. God damn it. This is the only one to target 60 frames per second, making it the only stop for snobs like me. But we will dive deeper into that just after I talk about the literal hellfire I had to walk through in order to get this game working and working the way that I wanted it to. And for a title that's currently selling on Steam, being sold by a developer that is massive, you'd figure things wouldn't be quite so broken. Although we do currently live in a universe that Bethesda also exists in, so rock bottom ain't exactly where it used to be. To start things off, I went to open up RER specifically to get footage for this video a while ago, and I was able to capture a bit, but that was also the day I started studying really hard for an upcoming Japanese final, so this project sort of fell by the wayside for a week or two. Now you might assume that 2 weeks of not playing a game on Steam wouldn't completely break it, but that's exactly what happened. Of course, I'm no stranger to getting old PC games working on newer versions of Windows, so I went straight into looking for missing .dlls, and I did find a few people listing that to be a known problem, but it wasn't fixing what was happening to me. Then I remembered this game uses a bog standard WMV container for a lot of its assets, and not having certain features of Windows Media Player turned on can mess with it, but again, this did nothing for me. I really mean it when I say I was at my wit's end at this point. Some of you guys will probably know the frustrations of troubleshooting stuff like this, and if you don't, please, never try and find out. So what was the issue? Well, by far the least publicized of this version's quirks is the fact that it refuses to open if you've enabled any video scaling on your GPU. I'm not sure if this also applies to AMD cards, but after going into Nvidia's little companion software, I shifted any scaling to the monitor and the game started with zero issues. Well, zero issues in that realm. After all of that, I got to the options screen and found the highest I could adjust the in-game resolution was 2560 by 1600. Something made all the more strange by the fact that the game doesn't seem to support the much more common 2560 by 1440 or 1440p. So I did play it like that for a while, but it didn't feel right. I knew I'd played this game at resolutions higher than that before, and I did. It turns out this list only stops because the team didn't tell it to go any higher, not because the game doesn't support those resolutions. Going into the games.ini file, I was able to set it to 4K, and since then I've had zero issues. It seems really weird to lock supported video modes behind a text file in the install directory, but hey, who am I to criticize shitty Capcom and their shitty work? After getting the display resolution and startup issues sorted, I went to play some RER and ran into another speed bump. The game will recognize Sony controllers and you can control the game with them, but it's expecting an Xbox controller, which means the old direct input versus X input issue. And if that means nothing to you, I'm basically saying you won't be able to use your D-pad. On the plus side though, this little problem is easily fixed. Just minimize the very important research you were doing for your super serious YouTube career and open the game's Steam properties. Then you just go to controller and enable Steam input, which will have Steam catching and interpreting all of your inputs and then translating them into something the game's expecting. And just like that, every single issue is solved and we can finally play this video game. Unless you've already noticed there's still something not quite right here, which I'll be fair and say is not something you can necessarily blame on this port. Jumping this game all the way up to 4K, while really awesome, only makes the poorly upscaled backgrounds even worse to look at. Details that were sort of messed up at 1080p become massive eyesores here. So it's a bit of a bother, but like most things on PC, it can be modded. Which brings us to the RE Upscale project, something I've been aware of for a while now but never really messed around with until I started making this video. This mod aims to take the crappy upscales from Capcom and replace them with much higher quality ones that actually had effort put into them. According to the mod page, they were able to beat Capcom's work by grabbing their images straight off of the Gamecube disc, upscaling them in gigapixel AI to twice as big as they're supposed to be, then super sampling those massive images down to RER's base background resolution of 1920 by 1440. And to be honest, I really wasn't expecting too much going in. I figured we'd see the worst offenders looking slightly less awful, but man, this really does make a huge difference. One of the first obvious casualties to this process are the ramping compression artifacts you can find in the original. Using this mod, in most areas these artifacts were either greatly reduced or totally removed, and it makes a noticeable difference if you play this remaster a few times. Here in the storeroom, the wood floors and walls all show pretty heavy artifacting, but with RE Upscale things look worlds better. And not too far from that save point is another huge problem area here in the bathroom. The tiles have always shown nasty artifacts, but they've been totally eliminated here in the mod. This really is a must-have for anyone playing this game on PC. It really improves the experience to a point where I'm sort of just tempted to keep scrolling through examples for the rest of this video's runtime. Really though, the best thing was how this mod sort of stopped existing to me after about an hour or so. Instead of me searching every pre-rendered background for details that might have been improved, I was just able to play Resident Evil Remake again. In its vanilla form, I was always noticing little issues with the upscale, and that had me taking my mind off of what I was doing, but with this mod installed, the backgrounds just sort of exist in the game world. This might sound like an odd thing to say about a visual mod, but installing the RE Upscale project just makes it easier to not see everything it fixes, and that's a good thing. So yeah, essentially this mod may as well be bundled with the remaster when you download it on Steam. It's that important, and of course I will have it linked down in the description for you. Moving on though, the Resident Evil Remaster on PC, aside from the higher resolutions it technically supports, holds one thing over every other port. It's 60 FPS gameplay. And listen, you guys have heard me say it right here on this channel before, 30 FPS in an early RE game is perfectly fine. Which it is. I mean, I just played through every damn version of the remaster and its 30 frame per second output didn't bother me at all. But you know, when you have it as an option, it is pretty awesome. I mean, look at how smooth this is by comparison. I'm hoping it has a similar effect when you're just watching here on YouTube, but I can assure you when the controller is in your hands, the feeling is well worth the hoops I had to jump through in order to play this port. Now, I wouldn't say it necessarily contributed to me playing the game better, since RE1's always been about good planning, memorization, and item management as opposed to twitch reaction time and fast inputs. But that being said, I was able to bait out zombie grabs a little more consistently here on PC. In all fairness though, that is something I'm so bad at, there's always a chance randomness is more to blame. Either way, don't come into this expecting it to revolutionize how well you play the game, just how smooth it is when you're playing it poorly. I also noticed that the 3D animations added in Remaster play out at 60 frames per second as well, which shows me that's how they were intended to work and kinda makes me question why every single console port had to be nerfed so bad. One thing that's always struck me as pretty weird about this specific port of RER is the hard shift towards pink or purple in its black levels. This is visible throughout the entire game, but it's easiest to notice in the pillar boxing during CG cutscenes. And the weirdest part is, it seems to be strongest in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. It's slight enough most people probably never saw it there before, but look how bad it is when we just place it next to an actual black bar. Pretty insane. Looking at every port of the console remaster, I wasn't able to find this exact behavior replicated. It's really strange it would just be in this version, and before you say it, I can assure you it's present both before and after applying the RE Upscale mod. And you know, as much as it pains me to say this, I don't think I can find any more visual bugs or quirks. This port of the remaster offers what I would call a massively noticeable improvement over its competitors in terms of smoothness, but to be totally honest, all the issues I had getting the game running definitely could invalidate those gains depending on your willingness to do manual work in order to get PC games working the way you want them to. So buyer beware, this version has the potential to be the best offering on the list by a country mile, but you're gonna have to wade through some thigh-high shit to unlock it. Now personally, I've always been a tinkerer, so stuff like that never really deterred me, but there is genuinely nothing wrong with wanting to sit down to a video game and have it just work for you with minimal effort. Although if that is the case, I would recommend just staying away from PCs in general. I mean, I build these things for fun and God, I hate them. So there we have it. 7 possible ways to experience the most pure, crystalline, refined form of survival horror anyone is likely to create. Well, 8 if you count emulation. The original remake of Resident Evil 1 is a game that will always live rent-free in my head, if not solely for it being the first game I could really remember being so excited for that I went out of my way to follow its development. And the fact that Capcom actually made a good business move by providing it to an entire new generation in the form of the HD remaster, well, it's not exactly something you would expect from a company regularly referred to as Capcom. Between the different ports of both the original remake and the remaster of that remake, we didn't exactly see the kind of vast differences that usually make these videos so fun to have playing while you're trying to go to sleep. But we did get to see each console's quirky approach to video output and platform optimizations, which is always awesome. Or at least it is for me anyways. And speaking of me, I've got to get back to work, but I appreciate you guys spending a bit of your day with me. I hope I get to see you again in the next one, but if not, thanks so much for swinging by and checking out the Resident Evil Retrospective.
And in the interest of keeping things as fair as possible, we have to start with the version of the game I put at the bottom of the list in my original video. At the time, there was just no cheap and readily available option that allowed for both high-quality digital video output and the satisfaction that comes with playing original games on original hardware. Luckily, since that video dropped, there have been a few products released that have been able to tap into the Cube's rather secretive digital output. The footage you're looking at right here is thanks to Eon's GCHD Mark II, an adapter that takes the pure, uncompressed digital signal coming from the Gamecube and turns it into either HDMI or analog component video. Now, I decided to go with HDMI for this round of video capture since I wanted to make up for being a little hard on this port the first time around, and we're also using a utility called Swiss that allows us to force progressive scan resolutions, which is a real game changer since all of the GameCube Resident Evil releases only allow for interlaced video output. And of course, we're taking that digital 480p signal and pushing it through the FrameMeister to get a crisp, integer-scaled 960p picture within a 1080p window. And I have to say, even though we have heavily stacked the deck in its favor, this version of the game is pretty damn amazing. It's an incredibly sharp picture, and the clarity really surprised me. Colors for the 3D models are absolutely spot on, and They pop even more when set against the pre-rendered backgrounds. And speaking of which, these backgrounds look amazing upscaled to 1080p. There's much less artifacting going on thanks to the game starting out at double the vertical resolution of the original PS1 version, and I have to say, I'm pretty surprised here. My go-to port for this game used to be the Dreamcast version, but until I save up enough scratch for the DC HDMI mod kit, this is going to be the absolute best picture we're going to get out of the console ports, at least technically speaking. Now don't get me wrong, I do like the look of analog video upscaled to 1080p, but damn, this game is making me want to go all digital wherever possible. Aside from the video output being surprisingly sharp, the game plays exactly like you're used to, with the exception of the title screen having an option between Leon and Claire's scenario. Oh, and for some strange reason they replaced the awesome sounding RE2 announcer with the absolutely terrible RE4 guy.
Resident Evil 2.
I mean, on paper, I get the idea of a cohesive atmosphere on the platform, but there's no need to mess with perfection. Outside of the dumbest of dumb nitpicks, the game controls relatively well on the Cube's oddly shaped controller, with only the slightest amount of precision lost with its analog stick. Sadly, the D-pad is not going to be an option here though. Not only is it stupidly small, but it's a pretty bad D-pad on top of the size issues. One of the coolest features I found was the ability to skip cutscenes. Now, sure, that's not going to mean much of anything to people looking to play the game for the first or second time, but if you're trying to speedrun it or maybe get footage for a YouTube video, this might be exactly what you're looking for. But on the subject of speedrunning, despite what I just said, this might not be the best option to go with. I noticed every once in a while the game would hang on certain screen transitions, like here while grabbing the ammo out of the back of the van. I was left on this black screen here for quite a long time. These little hangs also pop up between some screen transitions as well. I'm running the game off an SD card adapter, so maybe that's the issue, but I don't have the crazy amounts of money these Gamecube ports tend to cost, so this is going to have to be an issue that is left untested. And since we spent so long praising these visuals, it's only fair I criticize an aspect of them as well. While the in-game graphics are to die for, the CG cutscenes are, well, less so. Thanks to the higher resolution and clarity afforded by a wholly digital signal from the console to the FrameMeister, these are probably the brightest and clearest I've seen these cutscenes look, at least outside of some other things we're going to discuss later. I mean, take a look here. It's the GameCube and PS1 versions side by side, and the winner in brightness is very clear. Of course, this does lead to just a bit of color and contrast washout, but there's another huge downside. It seems like something went wrong during the porting process because the edges of all the moving parts in the scene have these weird crawling artifacts to them, kind of like these scenes were lifted from a PS1 outputting composite video. Here, keep your eyes on the zombie suspenders to see what I'm talking about. It really does remind me of composite dot crawl, and I haven't been able to find out why this is the case. And here with the liquor reveal, there's a part that loses all of its detail and color for a brief second, and I would just love to know why this is all happening. So at least as far as the CG cutscenes go, it's kind of a one step forward, one step back kind of deal. On a similar note, I noticed that while the contrast levels of the 3D assets were spot on, the pre-rendered backgrounds seem to have had their black levels blown out, leading to a more pink or purple shade where they're supposed to be true black. But these two issues definitely don't bring down the visual experience, at least not all the way. Now, like I said before, I'm using the program Swiss to force a progressive scan picture, but it also lets us do a few other things. First off, we get to see what the game typically looks like by allowing the original 480i mode, which is the reason I didn't recommend this version in my last video. The halved vertical resolution is pretty obvious right off the bat, but just in case you can't notice it, here are the two back to back. And while we're here, why don't we do something just as interesting as it is unnecessary? Using Swiss, we can force a 240p output, which is exactly what the original PS1 version uses, and even though this is the most useless thing you could do with this combination of retro video products, I still can't help but love the way it looks. Sadly, I can't capture this since my capture device goes insane when I try to, but rest assured it looks like an incredibly clean version of what you'd see on the PS1. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not going to be playing through this game in 240p on the GameCube anytime soon, but I do love seeing essentially what the PS1 would look like if it had a direct HDMI mod like the Gamecube or Dreamcast. Okay, so now that all the fun's over with, I am man enough to admit when I'm wrong. I said the Gamecube version was the least desirable port in my original review of RE2, and I'm ready to admit that may not be the case. The visuals here are in a class of their own, and I have no issue admitting I was blown away from the very first moment I saw them. Without a doubt, I can confidently recommend this version now. It is of course important to note that this recommendation comes with a whole bunch of qualifiers. To get the level of fidelity you've seen here, you're going to have access to the Cube's digital video port via something like the GC HDMI or Carby, an upscaler or line doubler like the Framemeister or OSSC, and finally to get 480p out of RE2, you're going to have to be able to run Swiss. So yeah, it's not exactly your average use case scenario, but if you're able to check all these boxes, you're in for one surprisingly amazing looking package.
Sorry, but it looks like your party has been cancelled.
Staying within the Nintendo family, let's take a look at yet another port I just breezed over in my last review. Ported by a company called Angel Studios, or as we know them today, Rockstar San Diego, RE2 on the N64 is an absolute marvel of technical know-how. If you guys didn't know, N64 game carts are limited to 64 megabytes, and RE2 on PS1 took up 2 discs worth of space, totaling more than 1 gig of data. And at the time, data compression was not the efficient process it is today. To get this bad boy working, Angel Studios had to shrink every asset in the game down, and the methods they used to perform this miracle make up some of the most interesting parts of this game's existence. RE2 on PS1 was well known for its, at the time, amazing looking CG cutscenes, but the small amount of storage space on an N64 cart meant some serious corners had to be cut if we were going to get the full RE2 experience. To pull this off, these guys shrunk each cutscene by more than half resolution, letting the 64 scale the image to fill the screen. They also reduced the frame rate from 30 frames per second to 15, which obviously led to a noticeable loss in fluidity. During the compression process, colors and brightness took some big hits too, and as a result, we have some pretty bad looking CG movies. It's clear that interpolation was used to make the 15 frames per second more tolerable, but this leads to screen blur when there's a lot of motion happening, and crushed black levels on a dark scene with a lot of screen blur leads to a really visually weird experience. Looking at the PS1 and N64 side by side makes the changes pop a little more, but trust me, even someone who hasn't played this game in years will see a very noticeable difference here. Of course, this is to be expected, and if I'm being honest, even though this is not the way I'd prefer to see these cutscenes, they aren't all that bad given the context of the situation. Outside of the CGs, the game has a very different look to it, and I kind of like it. Video output is locked to 240p just like the PS1, but you can actually get 480i out of this version. Sort of. With the expansion pack installed, this game will display some screens in 480i and some in 240p, wreaking havoc with my Framemeister. In the first area alone, you'll see the output resolution switch 3 times, meaning this mode is completely unplayable thanks to the Framemeister's inability to handle on-the-fly resolution changes. I opted to play without the expansion pack, and to be honest, I might have done this anyways. I'll take progressive scan output over a higher res interlaced output any day of the week. And speaking of progressive scan, I'm using Voltar's N64 RGB board and a pair of HD Retrovision SNES component cables going into the Framemeister to get the footage you're seeing now, and honestly, I recommend you do something similar if you plan on playing any N64 games, because this console has some of the worst looking composite video I've seen in a very long time. The first real thing you're likely to notice when you start the game up is a brand new look on Leon and Claire. Sure, the 3D models all look essentially the same as far as geometry goes, but the 2D textures wrapped around them look totally different here. I think they might actually be of a higher resolution, but there's no real way for me to tell since the 64 is applying its world-famous, terrible-looking bilinear filtering. On a CRT, these filtered textures may appear to look smoother than the originals, but in reality, they're just blurry as all hell. Which is fine, I guess. I mean, it is kind of the console's signature look, and I actually kind of like seeing the game in such a radical new light. That is, until I saw what was going on with the faces. NPCs all have really sharp looking faces with visible dark lines and shading, but the main characters all look like their faces have been blurred to hell and back. Worst of all was my girl Ada. I mean, look at her face. Looks like it fit right in on a standard enemy model from GoldenEye. As you might expect, 2D pre-rendered backgrounds have had their render resolution cut by a significant amount, and this does lead to much more noticeable block boundary style compression artifacts. A lot of color banding too. And on a much weirder note, some screens have one line of pixels from the right side of the screen displaying on the very left. I've been cropping it out for consistency's sake, but here's what the raw footage looks like. Sound was another element that had to be compressed to fit on an N64 cart, and to be honest, this will likely be the most noticeable change we've covered so far. During cutscenes, characters sound like they're delivering their lines from inside a soggy cardboard box, and their highs have a lot of hiss to them.
Wait! Don't shoot!
Get down!
Supposedly, the game's music was transferred over at a much higher bit rate than what was on the original PS1 disc, but to be completely honest with you, I can't really hear the difference. There's also an odd little quirk I noticed, where in-game graphics shone through the black pillar boxing during cutscenes, but I have no idea what's going on there. Even though I know this has been one complaint after another, given the circumstances, this is a pretty amazing thing to see with my own eyes working for the first time. I don't know, maybe I'm being too easy on it, but RE2 on the N64 was able to accomplish some incredible things visually speaking, given the context of its existence. As far as gameplay goes, it's a relatively standard affair. Controlling your character with the 64's terrible analog stick is about as bad as you might think, but the D-pad does a serviceable job. I did find that it took a while for me to get used to the way it felt, and I wasn't able to take sharp corners like I typically am able to, but I did eventually get the hang of it. Just like the Gamecube version, both campaigns are selectable from the title screen, and there's also options for blood amount and blood color, which is nice, I guess. To have it fit in more with the unfinished and unreleased RE0, there are a few extra files hanging around Raccoon City this time around, and hardcore fans of RE lore are really going to appreciate this. There's also an option for an item randomizer, which is a pretty cool idea. I mean, me personally, I like playing the game exactly how I remember it, but I can see why this would be a selling point for some of you. And after all that, I have to say, this definitely is not going to be my first choice when I go to play a game of Resident Evil 2 in the future, but it's so damn interesting, I'm glad I finally experienced it for myself. And I think that's exactly how I'd recommend it to you guys. Sure, it won't be replacing your favorite version anytime soon, but there's enough altered here that it's definitely going to make for a revitalizing playthrough. Lately, it's been dropping in price on the used market, and I say take advantage of that. RE2 on the N64 is a damn cool little package, and even at its worst, I was really just impressed with the mere fact that it exists. And next up we have RE2's PC port, a version of the game known for being both very buggy and insanely hard to run on modern hardware. So how am I running it here? Well, that's simple. I'm not. I'm using the Sourcenext release, which is essentially the ultimate version of the game. Not only does it run at an absolutely crisp 640 by 480 resolution, but it also includes all extra content ever included in any version, minus the exclusive N64 stuff. This release is incredibly easy to get working on Windows 10, and I experienced absolutely no glitches during my playthrough, but of course there are a few cons to consider. First off, this is a Japanese-only release, so I hope you're very familiar with either the language or RE2, and well, there's no way to bind controls other than to the keyboard. I will say though, keyboard keys lend themselves to tank controls very well, and you'd be surprised how quick you'd pick them up, but you didn't come here to settle, did you? I don't know, maybe there's a method to play this release at or above 1080p with modern controller support and English text. And maybe that method is as easy to install as dropping in one DLL file and you're good to go. That's right, we're talking about Gemini's classic Rebirth project again. For those of you who haven't seen it, my man Loboto3 over on Twitter completely revamped RE1's abysmal PC port, and he has done the same exact thing for the Sourcenext version of RE2's PC port, making it possibly one of the best, most complete ways to experience this game. All you need is a fresh install of RE2's Sourcenext release and Gemini's classic rebirth.dll file. The first time you boot the game, you'll see a configuration utility letting you run the game at your monitor's full resolution, and other tweaks like using quick turn or the ability to reload with a button combination. And then bam, you're in. This is truly the most impressive version of RE2 you can technically get your hands on, and it should be. This is the first port so far that has given us lossless access to the game's assets and the ability to scale them to whatever resolution we want. At 1080p, RE2 looks stunning. The edges of 2D elements are razor sharp, and even though the 2D backgrounds are not internally rendered at the game's operating resolution of 640 by 480, they are the cleanest version of those backgrounds we have. But hey, good-looking graphics aren't exactly too hard to come by, right? I mean, there are a plethora of console versions and upscaler combinations nowadays, so what makes this version so great? Well, feast your eyes on this.
Hold on, darling. I'm taking care of that bullet wound first.
The Sourcenext release of RE2 includes the nearly uncompressed 60 frame per second cutscenes that I would have killed for back in my early years as an RE fan. These cutscenes look absolutely mind-blowingly good. The smooth 60 FPS playback is enough of a reason to give these a watch on its own, but the clarity and sharpness just cannot be overstated. There are parts of certain scenes that were too dark and blocky to really see in the PS1 original, but I can now see every single pixel, and I just can't properly explain how cool it is. For those of you who, like myself, grew up watching the PS1 original cutscenes, this is like a whole new level of quality. Plus, as an added bonus, the audio is noticeably cleaner and seems to run in true stereo, which is cool as hell. And I know I keep harping on about these cutscenes, but when you've played this game as many times as I have, little improvements like this, well, they shake up the experience and make it feel new again. Outside of my very clear childlike excitement, there are some gameplay elements to take into account for this version of the game. First off, you're going to have to be ready for a little bit of a different experience than what you're used to. It seems that the Japanese release of RE2 was very different from what we got. Zombies are placed in odd spots, and even their numbers have been lessened in some areas. I was specifically thrown for a loop when I rounded one of the first corners in Raccoon City and only found one walking corpse lurking in the alleyway in front of Kendo's gun shop. Little changes like this will pop up throughout your entire playthrough, and that's not where it ends either. Almost every secret item in the game is not where you remember it. For example, the 9mm rounds that are typically right here in the painting room, gone. The herb in the planter outside the RPD, non-existent. It took me a long time to get used to this because going to these areas and mashing the action button is kind of my go-to move, but it's definitely not a deal breaker. In fact, I found I had roughly the same amount of ammo at any point during this playthrough, and that's thanks to all new placements for these extra boxes. As a quick example, here in this office, instead of finding some secret ammo inside of one of the lockers, it's just sitting on a desk here. Like I said before, this game looks amazing, but it's definitely not without flaws. I saw a few little glitches here or there, like these white lines above the flames here, but they are very, very rare, and I doubt anyone would consider them game-breaking. One other thing to consider is that these new, higher quality cutscenes do have Japanese subtitles baked into them, which isn't a giant deal at all, but something worth noting if you're trying to use these for a media project or content on YouTube. For all intents and purposes, this is the total package here. On its own, the Sourcenext port is a very interesting experience, but with the classic Rebirth mod, this becomes one of the most compelling ways to play RE2. Since this is such an old game, you don't exactly need a $2,000 gaming PC to get it running, and the simplicity of dragging and dropping one .dll file is well appreciated. If there was anything you just heard that piqued your ear, I implore you get this version of the game at all costs. It is one of the most impressive RE-related packages you're ever going to see. And well, I guess we should talk about this trash fire. The Tiger Gamecom will go down in history as one of the worst consoles ever, and as you might expect, a port of RE2 on that platform did not change this fact. What we ended up with is a slow, unwieldy, impossibly difficult game that has no music and may or may not qualify as a legal means of torture. What we're looking at is footage from an emulator, and you know I'd prefer to see things running on official hardware, but trust me, this is a way better option than the blurry, prone to ghosting monochrome LCD the Gamecom has. Because I'm not trying to get caught up talking about this game for any length of time, here's the final verdict. This is a terrible game released on a terrible console, likely made by terrible people. No matter what you do, do not play this. Well, it's no secret nowadays that AI upscaling and machine learning algorithms are making it much easier to upres images and video. What you're looking at right now is that exact process used to upres Claire's intro to 4K, and the results are pretty damn amazing. But what if that same method could be used to finally get HD versions of the pre-rendered backgrounds in RE2? Enter the RE2 Seamless HD project. A pretty cool shakeup in the RE universe and a really interesting concept. Instead of using the higher res PC release, the Seamless HD project uses the Gamecube version as a base, I'm guessing due to it being easier to import and export assets there. See, upconverting 3D models is no problem, anyone can do it, but trying to up-res 2D assets in an RE game reveals how those images were processed originally. Held on the disc as hardware-compressed bitmaps, they're drawn onto the screen in blocks, and attempts at altering them before they leave the coprocessor have always resulted in clear delineations between those blocks. But these guys have figured out how to draw these backgrounds while replacing the original mask texture and inserting them in real time, which means this obviously has to take place outside of the actual console the games were made to run on. In fact, going to the Seamless HD Project website will lead you to a custom build of the Dolphin emulator specifically tweaked for the RE game you're trying to play, and the results are pretty fucking cool. The HD backgrounds actually look really good, but there's more alterations than just that. Fonts have been replaced, 2D images in the inventory have been upscaled, and overall, I really like the total package. Sure, I would rather see the original pixelated graphics for stuff like your guns or picture in the inventory screen, but the smoother, higher res assets here fit in way more with the new HD look the game has. If you're like me and appreciate good comparisons, there's a toggle for switching between upscaled and original backgrounds, which I really got a kick out of. I would come across a particularly good looking area, then switch to the original assets just to drive home how far we've come. And even though that's a really cool thing to do, it's not all good news here. The AI upscaling process has real issues with small details thanks to heavy amounts of pixelation in the original assets, leading to odd-looking jumbled areas where there's a lot of fine details like writing or small elements like fencing. But this is an issue well worth dealing with if you ask me. Also on the chopping block are the original Gamecube cutscenes, which, like I said before, look really bad. There is an FMV pack available that I haven't tried out yet, but it's supposed to include the Sourcenext CG renders, which would solve this problem entirely. If you want my opinion, there is no reason not to give this Seamless HD project a try. If you have access to the internet and a computer made after the turn of the century, you can probably run this perfectly. Plus, there's a sense of being on the cutting edge of retro tech while you're playing it. I mean, think about it, we live in this awesome age where retro games are being brought back to life in such interesting and new ways, and I'm just stoked to see what's next for all this. So if I were you, I'd keep my eyes on this team. I think there's some good stuff on the horizon for them.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Hold your fire! I'm a human!
And since we've started with the odd side of RE2, it's only fitting that we should at least mention the Game Boy Advance tech demo created by Raylight Studios. Yeah, sure, it only has like 3 screens, and it's a bit rough around the edges, but damn, this could have been something really special. Capcom has a history with shooting down cool-looking portable versions of RE games, and sadly, they kept that trend alive here. But for what it's worth, this is really impressive, and I imagine a little more time and funding might have cleared up any of the flaws here. Sadly, we'll never know how this could have worked out. Ah well though, there's no sense in crying over what could have been, especially when we've got one more port to check out. The Dreamcast release of RE2 has always been my favorite of the ports, and for good reason. Not only was this the first time we console plebs had a chance to see the game running at 480 glorious lines of vertical resolution, but it also included all of the extra content seen on the PC release. Hell, for all intents and purposes, it was the PC release. See, at the time, the DC made a name for itself as a great home for PC games. PC devs looking to port their games to the wider console market often had to deal with either the very obtuse hardware and software of the PS2, the lack of power housed in the N64, or the familiarity of a C++ codebase, and even a build of Windows with DirectX support. For a time, the choice was obvious, and we saw some really killer work being done migrating awesome PC gaming experiences to Sega's little console that could. Luckily, RE2 and 3 are on that list, and you can essentially expect the same exact experiences across both platforms. Before we get into video though, I do want to point out that we're using an analog JP21 cable to get 480i video out of the Dreamcast, since I don't own any of the expensive digital solutions that would allow me to capture 480p on the console. But I think this will be good enough to give you guys an idea of everything you can expect, and what you can expect is nothing short of perfection. This game just flat out looks incredible on the Dreamcast. Pixels are sharp and visible, but the less clear nature of analog video
lends what you could almost call anti-aliasing to the picture. This same treatment goes for the pre-rendered backgrounds as well. They're as sharp as you'd expect with a 2x increase in vertical resolution, but the edges are just soft enough to make the whole package very visually pleasing. I also noticed a very saturated color palette. This helped all the 3D models really pop against the pre-rendered backdrops, and I think this might be my favorite look of all the ports I've seen. It's important to note that the Dreamcast outputs a 700 by 480 picture, but only uses 640 lines of horizontal resolution, so it can be easy for your scaler or line doubler to scale the picture based on the output window and not the on-screen graphics. Now, I'm mentioning this because I think there's something going on with the scaling here. As you can see on some of the 2D assets, there's more vertical height to the pixels than width, which at first led me to believe that my settings were a bit off, but I couldn't get rid of this effect, so I think Capcom did something to the game's graphics when porting it. It's nothing you'll ever really notice outside of some select scenarios, but still worth mentioning, I think. As far as the CG cutscenes go, I think this is the best way any console player is going to view them. Here we have the clarity and detail afforded by the PC's 480p videos, and none of the 8x8 block artifacts seen in the PS1 version. Of course, even a video quality buff like myself has to care about more than graphics every once in a while, and as far as gameplay goes, you're not going to have any of the niceties afforded by the other ports on the list. That means no quick turn, no cutscene or door animation skipping, which honestly shouldn't be a deal breaker for anyone other than speedrunners and people like me who need to capture a lot of footage in a timely fashion. There is one major change though, and it kind of blew me away when I noticed it. This is essentially the Japanese version of RE2 on the Dreamcast released in America, which is really weird. I was only 2 screens into my first new game on this version of RE2 in years, and I got that feeling when all of the zombies were in very odd places that I wasn't used to. I got confirmation when all the hidden ammo was missing, and the ink ribbons give you 3 per pickup. And this was a pretty insane realization for me. Back in the day, this was my favorite way to play this game, but I never really noticed all the little differences. Other than that, you get the same old RE that you know and love, but with all the best parts of the PC release tied up in one consoleized package. Plus, who the hell doesn't love the novelty of seeing their health readout showing on the VMU? Well, I guess I went into this video with the expectation of finding a new favorite port of RE2, and even though the Gamecube and PC releases both earned much more respect from me than they used to, I still have to go with the Dreamcast version as my absolute favorite way to play the game. Now don't get me wrong, playing the game with modded HD graphics or checking out the GBA demo can be really fun, but if I was going to sit down and just play a game of Resident Evil 2, I think the DC release is going to be the version I reach for every time. It has all the amazing gameplay of the original, but with the bonus clarity and definition that comes with double the resolution. Sure, the GameCube version technically looks better, but it might be a little too sharp for my liking. And on top of that, the GC release has some of the worst versions of the game's cutscenes you're ever going to see. Plus, it's important to point out you're going to need a lot of outside factors to get this version looking its best on the GameCube, while a cheap VGA cable can get the job done on the Dreamcast. This version of RE2 really is the best of all the ports put together. The colors pop right off the screen, and just the right combination of sharpness and dull analog video makes for the best looking presentation you're going to find in a home console. But there's some really good news here. No matter which port of RE2 you go with, you are guaranteed an amazing time. There isn't a bad way to play the game, as each and every release brings its own positives to the table. Now, some of you may have noticed that I'm talking as if the Gamecom port doesn't exist, and yes, I am. Resident Evil 2 was a landmark event for both Capcom and the larger gaming community, and it brings a smile to my face that each time it was ported, a clear level of care and attention was paid to all the things that made the game so important. And if anything, that's exactly what such an amazing gaming experience deserves. Thank you so much for sitting through all this nonsense, and make sure to stick around because it looks like our time in Raccoon City isn't quite up yet. But until then, thank you very much for watching the Resident Evil Retrospective. So to start this video out, I figure it's only right that we go with the first version of the game released and my first experience with it. And before we get too far into this, I do want to point out that I already reviewed this game for the RE Retrospective, so I'm not going to be touching on a lot of gameplay or story elements except for when they overlap with differences found in the porting process. So if you're looking for a more in-depth look at the game, feel free to check out my full-fledged review, which should be showing up as a card over there in the upper right-hand side of the screen.
So now that we're back on task, the PS1 version of RE3 holds a metric ton of nostalgia for me. At the time of its release, I was very into high school football, and in the off-season, I would wrestle to stay in shape. When RE3 finally came out at my local mom-and-pop rental store in rural Tennessee, I grabbed it first thing in the morning just in case it'd be sold out when I got back home. The only issue was, I had an all-state tournament to compete in that day, so I would have to wait until later that night to play it. And as luck would have it, I blew my left knee out in my third match and had to go to the hospital. The doctors later sent me home with a knee brace, some painkillers, and crutches, but since my bed was way too low to the ground, I kinda had to sleep on our couch in the living room. Essentially couch-ridden for that entire weekend, I had nothing to do but play RE3, and even after I beat it, I would start it up twice more just to make different decisions and see what kind of effect they would have on the story. That knee injury is still very much present in my everyday life, and every time I get a little bit of a pain and have to sit down on my couch to recuperate, I look back on that moment in time and all the fun I had. Well, all that's not so important per se, but I just figured I'd give you guys a little glimpse into where I'm coming from here. Right off the bat, what I noticed about RE3 was a very clear improvement in quality as far as graphics were concerned. Coming hot off of RE2, I really couldn't see how things could get better, but Nemesis ups the ante in nearly every possible way. The pre-rendered backgrounds, while still rendered at the same internal resolution as those found in RE2, are much more complicated and detail-rich. Every possible nook and cranny of Raccoon City's demolished streets and crumbling buildings is on full display here. Really, the best way I can think of describing it is similar to the jump from RE1 to RE2. The backgrounds had a clear jump in complexity, geometry, and artistry, and a similar increase can be found here. Although it may be hard to point at on the surface, just standing still in one location of Resident Evil 3 and taking in all the detail will result in a lot more to look at than the last game, which still blows me away. RE2 used to be the pinnacle of artistic design for me, but I have no issues admitting that 3 shows a lot more effort and funding in that department. Moving on from the 2D aspects, Nemesis also saw a decent-sized jump in the quality of the 3D models. Part 2, as good as it looked, still suffered from RE1's issue with boxy 3D characters. There's clear delineations at specific joints like wrists, elbows, and knees, and to be honest, I'm not sure if this was a limitation in the engine or just a quick fix to get around animating limb movement. And yeah, Nemesis still has hands that look like they're separate from the rest of the forearm, but elbows are impressively smooth looking with no real obvious points of separation. On top of that, Jill's 3D model is very slim, but not in the weight sense, more in the design sense. It's more believably proportioned than Leon or Claire was. That boxy polygonal look that RE fans are so familiar with is much less apparent here, which really helped Jill feel more real than she did in the first game. Zombie models aren't as complicated as Jill or Carlos as far as geometry is concerned, but they see an unreal jump in texture quality compared to their RE2 counterparts, on top of them showing up in much larger numbers here. All of their burnt clothes, bleeding wounds, and missing limbs are insanely detailed, which kind of leads to both a positive and a negative. On the plus side, they look amazing up close, like some of the most detailed PS1 textures I can think of. All of the detail is on clear display when they're up close to the screen, but thanks to their complicated textures and the way the assets are scaled in RE games, when you see zombies from far away or in big groups, they can look like a jumbled mess of pixels sometimes. Which can look sort of interesting, aesthetically speaking, if you're a fan of PS1 3D like I am, but this effect is magnified when upscaling. I'm running the game through the OSSC, which is taking the original 240p signal from the PS1 and upconverting it to a clean integer scale of 960p. And while I absolutely love how sharp of a picture I'm getting, this can exacerbate any visual flaws that comes with playing such old 3D games nowadays. On the plus side, those of you taking a composite video connection and feeding it into a CRT will probably not have this issue, thanks to the smoothing that can happen when combining a lower quality video signal and a lower resolution display. Heading back into 2D territory, I really like the improvements made to the inventory screen. It's very slight, but the way things are designed and laid out just seems much more visually pleasing, and the 2D sprites used to represent items and weapons seem much more detailed than those found in the last game. And speaking of the last game, one of my absolute favorite aspects of Resident Evil 2 were the detailed CG cutscenes that made the world feel so real and tangible, and I'm happy to say RE3 continued the improvements here as well. Hell, I'd argue these are some of the best looking CG graphics I've seen on the console. Sadly, they are played back at a pretty nasty 15 frames per second. Now, I'm sure this was completely necessary given the small storage space on a PS1 CD, but this method does have the side effect of introducing a very choppy look. a problem that is solved in a few different ways the further in the video we get. Okay, so I feel like we've done a pretty good job at setting up a baseline of what we can expect from the vanilla experience, and I think the next logical step is to stay within the console ports. So in the spirit of nepotism, we should move on to the port I have historically chosen over all the rest.
He's coming for us. We're both gonna die.
The Dreamcast release of RE3 was more than just a port to me. It was around the time of RE2 and 3 hitting the DC that I started to notice games could look different and even better when ported to other platforms. These games are what turned me on to analyzing stuff like this and led me down the rabbit hole of video quality, cables, scalers, and all that. So it goes without saying, I have a bit of bias with this version of the game. Every few years when I get the urge to replay 3, it's always the Dreamcast version I reach for. And yeah, having your health level displayed on the VMU is a nice plus, but it's always the up-resed graphics that gets to me. This version of the game was a direct port from the PC release, which really excited me on a technical level because here I was playing on my Dreamcast a PC game. I don't know why, that just really interested me. On top of that, seeing a game I was used to experiencing in 240p jump up to double the vertical resolution, man, that was surreal, and I'll always remember that feeling of first seeing these graphics at such a high resolution on my little CRT. Of course, nowadays I have access to a lot more complicated equipment than I did back then. Today we're getting our picture via a JP21 cable pulling 480i out of the DC and feeding that RGB signal into the FrameMeister, which is using its adapted deinterlacing to produce a progressive scan 960 vertical line picture. For all intents and purposes, a great way to view the Dreamcast video output without having to spend the massive amount required for an internal HDMI mod or one of those expensive RGB or VGA boxes. But great video aside, I may have been a little blinded by nostalgia in my earlier recommendations. Now don't get me wrong, the game still looks great, but there are many more flaws than I originally thought. And the first thing that struck me were the pre-rendered CG cutscenes. While they do still look great as far as resolution goes, the white levels seem to be totally blown out. For some reason I really can't figure out, every frame of every FMV you'll see in this version has this hazy gray tint over top of it. Of course, it's worth mentioning the average Dreamcast GD-ROM only had 1.2 gigs of storage to work with, but it seems like an odd play to drop the color information when compressing instead of other avenues that could have been taken and might have looked a little better. Or maybe this was due to having to change the videos from one format to another. I really have no idea. All I do know is it's not great looking. At first I thought the settings on my FrameMeister might have been the culprit here, but look at the letterboxing above and below the video. Those are rendered out at nice looking black levels. Even my gameplay had no issues producing great dark shades. It's just the cutscenes that look like this, and while it's better than another 480p option we'll look at, it's definitely not ideal. And on top of that, these Dreamcast cutscenes carry over the same 15 or so FPS from the PS1 original, giving them that exact same choppy look. Moving on to the rest of the game, 3D models look amazing on the console and show no real signs of the affine texture warping that tends to show up when up-resing PS1 3D graphics. 2D elements are about as sharp and crisp as you could ask for, but that just goes for the sprite-based stuff like inventory and overlays. It seems like the pre-rendered backgrounds also took a pretty big hit when compressing the game to fit on a single GD-ROM, and the evidence is all over the place. No joke, everywhere I look in this game, I see block boundary compression artifacts like the ones you're seeing in the dark areas of the screen. They even come in the form of discolored squares where I guess color information was lost during compression. On top of that, some may not like the Dreamcast's specific dithering pattern that shows up when looking at its video output on modern displays. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I won't bore you with an hour-long lecture on what dithering is, but essentially it's these tiny dots that can be seen in what looks like a grid array when I zoom in here. They're always present on screen, but for some reason they're the easiest to spot in dark or very white areas. Me personally, I kind of like the Dreamcast dithering. It's just a quirk of the console I've come to appreciate over the years, but I know a lot of people really don't like it, so I guess that's a toss-up there. As far as extra bells and whistles go, you can now pick one of Jill's extra costumes right from the new game screen. Now, I've always been kind of partial to her vanilla look, but the original RE1 outfit is definitely a close second. Not having to beat the game to unlock these guys like you did in the original version is kind of nice, but in my opinion, nothing too exciting. And I gotta admit guys, I was a little nostalgia blind before. Without a doubt, this is still an amazing way to experience RE3, but there are certainly more flaws than I originally thought. I guess it took me coming back to this port with an investigative eye to really see everything that was going on here, and in that same light, I think we deserve a redemption arc. So let's jump into the port I told most people to stay away from in my review. Maybe we can finish this home console section out on a more positive note.
Relax, I'm not dead yet.
In my original review of RE3, I got a lot of pushback when I listed the GameCube as my least favorite port, and without going too far into depth, that was based on a number of odd development decisions and the incredibly steep price that comes with getting high quality video out of the Cube. At the time, the best way to get a good looking picture out of your GameCube was to drop more than $300 on a pair of Nintendo's own component cables, which used a proprietary method to get digital video out of the Cube's digital output. And while these cables have come down a bit in price, they're still way outside of what I'd be comfortable spending on a pair of component cables. Since that video, we've had a number of better, cheaper options hit the market, and high quality GameCube video is much more attainable than it used to be. Products like the Carby and Eon's GCHD have given us a lot more options, and I myself am partial to the GCHD Mark II recently. Now, it's worth pointing out that my GCHD can't do much to improve how janky interlaced video can look. See, most games on the Cube did not offer progressive scan as an option, and while the Bob deinterlacing method offered by GCHD and the OSSC can be an okay solution, I just can't stand this vibratey look. Luckily, the homebrew application Swiss allows us to force 480p output for almost every GameCube game I've tried it on, and the difference in quality is very clear to see. Okay, so now we have a proper foundation to build from. We have a progressive scan picture and a very nice video output solution. So how does my original negative position hold up? Well, this is embarrassing. See, it looks fucking incredible. The 3D models feel like they're popping off the screen, they're so damn sharp, and the pre-rendered backgrounds have had a significant amount of work done to them compared to the Dreamcast port. In every single metric I can think of, Resident Evil 3 on the GameCube is the only option if you're looking for a console port with the best overall picture. So to those of you I spend an endless amount of time arguing with in my comment section, well, maybe I was wrong. Or at least that's what I would say if there weren't more caveats here than you could shake a stick at. To get the picture you're currently seeing, you're going to need a high quality video output device. On the high end, that means GameCube component cables, and on the low end, something like the Carby or GCHD. Once you have that, you'll need a scaler. I'm using the OSSC here to line double 480p to 960p, and while it does look incredible, both my Elgato 4K 60 capture card and my monitor just refuse to see that oddball signal. So I'm running the OSSC through the FrameMeister to more or less send out a 1080p window that the 960p can sit inside of. So if you own both a high quality method for getting video out of the GameCube and at least one, if not two of the best scaling solutions on the market, well, congrats, but I doubt very much there are a lot of people outside of retro content creation who've got that kind of gear just sitting around. So maybe let's consider this as me being half right instead of half wrong. Hey, what do you want me to do? I'm an optimist. But ranting aside, getting in deeper with what you can expect with this version, I have to mention the upsampled backgrounds. The other console port on this list capable of 480p is the Dreamcast version, but like I said, the background images seem to be taken straight from the PS1 version of the game and rendered at 480p internally. Here with the GameCube, it's clear these images were scaled up beforehand and at a much higher resolution. This means the backgrounds on display here are incredibly smooth compared to the competition, or at least they are most of the time. For some reason, I'll bet has to do with the way RE games use mask textures to account for flaws that occurred while rendering out 2D images, parts of the screen are noticeably lower res than the rest. You can see this at work really well here at this sign. See how it starts out really clear, but right there at the letter E, there's a very clear delineation between intelligently pre-upscaled 480p and internal 240p? Little areas like this are all over if you know what to look for, including whole screens that are insanely low res and blurry for some reason, like this one here in the RPD or here in the bar where you meet Brad. But I bet something like this would probably be pretty easy to miss on a CRT. And to be totally honest with you guys, this isn't a real complaint or anything negative at all, I just found it very interesting. Also going back and double checking, I can see a similar thing going on in the Dreamcast version. I guess it was just harder to notice at first thanks to the overall pixelated nature of the backgrounds in that port. Okay, so we have some incredibly sharp 3D renders and backgrounds that look mostly amazing, but you just knew there was going to be a downside here somewhere, and I'm sad to report this might be a deal breaker. Like I said before, RE3 has some amazing looking CG cutscenes, but sadly the compression needed to slap these bad boys on one of the GameCube's mini DVDs was just too aggressive. These cutscenes have an awful amount of what looks like dot crawl, mixed with points where the color will just drop out of a scene and start showing a hazy tint over everything. And it was at this point this all started to add up for me. I remember the exact same issues coming with the GC version of RE2, so It looks like the same method was used here, but on the plus side, we do get a much smoother frame rate compared to the PS1 version, what looks like 30 frames per second to me, and better black levels than the Dreamcast port, so I guess pick your poison. Do you want bad compression, bad colors, or a bad frame rate? Those issues aside, if you have what it takes to get this game looking its best, it is without a doubt the best looking option you could pick as far as console ports go. It's certainly not perfect, and it does require a very long list of equipment to get it running well, but it's an amazing feat all things considered. Definitely give this one a try if you're like me and have let bias keep you away from it for all these years. Trust me, you don't know what you're missing. Among RE2 and RE3 fans, there is one name held in the highest regard, a PC port that is infamous for its uncompressed, non-letterbox 30 frames per second cutscenes and marvelous in-game graphics. That name is, of course, the Sourcenext releases of these games are always in high demand, but this being a Japanese-only release kinda limits a lot of Western players, meaning one thing and one thing alone. This game is hard as hell to get a hold of. I only found a few hits on eBay, and I'm not even sure some of these are Sourcenext ports. So I had to visit a certain inlet meant for seabound vagabonds, and even then there's really only one option to choose from. And once I actually had my hands on a disk image, I ran into another brick wall. Unlike my experience with the Sourcenext version of RE2, RE3's install launcher kept getting some kind of error, which isn't the worst issue to have. I mean, the game's supposed to be in Japanese, which should be easy enough to translate and then troubleshoot maybe, but instead of Japanese, the display text is just gibberish, so I kind of figured I'd have to leave this release out of the lineup until fate struck. I had already given up on it at this point, so a few days later I just decided to install a mod for the US PC release and accidentally pointed the installer to the folder where I had ripped the contents of the Sourcenext disk to. Well, needless to say, the game wasn't installed there, so the mod didn't do anything, but after that day, the installer just happened to work, so I guess we're back on. Right off the bat, I was pretty surprised to see my Xbox One controller was recognized out of the box, and a generic control layout was assigned, which worked perfectly for me without any need to tweak anything. Upon actually starting the game, you're given access to all the special costumes, but without the graphical representation the Dreamcast had. This version also lets you pick an arranged difficulty option, which gives Japanese players the incredible opportunity to experience the US release's stupid difficulty level. But as I'm sure you've noticed, I didn't pick that option. For me, it's easy all the way for this playthrough. And judge me all you want, I have 6 versions of this game to work through in a very short amount of time, and I'm not chancing a random zombie bite negating 20 minutes worth of progress. When the game started proper, I noticed that the 2D sprites that make up the text seems like it wasn't scaled properly, which isn't too big of a deal, but worth pointing out, I guess. Of course, that thought exited my brain at light speed the second these cutscenes started to play. Man, Japanese RE3 players had it made back in the day. The cutscenes included in this release were uncompressed, or at least less compressed than their PS1 counterparts, and that meant a silky smooth 30 FPS frame rate, something that really does make a noticeable difference. And while these may appear to be pixelated, being stretched to a fairly high resolution here, I imagine these things were works of art when running on computer monitors of the day. My only real complaint here is the low bit depth that leads to some serious color banding on flat shades or gradients. And trust me, that is a small price to pay for this level of quality. And I know I'm making a big deal out of this, but I viewed these scenes in less than 15 frames per second on the PS1, and they still blew me away. Seeing them here is like adding layers of icing on a cake that was already iced. Once the game starts proper, we're left with a pretty straightforward port. Western players will likely notice ammo scarcity and health points being changed a little bit, but aside from the costumes and mercenary modes being accessible from the word go, there's not a lot of extras here, at least as far as gameplay goes. That is, unless you fancy yourself a bit of a speedrunner. The Sourcenext port of RE3 allows you to skip door animations, which may not seem like a huge deal, but makes the game feel so much more snappy as a result. Now don't get me wrong, sitting through these animations is how I would recommend new players to experience the game, since they really do add to the tense atmosphere, but if you're trying to get a world record or just want to capture some footage in a timely fashion, this feature will be a godsend. Outside of the normal stuff, hitting F2 gives you access to a menu that contains a pretty impressive amount of options for tweaking the look of the game. On a fresh install of this Sourcenext release, you have access to a max full screen resolution of 1280 by 1024 and a whopping 1408 by 1024 when windowed. Now, keep in mind this is a 15-year-old PC game, so support for such high resolutions on a modern OS is pretty damn respectable. From here you can also change your controls, but like I said before, the default profile works perfectly fine. Looking at the pre-rendered backgrounds, we can see where the Gamecube port got its resources from, and yes, that does mean having the same exact issue with some parts of the image being more pixelated than others. So yeah, all in all, I'd say this was the most interesting way to experience RE3 bar none, but Japan weren't the only ones getting a little RE3 action on their Windows PCs, so let's check out the next port. The US release of RE3 really isn't too far off from the Sourcenext version actually. The major elements missing are the high quality 30 frame per second cutscenes, and going back to this version really lets you appreciate how great these CGs look. Not only are they much better looking than the US PC port, but they also ditched the letterboxes, so we get to see much more of the image. All that being said, this PC version was released before the Gamecube port, so at the time this was the highest quality version of these cutscenes we Westerners could get our hands on. Coming straight from the choppy, low FPS CGs included in the original version of the game, a native 30 frames per second is very much appreciated. For some reason, controller support doesn't work here like it does in the Sourcenext release. My Xbox One controller was recognized without an issue before, but here in the US PC port, no such luck. So I was left playing with a keyboard, which, to be honest, fits really well with Resident Evil's tank controls. Of course, I could have used something like Xpadder to map my controls, but the keyboard works well enough, and it was actually kind of fun learning the game with a new input scheme. But other than that, we essentially have the exact same ups and downs as the Sourcenext release. Same output resolution, graphics options, and pre-rendered backgrounds, which I thought would make for a pretty boring analysis, so let's see what the RE fans have cooked up. During my research, I stumbled across the RE3 Restoration Project, a mod that takes positives from every version of the game and combines them together. First off, they've taken the full-size cutscenes from the Sourcenext release, but for some odd reason the team felt the need to get rid of the Japanese subtitles. Now this doesn't really bother me on its own, but in order to make this an easier job for the team, they dropped the frame rate of these cutscenes back down to 15 FPS, something the mod's creator says looks much better, but that's going to be a hard disagree for me. Moving on, this mod actually taught me a little bit about RE3's other ports. Apparently the PS1 version of the game has the best overall voiceover quality, and the Dreamcast release has the best sound effects, two elements that are now safely residing in the same package, along with replacing all of the music tracks with lossless rips from the game's OST. If you ask me, that is a pretty impressive feature set, even if my novice ears still can't hear any difference between voiceovers on the PS1 versus any of the other ports. But there is a downside here. This mod alters the in-game graphics, and not for the better in my opinion. It seems like all of the 2D textures have been smeared with some kind of bilinear filter, leading to a look that some might prefer, but definitely not me. On top of that, the sprite work in the inventory has been smoothed over, but only in the item box for some unknown reason. While the graphical overhauls may not be to my taste, this is still a really awesome option if you want to experience RE3 on PC, but you can't track down the Sourcenext release.
Are you crazy? You could have barbecued both of us!
And last but certainly not least, we have one of the most interesting things to come from RE fans in the last decade. The RE3 Seamless HD project is a package that takes the original GameCube release of Resident Evil 3 and replaces all of the 2D elements with AI upscaled renders, an effect that can be jaw-dropping at times. The package only works on Dolphin Emulator, and you're going to need a GameCube ISO of Resident Evil 3, which I'm sure none of you would ever download without owning the actual disc. But if you've ever played with the console emulator, don't worry, you're not going to need to track down a bunch of different plugins and mess with a whole lot of settings. On the Seamless HD Project website, they have a download that's going to include everything you'll need. And listen, I know some of you aren't going to want to emulate. You want to see this game running on actual hardware, but I'd recommend just dipping your toes in the pool a little bit. Not only are the new pre-rendered backgrounds a thing of beauty, but these absolute lads gave the same upscaling treatment to the Cube's 30 frame per second cutscenes. Now, it's worth mentioning these files can't be ripped from the disc, messed with, and then reinserted, so you're going to have to download an FMV pack from their site, but trust me, it is well worth it. These bad boys look amazing here, and while they do have a very contrasty look to them, it's still a sight to behold. Plus, the way they're feeding it to your GPU is really interesting. Apparently, they're slapping an AI upscaled texture on top of each frame produced by the original disc, a process that's pretty damn inefficient but really cool. On top of this, there's none of the texture warping that can be seen in all the other high-res options in this video, which leads to a much more visually pleasing experience. Now, when I said they replaced all of the 2D elements, I did mean all of them. To keep with the high-resolution look of the rest of the package, the old pixelated text had to go, and I honestly thought I would hate this replacement font a lot more than I actually do. It fits really well here, and while I do still prefer the original, this is not a bad look at all. Of course, AI upscaling can only do so much, so do expect to see elements in the background that look a little odd, and I do think that there were some 2D sprites that could have been left alone, like this image of Jill in the intro, or the sprites in the inventory. But overall, this is one incredibly cool way to play a quick game of RE3. Every time I play through one of these seamless HD mods, I always end up stopping in my tracks just to admire how amazing it is seeing all these pre-rendered backgrounds looking exactly how they did in my nostalgia-ridden memories from the late 90s. Trust me when I say you guys who are even the slightest bit familiar with how this game normally looks will have your minds blown by this mod. If you have a computer capable of playing GameCube games, you need the Seamless HD project. Period. Alright, so we've covered every conceivable way you could play Resident Evil 3. Now we have to move on to which version is most worth your time, and man is that a hard question to answer. As far as console ports go, I think the Gamecube gets my vote, which feels very odd for me since the Dreamcast release used to be my go-to. But after playing it for this video, I am more than willing to admit I have a new favorite. Of course, it's totally possible you guys may not have all of the equipment needed to get this version looking its best, but if that is the case, rest assured, there are no bad ports on console. So I guess just pick whichever one works best for you and your setup and you're gonna get a great result. As far as the rest of the options go, I really want to recommend the Japanese Sourcenext version for first-timers since it would combine the incredible FMV cutscenes and the higher resolutions possible on PC, but I don't think that would work out too well. First off, I think the Japanese text will definitely get in the way with puzzle solving if you're not already really familiar with the base game. And second, it can be a little hard to get your hands on. And with that in mind, I have to go with the Seamless HD project as my recommendation. It really is massively impressive, and I think the higher res look will help ease in players who might not appreciate retro video game graphics like some of us do. Of course, on the bad side, they will definitely find themselves spoiled by such amazing 2D backgrounds, but I figure this could be like a gateway drug. What I'm trying to say is, I want you guys to form a dangerous addiction here. And I think that's about everything that could possibly be said about RE3, that is, until I get my hands on the remake. So until then, I hope to see all of you again, right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective.
It is almost time, you genetically inferior siblings.
Resident Evil Code Veronica is a bit of a black sheep in the classic survival horror entries of the series, but at least a portion of the audience fell in love with Claire Redfield's return to the series. It should probably go without saying, but I've already covered this title pretty extensively in a past video in my Resident Evil retrospective, but just to catch some of the newbies up, Code Veronica sees Claire from RE2 setting out to find her brother. After being a particularly annoying thorn in Umbrella's side, she is eventually captured and taken to an island training facility that I guess they were also using as a holding cell for people that needed to be gotten rid of. During her stay, there was some kind of an attack on the island, and the T-virus seems to have been purposefully spread, causing even further chaos. After realizing the place was doomed, one of her jailers let Claire out of her cell, and the first leg of the game is spent attempting to escape this hellhole with a friend she met along the way, Steve. A person who's so Canadian, and this is true, the whole of Canada agrees he's taking it a bit too far.
Sorry about that little misunderstanding, but I thought you were another one of those monsters.
Shut up!
The two eventually unravel the history of Umbrella's creation and the family behind it. Sitting at the head of that family is a guy who, in the absence of his twin sister, sort of lost his mind and has been essentially cosplaying her until he can see her again. The rest of the game turns in a few unexpected directions, including the reveal that Chris is no longer missing and is actively retracing Claire's steps, culminating in what I would call a pretty damn enjoyable time. But sadly, there's a lot of you watching right now who wouldn't agree. For some reason, this game catches a lot of hell, which was a huge revelation for me to find out. When I released my video on this during the heyday of the Resident Evil retrospective, I was shocked to see so many people in the comments having such negative things to say about it. To be totally honest, I had always just figured everyone loved the game the same way I did. Now, it seems like there are a few complaints that crop up when this title is discussed, but the most odd was a common theme of the game being too difficult. Something that seems strange to me because CV has never really given me too many issues at all. In a typical playthrough, I'm able to keep my handgun ammo above 150 at all times, and here's the amount of green herbs I collected just before the first tyrant fight. And it's not like I'm some kind of expert at dodging zombies. I put down easily 85 to 90% of the zombies I come across, and as far as herbs go, I've actually made it a personal rule that first aid sprays are never to be used during any RE playthrough. By the way, don't ask me why, because I have literally no idea. For Christ's sakes, I still save like a crazy person, so it's not like I'm going for that coveted S rank on completion. Apparently, I'm just a little unhinged. And by the way, by no means is this me trying to brag to you guys, because I'm not even that good at the game compared to most people who play it. My point is, I just don't know where all these comments about the game's difficulty are coming from. On that note though, if I did have a list of advice to those of you that have stayed away, I'd say numbers 1 through 10 would be use the knife more. In this game, a downward strike can hit multiple times, and once you're good with judging the right distance, you can clear most rooms without ever firing a single bullet. Yes, you are probably going to take a little bit of damage during that process, but I find this game to be pretty forgiving as far as zombie grabs go. On top of that, make sure to start unloading your grenade launcher from the starting position with BOW rounds during the tyrant fight, and you'll never even have to see him on screen before you kill him. No joke, I've been doing this so long I've got it memorized. 3 BOW rounds, 2 acid rounds, hit the button, boom, Bob's your uncle. And for the last 2, save often, and if you come across what seems to be the end of a section, make sure to put all of your hard-hitting weapons in the item box so Chris has access to them and vice versa. If you get those tips down, I think you'll find a much easier experience here, but we're not exactly running a tips and tricks channel, so why not jump into the stuff you all came here to see in the first place?
I've got you now.
As some of you may have noticed, we started with the original Dreamcast release of Code Veronica, and as all of you may have noticed, it looks absolutely amazing. There's no doubt the Dreamcast was a pretty impressive little piece of hardware, but if you ask me, this was the best looking game in its library, at least as far as convincingly realistic graphics go. As is common knowledge at this point, before this release, Resident Evil was well known for its pre-rendered backgrounds and static camera angles. But Code Veronica introduced a slight evolution to those approaches with fully rendered 3D environments, which in turn allowed for a camera that was still static in placement, but could track Claire in certain areas. These two elements put together, at the time, always struck me as the natural direction the series would grow in as it kept getting bigger, and yes, I'm still a little pissed off that didn't come true. With 3D environments comes lighting that can be both cast on your character and the background, and this stuff really blew me away at the time. Of course, looking at Claire holding a lighter and seeing it not only light her realistically, but the room around her isn't going to impress anyone today, but we hadn't seen anything even nearing this in the series up to this point. Next up on my long list of stuff I love about this game's presentation is the incredibly detailed zombie models. Not only are all the gory little details I want on full display here, but there's also a huge variety of individual zombies to boot. Sadly, a headshot from a shotgun no longer decapitates them, and to be honest, I've always wondered if this was a move meant to save on processing power, or a lazy way to make sure they didn't need to make any changes in the game in order to fit a decent Sero rating in Japan. Character models and cutscenes are an absolute treat, with lots of details being present and some very impressive facial animations for the time. Now sure, it's not the best I've seen, but it's most definitely the best I've seen on the Dreamcast. The inventory still uses 2D sprites for its icons, and I still absolutely love that. You also get to see a nice variety of locations, with each one containing a lot of environmental details and a very lived-in kind of feel. All around, this is just an incredible looking game, but more than that, it truly feels like the RE series really jumping into the next generation of gaming hardware, which was certainly a treat at the time, but is even more impressive looking back retroactively today. Seeing as the next time we would see a generational jump like this in the main series, it would be for a game that plays like RE about as much as a session of Bubble Bobble does. What you're looking at right now is being provided by a relatively cheap Retrobit VGA cable, which is outputting a surprisingly clean 480p image to my OSSC that simply line doubles that to an integer scale of 960p. For the longest time, I've been using a JP21 cable for my Dreamcast because I thought I needed to spend an arm and a leg to get a clean signal out of the console, but it is clear I was dead wrong. If you look at them side by side, the difference between the JP21 cable's 480i and the VGA cable's 480p is about as clear can possibly get. Sadly, all of that amazing quality does come with a downside though. At this point in console hardware, dithering was just a fact of life, and almost every major console used this little trick to save on performance at least some of the time. And if you have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about, dithering is this checkerboard type pattern you can see in the background here. This was essentially a workaround that allowed a console to have a lot of colors on screen without having to render a smooth gradient between each shade. And you know it worked really well if this is the first time you're seeing it. Typically, the combination of a CRT display and a composite video connection blurred the image enough to mask a lot of dithering on most consoles, so I apologize if I just lifted the veil for you. Personally, I love the way a dithered picture looks on an old console, but I know that's not a universal opinion, so keep that in mind if you're looking to play Code Veronica at higher resolutions on real Dreamcast hardware. Other than that, though, I really can't see any problems with this game graphically speaking. Not only does it look incredible to my eye, but it also looks better than just about anything the Dreamcast had to offer at the time. It took the bright, popping colors the console was known for and combined them into a Resident Evil game, which should be a combination that spells disaster. But somehow, it worked out just perfectly. If you ask me, the console this game was made for is a huge contributing factor to its unique look, and even as the series would continue on bigger and better hardware, I'd say Code Veronica is one of the most visually unique entries in the franchise. So I guess the only question left is what happens when you take that unique display and try to cram it into a Sony console.
Wait a second. What just happened?
I despise Chris.
What are you gonna do to him?
With the re-release of Code Veronica on different platforms, Capcom elected to do something you really don't see too much anymore. They added some stuff. The games released with the Code Veronica X title have had additions that alter the gameplay to a degree that, honestly, it's sort of hard to argue whether or not they're improvements. First off, the short title screen intro has been altered so that Wesker's reveal doesn't get ruined, which I guess is okay. I mean, the fact that old Blondie was in the game was plastered all over game magazines of the day, so I'm not too sure who they're trying to protect from spoilers here. In addition, there have been extra Wesker scenes added to the game, which sort of undoes the point of messing with the original intro in my opinion. In the new scene just before Alfred starts the island self-destruct sequence, Wesker shows up, and my only real issue with that is the original scene where he first shows up in the original release of the game did a good job of obscuring his face and sort of keeping you guessing, where in CVX he just sort of shows up to accomplish nothing much at all, and the best part is that original scene with his face obscured is still in the game during Chris's campaign. So now you'll meet Wesker and then an hour later watch a cutscene that tries its hardest to make sure you don't know Wesker's in the game. Which is, I don't know, kind of funny, really, when you think about it. Getting into the comparisons, I would say the PS2 has a pretty bad showing, actually. Man, what is it with Capcom and screwing up PS2 ports? So starting out, I was immediately hit with this very nasty ghosting when the game is in motion. Here, let me slow things down so YouTube's compression can't mess it up. Hopefully you can see the issue I'm talking about here. It's that shadow of Claire that's visible in every other frame. It looks to me like interpolation, something that shouldn't be necessary. I mean, I've got to assume the PS2 is powerful enough to run this game at full speed, so why would they implement something like this? I can't really imagine someone would think this was a good stylistic choice, so I tried looking it up on Google, but it seems like no one's noticed this, except for this guy here, but after reading his thread, most people seem to be blaming his TV. Now I know what some of you may be thinking, and no, this was not caused by my scaler. Both the FrameMeister and OSSC display the same issue, and I can confirm it does still exist at native 480i over component. Honestly, I would have loved to have solved this mystery, but I think it's going to have to stay just that for now. In the meantime, let's all collectively try and figure out why some text has artifacts at the edges of its boundaries. If I had to take a shot in the dark, I might guess that this has something to do with the fact that the Dreamcast outputs a sort of non-standard width for its video output, and maybe taking sprite sheets from one console to another ended up doing this somehow. In the Dreamcast original, I noticed that getting the perfect downward knife angle was sort of hard since the D-pad on the old DC controller could be so loose that it would register diagonals. And here on the PS2 I did not have that issue. So there is one win under its belt, but immediately negating this is the drastically darker picture. I mean, we're talking pretty damn dark, and adjusting brightness both in-game and on my FrameMeister yields even worse results, with the whole picture going gray. That shows me that it's probably something inherent to this specific version of the game and not settings on my end in any way. Continuing with those problems, the CG cutscenes on the PS2 are very dirty looking. There might be a chance that the dithering on the Dreamcast helped smooth over some of the compression artifacts, but I can say without a doubt that the DC original takes the win as far as CGs go. Now this next little tidbit used to bother the hell out of me back in the day. In these CVX ports, Capcom decided to give Steve a solid amount of emo bangs, and when I first played this version of the game, I just couldn't understand why they'd do that. In my own personal opinion, he looked much better with the hard Leon Kennedy style side part, but what would drive a development team to waste man hours on something like this? Well, while browsing some random forum years and years ago, I stumbled across this idea that they were worried the actor Leonardo DiCaprio would sue them for taking his likeness, and it seems like a majority of the internet agrees on this one. That being said, I really can't see why Capcom would have thought that. I mean, he isn't exactly the spitting image of Leo, and I think his annoying Canadian mannerisms probably make him at least legally different from the actor. Now, this being a PS2 release, Code Veronica X is locked to 480i video output, or at least it used to be, more on that in a sec. As you may or may not know, interlaced video can be a pain in the ass to work with on digital displays, so instead of relying on the OSSC's shaky Bob deinterlacing method, I went with a FrameMeister to get this footage, because adaptive deinterlacing just looks so much better to me in motion. Of course, one of the downsides with going this route is you'll probably notice combing artifacts in the footage at random spots where the scaler couldn't keep up with the fast movements in the game, which are these horizontal lines breaking up the image on stuff moving on screen. Adding on to that, a static interlaced image can look very sharp with a FrameMeister, but once it starts moving around, you'll notice it blurs a little bit. And the other downside being, the FrameMeister can introduce a lot of visual noise on certain colors and patterns. Sadly, most of those colors being on the darker end of the spectrum, and this being a very dark game. So if you're going to play CVX on PS2 and you're debating on how to do it, I wouldn't go with the FrameMeister as a first choice. That is, unless you're dumb enough to run a YouTube channel with the goal of comparing ports, and you don't want this bouncy jumbled mess that Bob deinterlacing can cause. Now, I know I just painted a pretty poor picture of this port, and to be honest, it scored really low on my side of things, but keep in mind these kind of issues can be very prevalent to my eye, but if the comments section has taught me anything, it's that most people don't even see this stuff. If you're planning on playing this on a CRT, you likely aren't going to have a clear enough picture for most of these flaws to even present themselves in the first place, but there is something you can do to really improve your visual experience with this version of the game. A while back, you guys may remember me covering a utility called GSM, which was a piece of homebrew that runs on PS2s using custom firmware and can force progressive scan video output. Back when I covered it, GSM was a little hit or miss. Depending on the game, you could get really good looking results or this nasty mess of alias stair-stepping. Well, it seems like that may not be the case anymore, and a massive thanks to El Mariachi for cluing me in on this. The newish 1.0 release of OpenPS2 Loader has a version with GSM baked in, and it works amazingly from what I can tell. I tried somewhere near 18 or 19 different titles, and only one of them seemed to result in absolute garbage on screen, so we could definitely call that a win. Selecting the HD TV 60 option from the insane list of image modes has the PS2 either performing the deinterlacing internally or some kind of other magic is going on, because the result is a great looking progressive scan image. The difference may be a little hard to notice on the surface, but the resulting image is much cleaner and far nicer to look at in motion. With the game outputting clean 480p just like the good Lord intended, we could switch over to the OSSC and further clean things up. You guys genuinely have no idea how hard I struggled with the idea of recording all of my footage in forced 480p, but luckily my Patreon supporters talked some sense into me. And I think they were right. The goal here is typically to give you guys an idea of how each of these ports look natively so you can decide which one takes home a W in your eyes, but I'm not so dedicated to that idea that I won't throw up a quick comparison for the hell of it. As you can see, sharpness doesn't seem to be noticeably improved from one to the other, but the small details in the face are much cleaner and blend more naturally. Plus, there's the bonus of not having the image blur a bit when it's in motion thanks to external deinterlacing. So if you ask me, this is a clear win in 480p's favor. Now, this may not be the most accessible solution in the world, but if you have a free McBoot memory card laying around and a spare USB drive, get your hands on GSM and experience the game the way the developers likely would have wanted you to. And I think this is as good a time as any to switch over to our next contestant.
Steve, watch out!
Do not worry, brother. I will handle them both myself. Who is there?
The Gamecube has quickly started creeping up on my list of favorite consoles lately, mostly due to a combination of the GCHD Mark II and a nice little utility called Swiss that lets me force 480p in games that don't support it natively. But once again, we're going to err on the side of authenticity and use the default and only video mode Code Veronica X shipped with. The first bit of good news is the ugly frame interpolated ghosting isn't present here, which leads to a much smoother looking image in motion. The dark picture on the PS2 was a real issue for me, and while the GameCube version isn't a massive improvement, you can now see small details through the darkness, so I'll go ahead and chalk that one up as a win. That being said, there is a massively noticeable difference in sharpness between the PS2's 480i and the GameCube's 480i. At first I had to go back and recapture my comparisons thinking I had the sharpness cranked on the FrameMeister for the PS2 playthrough, but nope, there's just a massive divide between the two. Whether because of this little quirk or in spite of it, I'm happy to report that the CG cutscenes look much better on the Cube, with those ugly compression artifacts getting smoothed over for this release. And other than that, I really didn't notice much that would set this release apart from the PS2 version, at least as far as native video output goes. Just like the PS2, the GameCube has its own way of forcing progressive scan. Using the homebrew software called Swiss and some kind of SD card launcher, you can force 480p on GameCube games that never supported it in the past, and once again, I really couldn't tell you if this is forcing the GameCube to actually double the lines of resolution, or if it's just deinterlacing it internally. But holy hell, the difference is so noticeable. With the PS2, you sort of had to look close to really see the benefits of 480i versus 480p, but on the GameCube it is night and day, not only in sharpness but also in sheer clarity. This game becomes so much more satisfying to look at in progressive scan, and if at all possible, I'd fully recommend you go this route for your next playthrough. Since we switched to 480p, we're now line doubling with the OSSC, which means a much cleaner picture with less video noise. And call me a traitor, but I'm starting to use the Meister less and less since I got my hands on an OSSC. And yes, I did say that quietly so that it didn't hear me. I will say one thing though, the GameCube without a doubt has the most comfortable default button mapping of all of the versions. The original DC release has the menu on the B button, which just feels wrong to me, and the PS2 port has me reaching all the way to the start button anytime I want to use an herb. On the GameCube's controller, the inventory is mapped to Y, which is about as close to the action and cancel buttons as you can get, which leads to a much more satisfying press during gameplay. Sadly, that is not the whole story though. The other half of the controller kind of negates this little gain. And I think little is definitely the word to emphasize here. With every release of CV so far, the D-pad has been the go-to, but as some of you may know, Nintendo saw fit to make their D-pad on the GameCube just a little smaller than the smallest conceivable thing on Earth. So you're either left with that or the analog stick, and sure, the analog stick on a GameCube controller can be great for a lot of scenarios, but tank controls most certainly is not one of them. So I switched back and forth. I'd use the D-pad for situations where I had to do some quick and accurate zombie dodging, and switch to the analog stick when my thumb started to cramp up from the D-pad. Moving from the Dreamcast to the PS2 saw the game fitting on a single DVD instead of 2 GD-ROMs on the DC, but the GameCube's adorable little mini DVDs need to be split up again. Now that's not exactly an issue or anything, it's just something I thought was worth mentioning. If you absolutely have to make a decision between the GameCube and PS2 releases, well, let's just say I don't envy you. These two ports of the game seem to cancel each other out with their unique flaws and interesting upsides. If it weren't for the D-pad and analog situation, I would say the Cube offers the best controller layout, and if the PS2 didn't have such a smeary, blurry ghosting issue, I'd say it clearly takes the win as far as stock video output is concerned. To be totally honest, between the 3 available versions of the game, I'm gonna have to go with... I bet you thought I was gonna end it there, didn't you? Listen, you guys don't come here for half-assed port comparisons. The patented Avalanche Reviews method is to dig deeper than anyone wants and give you guys information you most certainly will never use. And in that vein, did you know there's a PS4 release of Code Veronica X?
My apologies, but I cannot let you escape now.
You see? This thing is a lot more reliable than any person.
To be totally honest, I had all but forgot about this PSN release until it came time to work on this video, which is a real shame because I'd say this could be a top performer on this list. Emphasis on the could be. It seems pretty clear to me that they used the PS2 port as a base for this upconversion because we're seeing the same odd artifacts and certain sprites again, which really does bother me. I mean, was there really nothing that could be done about this? Capcom did go in and replace some text like in the save screen, so why not replace the stuff that was messed up in the first place? But getting back on track, this version of Code Veronica does look stunning to my eye, and it really should. These PS2 era games always look amazing when upscaled for HD releases because they have just enough on-screen polygons to ensure more can be added while still maintaining the integrity of the original picture, whereas something like a PS1 game might require approximation and a whole lot of other work. Since we're working with a pure digital video output method this time around, there's absolutely no noise in the image, which can be jarring for someone like myself who mostly works with analog video being upscaled after the fact, but all of that should be obvious and expected for a PS4 release. What really surprised me though are the improvements they made over the original PS2 release during this process. First off, the brightness and gamma have been nearly perfected this time around. For those of you with short-term memory issues, the PS2 version of Code Veronica had me squinting into the foggy black of what should be a clearly visible background a lot of the time. But here on the PS4, I'd say things look perfect to my eye. Of course, some of the more foggy areas present in the Dreamcast original will still be represented here, but unlike on the PS2, we can actually see through it now, which is pretty nice. The very odd issue with ghosting that I noticed before is still present in this release, but it's to a much lesser degree. At first I thought it had been totally fixed, but you'll still notice it in certain conditions. And while I would definitely love to complain about that, it is nice that they showed at least some effort to fix it. Of course, I would have preferred seeing it gone completely, but when the on-screen picture looks this good, a very small problem like that can be a little easier to forgive. On that same note, it seems like the CG cutscenes have been noticeably cleaned up. They do appear pixelated to an expectable degree, but with a lot less of the noise and color banding that showed up in the original PS2 version. In my opinion, this is the preferred plan of attack for upscales like this, as adding a bunch of filters to a CG cutscene to make it look quote-unquote HD can sometimes make it look worse and subtracts from the original sharpness of the picture. But I think we can save a lot of time here by just describing Code Veronica X on the PS4 as a very visually clean package. Not only do we no longer have to worry about the PS2's famously noisy video output, but on top of that, improvements have been made to make sure the original look of the game meshes well with the cleaner nature of HD video. The only real massive downside I can list here is the fact that the picture is being stretched to such a noticeable degree, and I'm not really sure why that's happening because they're still using a non-widescreen picture. Now, to be totally honest, I doubt 99.9% of people would notice this unless they have an eye for these things or recently played the original, but it seems like such a dumb issue to have in such a simple up conversion. I guess it could be worse though. For example, this could be the PAL region release, which only supports 50Hz. Honestly, why do you guys in Europe take this from Sony? 50Hz in the modern era is tantamount to a crime against humanity in my opinion. If I were to give this release a grade, I'd say it's a pretty middle-of-the-road HD up conversion, adding literally nothing of note other than rock-solid improvements to video output and fixing 3 issues that were present in the source material. But as a port of the original, I'd say it's probably the one to reach for if you're looking to play Code Veronica nowadays. But some of you may have noticed I made sure to make the distinction of this being a port, because while they did certainly improve a few aspects, this is most certainly just a re-release of the PS2 original being internally upscaled by the PS4. So I guess the real question is, where does a guy go when he's looking to play CV but with a brand new coat of HD paint applied to the experience?
Here, let me help you with that.
Thanks, but I can take care of myself.
The Resident Evil Code Veronica HD Remaster can be a very, very annoying game to look up since across the PS2, 3, and 4, each of these releases are simply called Code Veronica X. It seems like fans have taken to adding an HD at the end of the PS3 remaster when talking about it online, but when searching the PlayStation Network, it can be hard to know which one is the HD remaster and which one is the regular old normal upscale, unless you go in already knowing the answer to that question. It really wouldn't have taken any effort at all for Capcom to have gotten together and decided on a naming scheme that would clear this up, but oh well. Before we talk about the game itself though, we should probably discuss why this counts as an HD remaster and why the PS4 re-release doesn't, despite the fact that both technically run at an HD resolution. Code Veronica X on the PS4, while running at a much more HD resolution than the PS3 version and sort of being remastered in a few ways, isn't an HD remaster because a majority of the game is made up of the original assets, just upscaled internally. While on the other hand, Code Veronica HD on the PS3 has had a lot of work done to replace some of those original assets with ones that have been externally upscaled or even totally new ones. And to be honest, it could have been so much better. This one's going to be a roller coaster of ups and downs, so get ready. First up, thanks to the 3D nature of CV's environments, it was relatively easy for them to give us a 16:9 widescreen aspect ratio this time around, which is actually cool as hell to see. Every screen of the game houses just a little more detail on each side that can be really fun to look at, kinda like you're seeing it from a whole new angle. Also, all over the place you'll see fonts replaced with newer, more HD looking stuff, and normally I'd rather look at the original 2D text upscaled, but this doesn't look bad at all to my eye.
Because a lot of the 2D art has been smoothed over instead of having a more alias look, the new text kind of blends in and doesn't stand out as much as it can in other similar HD remasters. I was actually really stoked to see the pre-rendered cutscenes have been cleaned up considerably since they were awful to look at in the PS2 release, but for some reason I can't really place, there's intermittent frame drops during these scenes. Sometimes they can be hard to spot, and sometimes they're blatant as hell. For example, watch this scene from the Dreamcast original.
KD 4496, welcome to your new home.
And now the same scene from the PS3 remaster.
WKD 4496, welcome to your new home.
I genuinely can't figure out why this is taking place. I mean, it would be one thing if they messed up changing the frame rate or something, but the cutscenes here play out at the same number of frames per second they always have. And keeping up with the trend of showing an improvement followed by how that improvement was messed up in the process, the game's original dynamic light sources seem to have been replaced with some more modern, impressive looking stuff, giving us much more realistic shadow casting. These new light sources often come with varying levels of bloom, and I guess that's okay if you get into that kind of stuff. I do like the addition of new, more flashy light sources, I just don't think the bloom effect was totally necessary. That being said, some of the areas aren't as bright with the new light sources, which can leave certain screens much darker than before and sometimes way too dark. It seems like whoever did this remaster didn't think aliasing should exist in HD games, so they applied a smoothing filter over the entire screen, which does get rid of some of the jaggies, but also lessens the overall sharpness of the picture. I swear to God, while playing this game, I had to fight the urge to rub my eyes as if my vision was getting blurred and not the screen that was in front of me. On the purely negative side of things, in the spirit of giving it a fake HDR sort of look, CV on the PS3 has its contrast knob cranked to 11, and as a result it can be very harsh or garish to look at. If I'm being honest, there are some areas where this effect can actually add to the scene, but mostly I found the game too dark to call this a win overall. And since game devs of the era seem to have been under the impression that looking at their games with clean, unaltered visuals was some kind of sin, we see the early 2000s worst trend rear its ugly little head here: bad screen-obscuring static filters. Because if there's one thing that isn't ironic as all hell, it's upgrading from analog video to digital and then adding a bunch of visual noise that makes it look like analog video anyways. Well done, guys. To be honest though, this filter might not have been such an issue for me if it didn't pair terribly with the new high contrast look the game has. Now, not only is the picture soft to an annoying degree, but it's also covered by a static effect that is most predominant in high contrast shades, meaning most of the game. Honestly, I'm sort of struggling with this one. The widescreen picture and cleaned up CG cutscenes have me really wanting to recommend this release of the game, but there are way too many flaws that give me the suspicion the person in charge of this remaster just didn't know a lot about the pleasing relationship between colors and brightness values. This was definitely an older release, but even back then I don't think people equated HD visuals to a more staticky screen with a darker picture, which really does suck because there are situations where this game can look pretty okay. I always enjoy a proper widescreen conversion of a 4x3 game from my past, and while this was definitely the best handled aspect of this release, almost every other visual feature of the game seems to faceplant immediately out the door.
For the pride of the Ashford family, I will kill you!
So I guess now is the time to make a decision. Which version of Code Veronica is the one to reach for in the modern era? And that is a very, very hard question to answer. Each release has something I like in it, and each one also shows off the quirks of its respective console's video output, which I always enjoy looking at. But if you force me to decide, I would have to go with the Dreamcast original. For some reason, to me, Code Veronica has always felt like a real product of the console it was developed for, and finally getting to see the game run at a crystal clear, beautiful 480p really made an impression on me. The game's lighting and shadow effects just look like they're at home on the original console it was released for, and if you have a DC VGA cable and either a TV that accepts that connection or a scaler like the OSSC, I would say that is without a doubt the way to go. Sure, you are going to miss out on the changes made in the Code Veronica X releases, but I don't feel like 2 extra scenes with Wesker in them are worth much at all in the grand scheme of things. Jesus, I am not looking forward to the comments I'm going to get asking me why I hate Wesker so much. Just to be clear, I don't. I just choose good visuals over that stuff. The only caveat I would give is the Dreamcast's heavy use of dithering, which despite being a look I've always enjoyed, some people may find it hard to deal with. If that is indeed the case for you and you absolutely have to grab a version of CVX, I would say go with the one that fits your means and equipment. In my opinion, the PS2 version is the way to go if you lack the ability to force progressive scan, as the PS2 has the sharpest 480i output, but if you can run homebrew on either console, the Gamecube is the clear winner in terms of 480p. But do keep in mind you're going to need something like original Nintendo component cables, the Carby, or GCHD to get that kind of video out of the console. As far as the more modern ports go, I would go for the PS4 digital release over the PS3 remaster if I were you. While that PS4 version does still contain a lot of the flaws found in the PS2 release, most of them have been mitigated to a degree that it shouldn't cause huge issues for anyone beyond the ultra picky, like myself. The widescreen picture and improvements made to the 2D assets might have made the PS3 remaster the clear winner here if it weren't covered up by a laundry list of flaws about as long as my arm. So if you are looking to enjoy Code Veronica, in my opinion, keeping it within its home console would be the best bet. You really can't beat the beautiful visuals of this game running on real Dreamcast hardware. It really is the best look the game has ever had, in my opinion, on top of the control layout making the most sense to my brain. So I guess after all the literal hours spent playing this game in every single way humanly imaginable, my opinion remains exactly as it was 4 years ago when the Resident Evil retrospective was still being released. Onwards and upwards, right? But what's more important than my subjective take on what's the best looking and playing version of the game to date is that I was able to show you guys each of them running on real hardware so you can get an idea of which one you would prefer. Which I guess is the main question here. My decision aside, which version would you guys go with? I'd be interested to hear your reasoning in the comments section. And I think that's as good a time as any to get out of here. I hope you guys have had fun revisiting what I think is an absolute hidden gem in the Resident Evil series, and I really do appreciate all of the love and positivity you always send my way. But as usual, I will see all of you again right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective.
¿Qué carajo estás haciendo aquí? ¡Lárgate, cabrón!
If we're gonna cover Resident Evil 4, it's probably a good time to address a common misconception, one that admittedly I contribute to more than my fair share. Despite me using almost every opportunity imaginable to dunk on this game and my very public criticisms of it, I genuinely enjoy the shit out of RE4. If you get the sense there's some animosity in my voice when talking about it, you're not wrong, but it's not directed towards the game itself. I mean, we were all there in the early 2000s. RE4 was a real event in gaming, a wave of hype that mostly rang true. I got my copy early from a friend who worked at GameStop and wasn't too afraid of being fired, and even though there was a rager going on at my house, thanks to a few touring bands in the area staying over, me and my wife stayed up all night locked in my room playing it. Believe me, it was awesome. Now that's not to say it's without its flaws. I honestly feel like RE4 is an incredible case study at how truly bad a game's pacing can be, along with a few other things, but that absolutely does not keep it from being fun as all hell. Hell, most of my issues don't even lie with the game itself, but more have to do with the cult of personality surrounding it. I'd wager 4 was a good majority of the modern RE fanbase's first experience with the franchise, and that's not to say that RE4 fans are a bunch of Johnny-come-latelys. It was just a right time, right place sort of scenario. In 2005, the PS2 was one of the best-selling pieces of tech in existence, getting the medium in front of more new eyes than it had ever seen, and more new players than ever were finding themselves getting wrapped up in the industry for the first time. Parents' new video game consoles were the hot new item for birthdays and Christmases again, and overall it seemed like a majority of the planet was finally catching on to what we old guys have been talking about for years. Capcom just happened to release an entry in what was a relatively niche series comparatively speaking, and the fact that it was so radically different and the absolute fortune the Big C spent on advertising meant nearly every middle schooler on Earth had its name in their mouth. This obviously led to amazing sales, which is a good thing for the industry overall, but it also meant every subsequent RE game to be released for nearly 2 decades would play exactly like 4. And if you just so happen to find yourself more interested in the older survival horror style entries in the series during this time, well, I guess you could go fuck yourself. So when I inevitably talk an entire septic tank worth of shit about this game, and trust me, I will, just keep in mind the problem isn't with 4 as a game, but with what it did to a franchise I loved up to that point. To be fair, most of you watching this video probably prefer that over-the-shoulder, more action-oriented linear style, and that's totally cool. You guys won this fight, and it's pretty clear why. Old folks like me just don't make up a majority of the market anymore, and while I wish that wasn't the case, well, it is what it is. So please allow me this one outlet to get some stuff off my chest while keeping in mind I have put easily more than 200 hours into this game. It is an absolute gem and became a damn revolution in game design trends. I respect what it is and what it did for the industry. I just don't like what it did to Resident Evil. And with that novel of a preamble out of the way, let's get into the good stuff.
I was starting to wonder when you might notice us.
And unsurprisingly, we're gonna have to start with the OG Resident Evil 4 experience to kick off this port bonanza. The only issue being, well, which OG experience are we talking? This game went through an insane number of internal revisions before actually hitting shelves, and we're not talking a few character redesigns. These were full-on brand new games with totally different stories. So I guess to put it in context, take the whole Resident Evil 1.5 debacle and multiply it by like 3. Before taking its final form, there was the Fog or Castle and Hookman or Hallucination versions of RE4. The first one I was ever aware of was the Fog build, and that's because when RE1 Remake was being developed, I used to visit Capcom's website on a daily basis just to watch a horribly compressed embedded QuickTime trailer of it. And eventually, the teaser for RE4 showed up on that same site. This being around the same time Hideki Kamiya was convinced to take his in-the-works RE project and title it Devil May Cry. The original story for RE4 in this build was actually pretty close to the source material, kind of, with Leon taking part in a Special Forces-led raid on Oswald Spencer's estate, but before they could get down to business, the team was attacked by a black fog, which turned out to be a BOW that would leave Leon alive but infected. The goal was to have players deal with a Leon who had to somehow keep himself from succumbing to the illness while getting to the bottom of the progenitor virus. So yeah, it's a little different, but all the main points are still there pretty much. Leon still makes a run on a weird remote castle, gets infected, and then finds out the origins of the T-virus, so kinda similar when you think about it. After this came the Hookman or Hallucination build, which was essentially the same game but reworked a bit. Leon still found himself infected by some virus, but this time around players would have to deal with the hallucinations Leon was afflicted with as a result of his infection. Watching the teaser and following information that was slowly leaking out, most of us got the idea that what was on display here was some form of what we could conceivably expect in a final release. But thanks to new interviews, it seems like the titular Hookman might have been more of a method for showing off graphical effects and scenarios than an actual planned antagonist. So for those of you disappointed we never got that Hookman build, keep in mind in some kind of weird alternate universe where that version of the game did release, it still wouldn't give us what we saw in the teaser. So as you can see, Capcom took their usual approach to developing this game, and that is to say an incredibly convoluted one. But you guys didn't come here to talk about what could have been, did you? Let's get down to the real star of the show. Resident Evil 4 hit US Gamecubes at the start of 2005, and there is no doubt that it shaped the course of video game history. At this point, the third-person perspective was a well-worn mechanic in popular game design, but 4 took the camera and locked it close to the character's back while angling it just a little bit above their shoulder, which led to a really cool look and maybe a claustrophobically tight FOV. And yeah, maybe that perspective is great for doing a little exploring and looking around, but in a shooting game, you definitely don't want your character taking up more than a third of the screen real estate. Which is exactly why hitting the R1 button to ready your weapon will zoom the camera in over Leon's shoulder, making sure that the only thing in sight is your enemies, your gun model, and Leon's head. And sticking on the same subject, the guys behind 4 could have certainly gone the tried and true constant on-screen reticle route here, and I doubt many of us would have complained, but instead we get this stylish as hell laser sight that allowed for the same functionality but integrated itself into the actual game world. A move that someone like me who values immersive visuals over actual functionality was ecstatic to see. In fact, it may very well have been RE4 that first showed me how a developer can take a video gamey concept like an on-screen reticle and make it blend into the world the game's trying to convince me I'm in. And I'm happy to say we are nowhere near the end of RE4's list of innovations and great design ideas. And continuing in that theme, on-screen button prompts had definitely been a thing since the earliest days of gaming, but I would argue few titles used them like this. And speaking of QTEs, I can definitely say these things effectively accomplish their goal, that of course being a rocketing heart rate in any player experiencing them. Having that prompt plastered across your screen demanding you smash your controller as fast as humanly possible, all while your on-screen avatar rushes out of the way of a gigantic Mecha Napoleon, is enough to raise even the calmest person's pulse. The only issue being that whole plastered across the screen thing. Like I mentioned before, I'd rather have an unobstructed view of the game world as it gives me a stronger sense of immersion. Basically, the fewer things on screen that reminds me I'm playing a video game, the better. Well, as you would imagine, these bright green and red buttons flashing across my screen take what can be a fairly atmospheric horror game and turns it into a casual run of Dragon's Lair, which is the absolute worst part of all this. See, I love QuickTime events. In theory. Sure, you could argue that it's a little annoying when one happens during a cutscene, as the typical move when a game starts a scene like this is to put your controller down, take a drink and relax, and having to watch the same event a few times till you get a QTE right is not my idea of a really good time.
Hasta luego.
But they do their job really well. Anytime one of these things show up, I start sweating immediately, and I almost automatically shut out anything that isn't the game in front of me. I just wish there were a way of performing the same function while still having the resulting image feel like it's a part of the game world. I would love a version of QuickTime events that didn't have big bright button prompts flashing on my screen the whole time. If we're being honest though, I doubt very much there's a way to actually get this done. But it would be nice to have some kind of theoretical perfect world where I can participate in QTEs while not sacrificing the immersive elements I find so important. Another radical change to games as a whole would be RE4's approach to difficulty scaling. See, most games have your standard easy, normal, and hard difficulties, but Mikami wanted something a little more subtly tweakable. As you play RE4, the game is constantly changing HP values, damage output, enemy AI, and even the number of on-screen foes based on how well or poorly you've been playing. So if you were having a rough time with an encounter and died a few times only to defeat them with ease on the third try, sorry to burst your bubble, but you didn't level up your reaction time quite as much as you might have thought. Now, I know that sounds like a great concept, but for me this is more of a good idea on paper than it is a functional mechanic in practice. Sure, if you're doing poorly, this can really help you see the end credits, which is always valuable in an action game. But if you find yourself doing really well at the game, you never quite get to an equilibrium where you can flex how well you've learned its little quirks. Meaning you don't get to just steamroll an encounter after spending hours and hours getting good at RE4. But the game not letting you kick its ass once you're good enough isn't the only issue. See, once the challenge increases, the chance for cheap bullshit grows exponentially. Of course, the obvious argument here would be that the game would be boring if you could just effortlessly breeze through each area, and I would definitely agree, but there's something about the way this game plays that makes the hits you take feel less like mistakes on your end, but instead the result of the limitations you're up against. Leon's on-screen movement is incredibly stiff at the best of times, and the amount of sensitivity lost while aiming your weapon is jarring. On top of this, the camera is very zoomed in on Leon's back, so peripheral view is almost non-existent. On the plus side, there is a great use of directional audio cues that'll let you know when something's behind you and getting ready to attack. But to counter that, most of the time, even when you know it's coming, quick turning, backing up, and aiming your weapon takes so much time that you're just going to have to eat the hit regardless. And as you can imagine, increasing the amount of enemies you'll encounter and making them act more intelligently leads to way more of these moments, which are not very fun in my opinion. Continuing on that same point, when I'm failing at a boss encounter and need to retry a few times, I like the feeling of overcoming that challenge as a result of learning their moves and behavior. You know, the whole Mega Man effect. Well, in RE4, after a few deaths, you'll notice the boss just goes down without much effort after you failed a few times, and that does feel a little cheap to me. Of course, that's just a generalization. Hell, I'm not even sure the dynamic difficulty even applies to boss encounters, but you get my drift. Now, I'm not trying to reopen the age-old argument of accessibility versus satisfying difficulty, but it seems to me someone who isn't very good at the game would be better suited just choosing a lower difficulty and playing the entire game that way. If you're even okay at RE4 and you want to start a new game right now, it won't be long till you're essentially playing at the hardest difficulty it can offer, and that's totally okay. I just wish it was consistently that difficult. When I can tell it's actively helping me, I feel like I'm being patronized, and when it's actively working against me, it gets so damn cheap that the experience loses a lot of the fun factor that makes the game so satisfying in the first place. Of course, this topic is going to be very subjective. Your experience may be totally different from mine, and that's fine. But as far as I'm concerned, this adaptive difficulty idea is cool, but might have needed a little more time and testing before implementation. Oh, and I'm nearly positive that someone in the comments has already used that old chestnut, well, this guy doesn't seem to be having a problem, while linking to footage of some expert RE4 speedrunner. And I guess if that's our metric for what is and is not difficult, I assume most of you would have no issues whatsoever perfectly countering every hit of Chun's super lightning legs while neutral jumping to kick to low forward, buffering Shoryu, and canceling into Shippuden Raikyaku. I mean, after all, someone on the internet did it, so... Of course, in this port comparison video, we're not exactly here to review this game from a gameplay perspective, but more than anything, I wanted to talk about the ways in which it innovated. I may personally think that a lot of the games that came out after 4 were able to better expand on and implement these concepts, but there's no doubt the video games we play today would be radically different without these first baby steps in this direction. You guys know what I'm all about, though. What I really want to get into is the absolute marvel that is Resident Evil 4's presentation.
Need a ride, handsome?
Okay.
There's no denying RE4 made Nintendo's little Gamecube work harder than it ever had before, and while there are some complaints to be found in this area, just know that a lot of the reverence I have for this game comes from what it was able to accomplish both for the hardware it first appeared on and the time it was released. This is an amazing looking game that used effects I hadn't really seen on the Gamecube before and sometimes after. For example, these half-transparencies are all over the game, and they have this amazing lifelike look to them. You'll even see this effect applied to the on-screen blood, which really leaves an impact when blood from your enemies sprays on adjacent walls. The fog used in RE4 is also really damn impressive. While it's not volumetric, it might be easy to think it is with how organically these things seem to behave. Another nice little quirk comes from the way the GameCube outputs video. Anyone who's ever seen the Cube's high-quality RGB video output on a high-resolution display will be familiar with the little vertical lines that can be found in complex colors and gradients. The only issue being, I don't exactly know why it's there. I think it may be some kind of unique approach to dithering, but there's more traditional dithering to be found elsewhere in the GameCube, so honestly, who knows? To be honest, I've never really seen this phenomena explained properly, and if you know something I don't, please feel free to educate me in the comments section. I'd love to finally understand why this shows up in some games. Since RE4 uses a lot of fog effects layered over darker environments, you're likely to see these vertical lines a lot during normal play if you're upscaling on a modern TV. And while some seem to not like the look of dithering or naturally appearing artifacts like this, I've always sort of loved them. There's just something about seeing each console's unique and novel approach to video output, and little flaws like this are almost like a piece of hardware's calling card, or more accurately, its visual fingerprint. Of course, it should go without saying this will likely be a non-issue when being viewed on the CRT displays this game was made to be played on. These low-resolution, softer TVs are going to mask a lot of this stuff behind its phosphorescent glow and scan lines, so keep that in mind when trying to figure out if you want to dive into the realm of higher quality retro video. While there are very obvious upsides to throwing a RetroTink 5X or OSSC into your setup, for better or worse, you're going to be able to see a lot more than you're used to. Staying on actual track, Resident Evil 4 is the only RE game ever released on the GameCube that allows for an officially supported progressive scan mode. That's right, no forcing 480p through software here. And while 480p is always a welcome display mode, I'm sure a lot of you by now are noticing just how aliased and pixelated this picture is on top of its aspect ratio. And the reason things look like they've been zoomed in a shit ton is because, well, they have been. RE4 was made to be viewed in a faux letterboxed mode, so if you wanted to boot up a game of RE4 right now on a real GameCube, this is what you'd be looking at. A 4:3 image with letterboxing on the top and bottom that allows it to be stretched to a 16:9 aspect ratio. Now, I've heard this was done because Mikami thought it gave the game a more cinematic look, but more realistically, I imagine this was how they were able to get the game looking so damn good. I mean, think about it. You'd be surprised how many pixels you can include in your assets when you're only using half of the console's vertical resolution. The exact number seems to vary, but based on what I've seen online, the actual rendered image on screen only takes up a measly 288 vertical lines of resolution, and that's kind of crazy to think about. I imagine this really cut down on processing overhead since the console was outputting most of the image as a black, motionless bar. And if you were one of the very few people who owned a 16:9 display at the time and were able to stretch the image close enough to touching the top and bottom of that display, it looked pretty damn cool. The only problem is, you, me, and nearly everyone else was stuck looking at half a game on their 4:3 CRTs. And keep in mind, this is not an exaggeration, editing trick, or some result of upscaling. This is the exact image you would get playing RE4 on your TV at home right now. And I'm sure there's an argument for future-proofing a game presentation-wise, but when next to no one owns the tech it would take to view a game optimally, I think making forced widescreen the only available viewing option is sort of a dick move. Okay, getting back on track, let's stretch this image back to something the human eye can actually see. Resident Evil 4 is locked to a static 30 frame per second frame rate, and I'll add it keeps that up pretty solidly. There are going to be a few dips here or there, but it's nothing that'll affect gameplay. I was only able to get noticeable slowdown in scenes with a lot of overlapping visual effects or really far draw distances, but it never seemed to get in the way, so see this as more of an interesting tidbit and not some kind of a downside. Okay, so I think we developed a little bit of a baseline so everyone knows the foundation where we're starting from. RE4, warts and all, is one damn impressive package. Not only did it revolutionize how games would orient their cameras and tune their mechanics for decades to come, but it offered an incredibly impressive, if not slightly puzzling visual presentation. It was a really good-looking game that sold really well, so it was only a matter of time before we saw it end up on some other piece of hardware. As some of you may know, around the time of RE4's release, Capcom was locked into a sort of gentleman's exclusivity agreement with Nintendo, and on top of that, Mikami himself threatened to cut off his own head if his game ever saw the inside of a PS2. And I'm not saying I'd like to see him actually follow through with that threat, but, I mean, we did get that PS2 port. Just saying. After putting in some real time with it, I would argue RE4 on the PS2 is a far better option than a lot of us give it credit for, although to be fair, that's not exactly our fault. One of my chief issues with the PS2 port back when I made my video covering RE4 for the Resident Evil retrospective was the fact that it was locked to an interlaced 480i picture. Sadly, a majority of games on the PS2 share this same fate, and if there's one constant in the world, it's that 480p will always look better than 480i. So imagine my surprise when I found out recently there's actually a way to play RE4 on the PS2 in 480p. No workarounds or homebrew software needed. Well, you might be wondering how the hell I missed that, but in my defense, Capcom went about implementing it in the dumbest way imaginable. As some of you might know, a very select amount of PS2 titles actually supported progressive scan, but instead of including it in some kind of toggle in an option menu somewhere, requires you to boot the game holding a specific button combo. The only other game I'm aware of off the top of my head with a similar approach would be Star Ocean Till the End of Time, but there are a few more. Well, either way, put RE4 in your PS2, launch the game and hold down X and triangle. Say yes to progressive scan mode and voila, a beautiful 480p image is now yours. Thanks to the addition of progressive scan, I can say that RE4 on Sony's PS2 is much better looking than I originally gave it credit for. It does seem to be lacking some of the semi-transparent fog effects from the original and possibly some diminished lighting, but those effects are still present in the game and look okay. So yes, it absolutely looks much better than I originally thought, but the GameCube original still has it beat in terms of sharpness and clarity. I'm not really sure why, but even when both are set to 480p, the PS2 port just has a much less defined, almost muddy picture. Realistically, I don't think this would be something a casual fan of the game would even really notice, but it is interesting to look at. The PS2 was technically the least powerful console of its day in terms of sheer tech specs, but some of you may already know it had very clear advantages over its competitors when it came to architecture and bandwidth. It just required a developer who excelled at the very specific methods needed to take advantage of those upsides. Sadly, ports often got a raw deal on PS2 since they were trying to implement a more standard game in development and coding terms into a console that often needed a highly unique, specialized approach. That means a lot of the PS2's strengths get thrown out the window from the word go, because porting means trying to fit an already complete game into a system that would have required the game to be designed on that platform in the first place. So yes, you will be looking at a less defined, less colorful image the whole time, but unless you're going straight from one to the other, I doubt for most it'll even register on their radars. What very well might though is the fact that there seems to be a slight blur to all on-screen motion here. Or at least there seems to be under certain circumstances. It seems like dark scenes with a lot of overlapping visual effects bring it on mostly, which is the exact scenario that caused the very small bit of slowdown I saw in the GameCube original. So for all I know, this may be some kind of dynamic thing that saves on processing power, or maybe just another result of the devs trying to find PS2 friendly approximations for GameCube specific video effects. Now, you could certainly call the softer picture and flaws like blurring reasons to rank this game below its original release, and while you wouldn't necessarily be wrong, I don't think they're deal breakers. I mean, it would be one thing if they significantly degraded the picture compared to the GameCube original, but I would say we're in the territory of acceptable loss here. What does seem to be an objective fail though is the audio. Every sound effect, voice recording, and song heard in the PS2 port is going to sound highly compressed and actually sort of muddy to anyone with discerning ears. Here, let's listen to a sample scene that'll show you what I'm talking about. Try to pay attention to the sound of the water flowing in the background and the sound effects for gunshots, reloading, and crows cawing. Now let's look at the same scene but on the PS2. It's almost crazy how much more muddled things sound here, which is very odd. I mean, the GameCube's small optical disc only allowed for about 1.5 GB of storage space, and the PS2's DVDs could store up to 4. Why would they feel the need to further compress the audio files used in this port? If anything, they should have been able to store more high-quality assets on a DVD with its expanded storage. Now, I will admit up front, I'm no genius when it comes to how files are arranged on a game disc, and maybe I'm missing something here, but there doesn't seem to be any reason for further compressing a file when transferring it to a medium with even more storage. If you know what's going on here, feel free to clue me in, because I'm genuinely stumped by this one. In that same vein, some of the cutscenes on PS2 were just pre-rendered video files instead of being real-time, and once again, I don't really get why this concession was made. On the plus side, the PS2's more blurry video output in this game, displayed on a CRT, would make some of those pre-renders look nearly real-time anyways, so I guess that's a plus. Outside of the audio and visual realms, you're able to use the D-pad in this version, which actually felt pretty good. Now, to be totally honest, I never actually tried to use the D-pad in the GameCube original, so I couldn't tell you whether or not this was a new addition, but let's be real, even if it is usable in-game, no one's ever going to take advantage of it. Moving oddly felt way better to control with the D-pad on the PS2 version, which does sort of make sense now that I think about it. After all, RE4 is basically using tank controls, but with the perspective locked to the character instead of the environment. Capcom, definitely wanting to sweeten the pot for potential buyers, decided to include an unlockable mode in this port, which will let you take control of Ada as she takes care of all of her spy stuff. To be totally honest, I never really felt like this additional content was a deal breaker myself, but I will admit Separate Ways offers a lot of cool gameplay at what feels like a hardened difficulty. Plus the story takes place at the same time right on top of Leon's, which I always thought was cool. All in, I can say this first port of Resident Evil 4 provides a pretty good value. Yes, the trained eye will definitely notice a softer, less visually appealing image than what you'll find in the original, and the sound effects are noticeably worse. At the same time though, you not only get to play the game with what I would consider to be a much better controller, but also the added bonus of Ada's Separate Ways campaign. I feel like that's reason enough to grab this port, or at least it used to be. Now that every port of this game includes this extra content, it is much less of a bargaining chip. Yes, there are definitely better options available to us now, but I feel like RE4 on the PS2 is still at least worth a consideration. Maybe I'm partial to the platform, or I just like seeing the differences that come from the PS2's video output, but either way, I'd give this port a very tentative thumbs up. It probably shouldn't be your first choice when trying to play a game of RE4 on a more retro console, but if you're in a situation where it's the only choice, you won't have to worry about experiencing something radically different from the original. Something you most certainly can't say about the next port on the list.
That's right. She's the daughter of the president. So try to behave yourself, okay?
It's pretty easy to forget that we've only recently been blessed with console to PC ports that are actually worth a damn. Sure, every once in a while you'll get some absolute trash nowadays, but for the most part, developers have locked the process down to a fairly reliable degree. In 2004, however, that was very much not the case. Resident Evil 4's first crack at the PC Master Race was an unmitigated disaster to the point where you could likely count more issues than actual gameplay features. I'm not really sure if it's the porting process that has become easier over time, or if it's console hardware slowly turning away from PowerPC architecture and becoming home computers in horrible-looking cases, but either way, I can assure you this process had not been figured out when this puppy dropped. Booting up RE4 on the PC back in the early 2000s could be deceptively impressive though. Compared to the only two versions available at the time, this was one hell of a sharp, clear picture. Of course, there were a near infinite amount of issues that came with that clarity, but if you haven't played RE4 in a while, and maybe were legally blind, I think it would have been easy to assume this was an upgrade. If you had played it recently though, you might have noticed that there are next to no shadows, barely any fog, or really any shading at all, and trust me when I say RE4 is a game that needs shadows to look good. Oddly enough, this final build of the PC port looks like one of those in-progress videos developers put out when a game isn't finished and some assets haven't been implemented yet. Some scenes are absolutely ruined by this lack of contrast, like the first time you step into the graveyard in front of the church. Speaking of that graveyard, you'll probably also notice that there's almost no fog in this version of the game, and just copy and paste my previous comments here. On the plus side, this game can reach 1080p in a roundabout way. You still have to deal with the stupid letterboxing, and it's a 16:10 aspect ratio, so it's more like 1920 by 1200, but I guess higher res is higher res. Of course, all the clarity in the world doesn't mean anything if you can barely play it, and, well, I assume you know where this is going. In a truly insane twist for a PC port, mouse controls in this game weren't even included in the official release, having to be patched in with fan-made trainers. And those modern USB controllers we love so much won't work outside of those same fan-made patches. Which I guess you could forgive them for, since they are modern controllers and this is a game that was released in 2007, but what's a little less forgivable is the fact that the Xbox 360's USB pad was also not supported, which was a controller that was readily available at the time and probably one of the most popular controllers on the market. Luckily, I was able to get my hands on one of the previously mentioned fan-made patches, so I was able to play this with some sort of comfort, but that comfort came with unfamiliar button cues. Something that wouldn't be much of an issue in other games, but when you're being asked to press a very specific button in a very brief window, things get a little more complicated. And yes, you probably could get used to this and even play it like normal after a while, but you will likely be rewatching a lot of cutscenes due to failed QTEs before you get to that point. Continuing on the subject of playability, RE4 on the PC had its frame rate locked to 30 FPS. Of course, that is the same frame rate that you'll get on console, but it feels incredibly choppy and slow here on PC. That's not exactly a strike against the game, because you could probably argue for accuracy at that point, but it does feel like they could have done better. Speaking of which, while doing research, I found out that this was not only a Sourcenext product, but it was based on the PS2 version of RE4 for some unknowably dumb reason. For those of you hip to Capcom's other RE-PC ports, the name Sourcenext might conjure up images of sharp graphics and uncompressed CG cutscenes, all features you absolutely will not be finding here. In fact, since the base of this port was the PS2 version, you'll find all of the in-engine cutscenes from the original have been replaced with pre-renders from that same release. Something that looked really bad at 480p but looks way worse when you up that operating resolution. And hopefully the conclusion here won't surprise anyone. This version of RE4 is far better left forgotten, and only the most obsessive port junkies should even install it. And while maybe you could argue a few fan patches and fixes might bring it close to parity with the original, a lack of lighting and fog effects leave the picture looking incredibly plain and washed out. On top of that, once you do get your modern USB controller working, you'll need to adapt to a numeric button labeling scheme, so QTEs will be a pain for a very long time. Thankfully, you'd have to go out of your way to get your hands on this port, since it's not available on any of the bigger platforms like Steam, so I wouldn't worry about accidentally coming across it. But that being said, it is a cool look into the past and how these things used to be handled. As luck would have it though, we wouldn't have to wait too long for a proper port to new hardware, the only caveat being how you personally define the term new hardware. Hopefully that definition for you includes a slightly overclocked Gamecube CPU with just a little more video memory. With RE4 getting a whole butt ton of love on the GameCube, it only made sense to port the game to what was essentially the same exact console with an IR-based motion control gimmick, and that's exactly what they did, creating what some would call the best playing version of this game to date. Now, I've made my disdain for this era of motion controls pretty clear in the past, but for those of you just tuning in, I never enjoyed the Wii's specific brand of inaccurate IR-based motion tracking. That being said, I have to admit its inclusion here really does make playing this game much more engaging. In fact, you could probably argue it nearly breaks RE4's difficulty, not having to wait for your aiming reticle to slowly move over to a target, and being able to pull off quick shots that just aren't possible using a traditional controller. It does make this really fucking fun. Plus, they added a quick knife shortcut activated by waggling the Wiimote, and even though I can't stand waggle mechanics, this is a godsend. It auto-targets the nearest knifeable object like a box or a downed enemy, which makes the old headshot, melee hit, knife them while they're down tactic much easier to pull off. The only downsides with this port being the rare occasion where you'll hit the aim button while your controller's pointed down, which means Leon's going to be pointing his gun at the ground in front of him, and the constant presence of this gray reticle. If you thought I hated the few moments where button prompts were on screen in RE4 for QTEs, trust me when I say this is way worse. Of course, I know most people don't share my obsession with immersion, so I assume the rest of you won't mind this quite so much. If you want, though, you could choose to forego motion controls altogether and use the Wii's classic remote or hell, even a Gamecube controller for that added accuracy. And if you do go that route, the good news is, while you won't be able to make use of the motion shortcut for your knife, aiming and pulling your knife out with the controller on the Wii is noticeably faster than any other release of the game. The content not present in the original GameCube release of RE4 has been added here, so those of you super into Ada's Separate Ways campaign will be very happy. Like I said before, this campaign was never a selling point for me, but if you want that near GameCube experience but with the modern extras afforded to newer releases of the game, well, I guess it goes without saying, but this is the only place you're going to find it. However, some of you may have noticed I just said near GameCube experience, and there's a really good reason for that. It had been long rumored that the Wii had a less vibrant and more blurry component video output than the GameCube, but for a while the only people who could test this for themselves were the ones lucky enough or rich enough to get their hands on GameCube component cables. But now, thanks to products from Eon and Insurrection Industries, we can get quote-unquote cheap solutions that give us access to that coveted GC digital output. And yes, I can personally confirm that the GameCube version of RE4 is much sharper and more clear than what you'll find on the Wii. Personally, I would say the difference might be teeter-tottering on the borderline of being noticeable and not, but if you are looking for the absolute best picture with no compromises, the GameCube is still the reigning champ so far in this video. There is a little bonus included here in the Wii port though. I often forget that the Wii supports 16:9 widescreen, and yes, this version of the game does as well. Of course, they aren't drawing any extra graphics on the side of what would normally be 4:3, instead squishing the game's graphics so that they look right being stretched to widescreen. So I guess you could argue that this anamorphic approach isn't true 16:9, but it is widescreen nonetheless, and it's kinda cool to have it here. And the resulting picture is, well, it's mixed, honestly. I mean, sure, it's really nice having a full widescreen display filled with RE4, but since the RetroTink 5X only has accurate sampling for standard 480p, we're left with a generic 16:9 setting here, and the loss of sharpness and clarity is pretty noticeable. Personally, I'd suggest sticking with 4:3 for most Wii games anyways. I mean, none of these games are rendering out at an actual widescreen resolution, so you're just taking what used to be sharp pixels and distorting them once within the console itself, and then another time when your TV or scaler does the stretching. So while it is a novel addition, I'd say it's a little more fun just to experiment with and try out than it is to actually play a game that way. Other than that though, I'd say this is a pretty good choice when it comes time to play a little RE4. It may not have the graphical fidelity of the original GameCube release, but it has a bunch of additional content that may make it worth it for you weirdos that don't base all your decisions on pixel-perfect video output. Plus, even an old stuck-in-his-ways guy like myself can admit the motion aiming is actually really fun here. If we were ranking these releases, I would say this one might be close to neck and neck with the original. Personally, I would go with the GameCube version for its sharp video output, but I can certainly see why some of you might reach for that Wii mode instead.
don't you think?
And coming up next we have, well, let's be honest, it's not the release a lot of you are probably hoping to see. Listen guys, I would absolutely love to get some footage of the Zeebo version actually being played, but as I recently found out, Zeebo emulation may as well be impossible at the moment thanks to how it authenticates games against its hardware, and its iOS counterpart can only be run on old legacy builds of iOS, which complicates things immensely. Plus, I think you could make a pretty strong argument for these iterations not exactly falling under the definition of a port, since none of them use original assets from any version of RE4. New fonts, new heads-up display, altered level layouts, and redrawn 3D graphics. I feel like that's at least enough to ensure I can sleep at night labeling this video a comprehensive look at every port of RE4 without including them. And let's be honest here, they weren't going to be very impressive in the first place. So instead of focusing on what can't be obtained, let's talk about the very first HD remaster of Resident Evil 4. Wanting a little more RE content on the new HD era of consoles, Capcom dragged both RE4 and Code Veronica into the present, which is actually kind of funny. The HD remaster of Code Veronica, while looking good in some circumstances, was actually a pretty bungled affair. There was ghosting and brightness issues across the board, along with a lot of other problems I outlined in a previous video, but oddly enough, the RE4 remaster came out relatively clean. Unlike all the creative changes made in Code Veronica, RE4 retains a pretty good level of parity with its original release, meaning what we have here is basically a nicer looking version of the Gamecube original. Today we'll be looking specifically at the PS3 release since I couldn't remember my Xbox Live login, but based on my research there's no significant difference between the two platforms. So what you can expect from both is a 720p 30 frame per second experience, which actually sort of surprised me. I had become so used to future remasters' 60 FPS treatment I had just sort of assumed it was the standard and not a new addition. But in Capcom's defense, the game was originally tuned for 30 FPS, so it still plays just as well as you remember, and hell, it's not like that era was filled with AAA releases achieving a better frame rate anyways. The Japanese were lucky enough to get this remaster in a physical form bundled with Code Veronica, while the rest of the world were doomed to a digital-only release model. And one thing I want to get out of the way ASAP is that this game actually looks a little better than what I'm able to show here. Since this video is being rendered out at 1440p to account for my RetroTing 5X recordings, I'm gonna have to stretch this 720p footage to twice its vertical resolution. Meaning we're definitely losing a bit of sharpness in the process of making this video watchable, because I doubt very much anyone wants to look at this for an extended period of time. So take my word for it, this game looks much better than what you're seeing here. And continuing from that point, I was actually surprised at how good it did look for a measly 720p. Sure, it may have more to do with RE4's great art design, but these assets running in HD already look close to big budget new releases for the time. Either way though, I'd say don't count these original remasters out just because they're 2 generations behind. Sure, 60 frames per second is always going to be preferable, but playing this game designed for 30 FPS at its intended frame rate and in HD is still a great experience. Like I mentioned before, RE4 has some amazing sound design, and following logic, that same sound being pushed out as a fully digital package is a joy to listen to. From what I hear, the 360 version actually supports 5.1 surround sound, but it seems to be very poor decoding, with some sound effects hard-locked to specific speakers no matter what situation you're in. So I guess it's no real loss that we've only got stereo output here on the PS3. On a very small list of possible downsides, I will mention that I experienced some slowdown in this scene with the waterfall, but on the other side of that coin, that's less slowdown than can be found in the original. I don't know, maybe I'll let you guys decide whether or not that's a problem. In the realm of totally unprovable nonsense, it felt like it was a little harder to shoot dynamite out of the air after it had been thrown in this version of the game, but there's even odds that was just random chance. But honestly, who cares about all this trivial stuff? Because this is officially the first time anyone ever laid eyes on RE4 without a third of their screen being taken up by black bars. Yes, as crazy as it sounds, it took Capcom a good 5 releases of this game before they decided to populate the full vertical resolution of our TVs with video. Sadly, this doesn't do much to combat the claustrophobic field of view since a majority of this game's action takes place on the horizontal plane, but damn it, it's just nice seeing something at the top and bottom of my screen again. Since we're working with HD graphics now, redrawn 2D art like the HUD and fonts was gonna be a must, and while I typically prefer to see the original assets upscaled, this new stuff looks great. It does kind of clash with the less smooth looking 3D graphics around it, but I doubt there would have been very much that could have been done about that either way. Luckily, all of the in-game cutscenes are just that in this release instead of poor quality pre-renders, so that is a huge plus, and as you might expect, this remaster includes all of the extra content that used to be spread across several consoles. As far as HD remasters go, this was one hell of a great job if you ask me. In this industry, something as simple as taking a great-looking game and upscaling it can often prove to be too Herculean of a task, so it's great to see Capcom really putting their best foot forward here. With a perfect balance being struck between alterations and accuracy, not only is this great to see in general, but more precisely for the rest of the games on this list. I say that because this dinky little sub 1080p 60 digital storefront title would become the framework from which every subsequent release of RE4 would be made. So let's all thank our lucky stars it turned out as great as it did. And even though newer, more high-res and smoother playing versions of this game exist today, I'd still recommend reinstalling it on your dusty old 7th gen console. Maybe don't go out and spend a $20 on it for a first experience like I did, but there might be some value in taking a look at how well this HD remaster turned out and thinking about how badly it could have. I sort of doubt there's many who would be interested in hooking up an old PS3 or 360 to play an inferior port of a game available on nearly every console under the sun, but if you are one of those few, just know you've got a solid time ahead of you.
Hey, it's that dog.
A good 3 years after the 7th gen HD remasters of RE4, Capcom was looking to both apologize for RE4's first foray on PC and to make a little scratch off the newly invigorated PC gaming market. This Ultimate HD edition, surprisingly, actually lives up to its title. This release would continue the trend of onwards and upwards with a higher operating resolution and a jump up to 60 FPS. So like you would imagine, this leads to a much smoother experience, but it does come with one small caveat. It seems like certain gameplay elements were tied to the game's old frame rate, the most important of which being the QuickTime events. Which means in this version of the game, it's expecting double the amount of inputs for sections that want you to mash a button, and you have to be even faster with button combinations because they'll be on screen for less time than in previous releases. Now in any other situation this might count as a downside, but realistically they aren't unwinnable at 60 FPS, just a little more challenging. I think it's fair to say the original 30 frame per second versions of these things weren't exactly sitting on the elite end of human reaction time, so if anything be ready to mash a little faster and recognize button combos just a bit quicker. Oh, and I'd like to thank a few viewers who brought this up during a recent live stream because I had no idea why the QTEs were a little more challenging than I remembered until they slapped some knowledge upside my head. Okay, so frame rate aside, what else under the hood's been messed around with? Well, the game runs at a massive amount of resolutions now, but most importantly, it is no longer limited to 720p. So we're getting a much higher res, more detailed picture this time around, but that leads to a bit of an issue for some. What you're looking at here are the same exact assets present in the original Resident Evil 4, just intelligently upscaled, and as you go higher and higher in resolution, it becomes pretty clear that the old 2D textures were just too low res to make a proper jump into true HD. The original Gamecube release of RE4 famously didn't use MIP maps, so not only were textures woefully undersized for such a high operating resolution, but the seams, for lack of a better word, were always visible when textures would overlap. To combat this, the Ultimate HD version includes a toggle for what they call HD textures, but don't get too excited, this option can be a little deceiving. Capcom didn't exactly go through and redraw every low-res texture in the game, but by my estimation, the only thing they really cleaned up were the textures used for items and a few other small additions like altering the look of Leon's clothes, which by the way only works on his default costume and not the ones you can unlock by beating the game. And you'll notice I said alter, not improve, because I really can't see much of an improvement here. Sure, it's different, but I doubt very much anyone would notice if you unchecked the HD textures option mid-game while they were playing. From what I can see, they didn't even touch the environmental textures aside from upping their contrast, which in their defense does give the illusion of more defined edges, but trust me, it is just that, an illusion. For as long as this version of the game has existed, people have been complaining about its low-res textures, and I'm about to blow your minds by saying, yeah, I never really cared too much. I know, I'm the guy who's supposed to be obsessed with video stuff, but really these textures are not the experience killer people make them out to be. Rewind Mike. And sure, yes, they are noticeably low res, but the entire game has this sort of smooth look to it thanks to the upscaling, and I'd say the textures sort of add to that. Either way, they're not the most offensive graphical features I've ever seen in this kind of an HD remaster, so maybe don't let the internet tell you how bad they are. Here's a good rule of thumb to go by. If you never notice them until I mention something, congrats, they don't really matter. Although we definitely will be looking at a little fan-made fix for that issue later on.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Moving on to actual gameplay, this release of RE4 stays in line with previous ones, which means it includes all the extra content from the other ports, and unlike the original PC release, mouse and keyboard controls. And surprising no one, using a mouse can lead to much more accurate shooting, but I will say this, I typically reach for a USB controller when playing this version 9 times out of 10, which is very crazy for me since I'm never one to forgo mouse look on a third-person game. I think the issue comes not so much from the shooting, but the movement. Using a keyboard, you'll be hitting ASWD to move around, but your hand will still be on the mouse. And if you happen to move that mouse while running around, which trust me you will do, it'll just rotate the camera, which only moves your view, it doesn't change your orientation. So it's not exactly impossible to get used to, just a little annoying to deal with. On the negative side of things, it is much easier to perform QTEs when the on-screen display includes button size and color, which doesn't exactly work when nearly every key on a keyboard is basically uniform. It may be a lot easier to mash a mechanical keyboard switch than a traditional controller button, but I can instinctively and thoughtlessly reach for a button displayed on screen while I still have to think about which keyboard key the game's asking me to hit. This may not be much of an issue for some of you, but for me, playing with a mouse and keyboard required a little bit too much of a learning curve, or at least one I wasn't keen on climbing. On the plus side though, 60 FPS gameplay is awesome. The game feels expectedly snappy and responsive at a smoother frame rate, and this is one inclusion I can say is 100% an improvement. Sadly, that wasn't so much the case in the early days of its release. From what I've heard, this version had a lot of stability issues on launch and would routinely dip below 60 frames per second. And if there's one big downside with jumping the frame rate up like that, it's that you'll really be able to tell when it deviates even 3 FPS from max. On the plus side though, all of these issues have been fixed by the time I got my hands on it, so I can't really say how bad it was, but I can tell you it's good now. Nowadays, I'd say this is the go-to port if you're looking for not only a remaster, but a versatile one. Sure, 1080p is all well and good, but being able to scale up to 1440p or 4K is always going to be a little more appealing. And you know, there's also that whole 60 FPS thing. But thanks to people much smarter and more dedicated than I, you have another option when getting in a game of RE4 on PC. Like I mentioned before, people tend to get pretty upset with RE4's low-resolution textures in this port, and while I don't mind them at all myself, it looks like someone was bothered enough to finally go in and fix Capcom's work for them. The Resident Evil 4 HD project is a pretty big fan-made patch that includes much higher resolution assets than the base game. Nearly every single texture in the game has been updated to look much sharper and more defined with this mod, and if you don't immediately get how amazing that is, keep in mind for a lot of cases, these aren't exactly upscales of the original assets. A lot of these textures have been redrawn from scratch, either being hand-drawn or composites of very high-resolution pictures. In doing that work, obviously, things aren't going to look precisely like the originals, so there is an argument for accuracy to be made, but seeing the game's original textures next to the modified ones will likely get rid of any reservations you might have on that front. Sadly, the game still can't take advantage of mip maps, so you're still going to see a hard line where textures intersect, but at least those hard lines will now be on something that looks really good. Items also get to benefit from the HD treatment, and while I never really noticed how low-res they looked in the vanilla release, seeing them now really drives that point home. Applying this patch is relatively easy, something not exactly common in the world of PC game modding, so that is a plus. The only real downside being that it is a whopping 30 gig download. After the patch has been applied, the results are going to be obvious, and while it is a great improvement, I couldn't help but notice something. While I was playing with the HD texture pack, I kept noticing myself looking at the background textures while I'm playing. In vanilla RE4, I never really noticed them during gameplay, so my eye was always on the action straight ahead. While playing this modded version, I just can't keep my eyes off all the little details in the background, and I can't really tell what's at fault here. On one end, I think there's a chance these new textures are so sharp and crispy looking that they sort of naturally draw the eye towards them and away from Leon or the action. Kinda like they form a bit of a natural contrast between the high-res 2D stuff and the noticeably lower-res 3D assets. Of course, it is also totally possible that this only affects me and only exists because I know I applied the patch and am purposefully looking to see what's different. If you're familiar with game modding on PC, you'll know it's not always a 100% stable affair, and while I was able to find a glitch where the chandelier was vibrating during the cutscene introducing Salazar, I can't really be sure if this was just a random occurrence in the base game or if it was being caused by the mod itself. Either way, there's no risk in heading over to the RE4 HD Project's website and trying it out for yourself. Personally, I wouldn't call this a necessary addition for anyone playing this release, but it's awesome to look at, and it's good seeing people who aren't happy with the game going in and making the changes they would have liked to have seen in the original release. According to the website, this project hasn't been updated since about 2018, which is a real damn shame because this guy's saying he's working on remastering the pre-rendered cutscenes from Ada's Separate Ways campaign, but needs a coder to insert them into the game. So if you are somehow smart enough to code but also dumb enough to watch my videos, maybe get in contact with this guy so we can finally see this thing completed.
Over here, stranger.
Okay, so this one comes down to the wire, but RE4 on PC is probably my favorite of the ports so far. Don't get me wrong, I love the look of the original on real hardware. In fact, I probably prefer it, and the first HD remasters on PS3 and 360 were certainly impressive, but the combination of support for much higher resolutions and a doubling of the frame rate is just too good to ignore. Other ports going forward would use this as a base, which is great, but I just don't think you can do much better than this. So if you have a computer made after the year 2000, you've got no real reason not to hop on Steam and give it a whirl. It's not the last port we'll cover today, but it very well may be the best. After successfully improving on their work with the first HD remaster, Capcom decided to keep that ball rolling with ports to the PS4 and Xbox One. These would use this Ultimate HD release as a base, and that means including every feature found therein. As far as video output is concerned, we're looking at a max 1080p affair here, luckily carrying over the 60 frame per second output of the last version, and it looks and plays about like what you would expect. The game honestly looks great at 1080p, and since it doesn't go any higher than that, the issue some people have with lower res textures won't seem quite so obvious when sitting pretty far back on a couch. We're looking at the PS4 side of things here because that's the console I own, but from what I hear, the experience is just about the same, if not almost imperceptibly better on the Xbox One. Now, I would love to test that for myself, but YouTube hasn't got me to that disposable income level of wealth yet. During my time with the PS4 port, I didn't notice any frame rate dips, which is expected on such powerful hardware, but there was one black cloud hanging over the experience. The default control setup was really weird and didn't make any sense at all to me. For some reason, it has you using R2 to fire your weapon when every game so far has used the old aim with R1 and fire with the action button approach. And yes, I was able to change it to something a little more familiar, but I kind of wonder why they'd go in and make the default configuration for this port be so wildly different from the original release. I mean, you gotta figure people playing this version would be looking to play it the same way they did the original, but hell, for all I know, this might be some sort of really efficient speedrunner approved control setup. You guys tell me. And if you can't tell by me complaining about having to go into the options and change my controls, there's not much to say about this release that I haven't already said. This is just a rock-solid version of RE4 that offers all of the benefits of the Steam version, only lacking the ability to mod its textures and the option for higher resolutions. If you don't have a PC of any kind, this would definitely be your best bet. After spending a pretty good amount of time with it, I didn't find any slowdown or other porting flaws, so for those of you only looking for a console experience, this will basically be the most perfect way you can play the game. A compliment I can most definitely not give to the next port.
I'm Ingrid Hunnigan. I'll be your support on this mission.
Loud and clear. Somehow I thought you'd be a little older.
Listen, if it exists as a platform, as a general rule of thumb, Capcom will at some point try to put RE4 on it, and when the Nintendo Switch blew up like a bat out of hell, seeing this title appear in its library was inevitable. And plus, you guys know how it goes. A developer makes a game, and almost the whole of Twitter asks the cursed three-word question literally no one wants to hear: Switch port when? RE4 showed up on the platform nearly 4 years ago and uses the previous HD release as its base. It offers all of the trappings you would expect by this point, with the only deviation coming in the form of its operating resolution. When docked, the Switch can't seem to hit a full 1080p, instead opting for 900p, and when in handheld you can expect a sub 720 600p. Now, realistically, only a few of us are so hard to please that we'd mourn the loss of 180 pixels off the vertical resolution, but it's this combined with the next point that makes this port so sad. Even at its diminished resolution, RE4 on the Switch has a very hard time maintaining a full 60 frames per second. Now, don't get me wrong, if I'm looking down a large crowd of Plagas-infected villagers in a detailed backdrop, sure, I'd be fine with a little bit of slowdown. I mean, yeah, you could argue that's a little ridiculous for a modern platform running a 16-year-old game, but hey, this is the Switch we're talking about. The culmination of Nintendo's Wii-era obsession with staying a good 2 generations behind the industry. Now, like I said before, a little slowdown isn't the end of the world, but I'm dropping a significant amount of frames just running up the stairs in the first house in the game, and these are not what I would call the most detail-rich stairs in gaming. But that's kind of the odd part. When a bunch of enemies are on screen, you'd expect a similar result, but the amount of 3D models in front of you doesn't seem to affect it much. Here on this bridge, there are 3 or 4 villagers in front of me, but things stay smooth. It's only after they've despawned that I notice significant slowdown, so it's gotta be the environment that seems to be bringing this release to its knees. To be fair though, maybe I'm the type of guy who puts more of an importance on this stuff than others, but that's why I've grown so tired of the port it to the Switch meme. Even though every single port we get on the console ends up being a sub-HD, sub-30 frame per second mess, we keep asking for more as if we haven't already been burned a million times in the past. Of course, there is the portable component to consider, but personally, I'm not willing to take a hit in smooth gameplay just to allow for a little RE4 on a long car ride. If I were you and I was looking for a version of this game that's both HD and plays well, this would certainly not be my first stop, but if we are being honest, a little stutter here or there isn't the worst issue in the world. You personally may not mind it at all, and there very well may be some of you who never even noticed it in the first place. However, if we are comparing these ports and ranking them by how well they perform, the Switch version sort of ends up near the bottom of the list. Sorry, guys.
Well, I see that the president's equipped his daughter with ballistics, too.
With that, we have finally reached the end of this incredibly long list. There's no denying RE4 is one of the most ported games in existence, and to be fair, it's important enough to the industry overall to justify that title. There are 7 total viable options in front of someone looking to play Resident Evil 4 nowadays, and of them, I would say only the original PC release counts as a don't touch this port with a 10-foot pole kind of scenario. From the original Gamecube release to the most recent iteration on the Switch, I would say each one is perfectly playable in its own way. Personally, I've grown a newfound respect for the original Gamecube version of the game, and when it comes time for a new playthrough, that'll probably be the one I reach for. In the last few years, I've developed an appreciation for the Gamecube's interesting looking video output, and now when I see that vertical dithering pattern, I just can't help but love it. I used to just flat out hate the PS2 port, but after seeing it in 480p for the first time, while it is still noticeably less defined than the original, I was still relatively impressed. But if I had to choose a modern method for getting a little RE4 in, it would definitely be the current Steam port. Not only do we get the same great gameplay, but the added bonus of more customization, higher res graphics, and 60 FPS gameplay. If you don't have a PC, the PS4 and Xbox One ports will deliver roughly the same experience, and if you want to take a Leon on the go with you, minus some less than reliable performance, the Switch version isn't a bad direction either. I know that's a bit of a cop-out, but honestly, outside the original PC hack job, each version of RE4 is perfectly playable nowadays. While you can definitely find pros and cons between them, they're so minute it's almost not worth mentioning. Which means there's some good news here. If you own any game console developed just a little bit after the Y2K scare, you are in possession of a great way to play Resident Evil 4. And I think that's fitting. This was an incredibly important game, not only to the RE franchise, but to video games as a whole. And when something reaches this level of admiration, bad port jobs and low-effort HD remasters aren't too far behind. We should honestly thank our lucky stars Capcom didn't drop the ball with this one and delivered us a close to perfect experience with every release of this game. So go ahead and grab whatever copy of RE4 is closest to you or easiest to get your hands on, because you will without a doubt get a near flawless result with any of them. Well guys, I appreciate you sitting through this long as hell deep dive with me, and here's hoping this isn't the last time we talk about RE4 on this little project. But until we get our hands on a remake or the VR version, I hope to see all of you guys again right here on the Resident Evil Retrospective. By this point, I hope I've made a bit of a name for myself, but if you're watching this right now with no context, let me lay a few things out. I am a massive fanboy for the original survival horror titles in the Resident Evil series. You guys know the deal. Pre-rendered backgrounds, tank controls, limited inventories, backtracking, all the stuff you would associate with those older and, in my mind, better RE titles. Which means a lot of the newer entries in the series, while being mostly competent, well-made video games I've had hours of fun with, are, in my opinion, a little undeserving of the words Resident Evil printed on their covers. Now, I am fully willing to admit this is a personal thing, and I'm not about to make an objective argument on the matter. Well, not in this video anyways. However, the reason I'm starting with this little confession is because I kind of enjoy RE6. And there's probably a lot of reason for that. Above it having solid gameplay in my opinion, I really bought into the whole RE6 is the worst game ever hype and didn't play it for the first time until a few years ago. So there's a good chance a lot of what I'm feeling here is just surprise the damn thing didn't exit my computer, gain sentience, and try to kill me. Because if we're going off of popular opinion at the time, that was a chance I was very much taking. Now, before you start setting your keyboard on fire with angry-ass comments, trust me, I am very familiar with this game's faults, and I can assure you they annoy me just as much as they do you. The only difference is I also think there's some fun to be found in the game. So how about this? We'll quickly go over just what RE6 is and how it operates so that everyone's starting on the same level, and then after we try to build a case for it being pretty okay, we will burn it to the ground with criticism. And if you're here just to see the ports get compared and go head to head, go ahead and skip to the timestamp on screen or use the chapters to get past the boring stuff. Alright, for everybody else, let's go ahead and jump in.
What the hell? You wanna tell me what the hell just happened?
Resident Evil 6 is on one hand a continuation of RE4's drastic changes to the series formula, and on the other, about as far from them as humanly possible. Making a return, we've got the over-the-shoulder perspective, limited inventory, quick-time-laden gameplay, and heavy action focus seen in both REs 4 and 5. And similar to those titles, you can expect a pretty lengthy playtime, at least in RE terms. The core story's gonna take you a good 20 or more hours to get through, but instead of having players see that story from just one perspective, the game's broken up into 3 parts, starring 6 main protagonists, and this was one feature I actually kinda liked. All of the major campaigns have their own unique, more self-contained stories, but they also intersect with each other to form a core narrative of what's going on, and I won't go too far into that since I already covered RE6 a while back. So if you're looking for a much closer look at all the stuff I'll probably gloss over here, I'd suggest checking out the little card on screen right now or the link in the description to check that video out. But without going into a lot of detail, I think even the most hardcore RE6 detractor would agree this might be the most involved story the series has seen so far. There's a lot going on here, and the main cast of returning RE alumni are tied to several government organizations that are working towards similar goals but in different and sometimes competing ways. Like you'd expect, sometimes that puts them in opposition to each other, giving us the schoolyard matchup of the century in a Chris versus Leon fistfight, something I think all of us have wondered about at some point. We also get to see Sherry Birkin make her triumphant return to the series, which I'll admit was not a big deal for me at first, but after finishing her section of the story, I really enjoyed her character. There's also the introduction of a brand new character in the form of Jake. Although without spoiling anything, I'll just say this is a little more of a returning cameo than a full-on new addition to the cast. Trust me, you'll get it when you play it.
Wait, what?
The order you complete these campaigns in doesn't really matter, as each one mostly overlaps the others in terms of major events, but I will say finishing all 3 is a must to get the full story, and in my opinion, that's going to be a really easy ask. Depending on which scenario you go with, there's going to be a lot of returning motifs. Rogue organizations releasing deadly viruses, turning whole cities into zombies, government cover-ups, and self-sacrificing love interests. And don't you dare give me shit for that. Everybody knows, at least in RE6, Piers plays a better Ada than Ada does.
It's where you belong.
Of course, I'm not about to say this is my favorite tale ever told in a Resident Evil game before, but I think there's a lot here in terms of returning series orthodoxy and brand new additions. You'll definitely find what I would call acceptable levels of camp and flat-out dumbness.
Back for more.
which is pretty on brand for the franchise, I think we can all agree, but overall I'd say the story is one of the better and least controversial aspects on offer here. And since such a slim minority of the complaints circulating the internet are centered around this game's story, I figured we should instead jump into a semi-brief summary of how the game actually plays, followed by a well-deserved roasting. RE6 piggybacks off of the over-the-shoulder perspective and gameplay introduced in RE4 with a whole lot of tinkering going on under the hood. The first big change is the fact that, to my knowledge, this is the first numbered RE game that allows for simultaneous movement and shooting right out of the box, which expectedly feels really damn good. Of course, to make up for this newly acquired mobility, enemies now have the opportunity to get at you from more than 20 horizontal feet away, but overall I'd say combat feels really natural here. So much so that games with this original iteration of combat, like RE's 4 and 5, feel much more clunky and limiting when switching directly from 6, which is exactly what you would expect from a sequel. That being said, unlike its over-the-shoulder forefather, 6 doesn't opt into the tank control concept of up on the D-pad always being forward for your character, with left or right rotating them in that direction. Instead, it's a more traditional third-person scheme here, and I do see why they did this. They obviously needed to make room for the mobility options we'll get into later, but I feel like this is a much less precise method. Much like RE5, 6 has a real-time inventory, so you'll need to make sure you're clear of any threats before you go around trying to mix herbs, and it's worth mentioning the menu is limited in space, something we will once again talk about just a bit later. The QuickTime events that helped put RE4 on the map have made a return, but in a much more significant way this time around. Nearly every second of gameplay and cutscenes you'll come across in this game requires some form of these things to pass, and it is just about as annoying as you might think. There's a skill system that, with only a few minute exceptions, makes nearly no impact on how the game plays, but I did actually enjoy grinding missions to get EXP, so I guess take that for what it's worth. Like I mentioned earlier, RE6 has a lot of options as far as mobility is concerned, and if you ask me, this is one of its standout features, but not in the way you might be thinking. I know that sounds cryptic and stupid, so let's break it down. No matter which character you're using, you'll have access to a whole lot of stuff that makes the game really fun to play, like a lunging dodge in any direction, on top of all kinds of modifiers. For example, you could dodge roll out of the way, but instead of wasting the time it takes to get up and keep shooting, you can continue holding the aim button and your character will aim and shoot from the ground. And while that sounds really cool, you have even more options from there. For example, you could crawl forwards or backwards or roll to the left or right. It's a really cool system. And don't even get me started on how much fun it is to bust out into an action movie-like slide while you're running. It's unexpectedly deep when you get down into the weeds and start messing around with it. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that this game lives and dies on its mobility system. But the interesting part of all of this is the fact that you will not need to use any of this to beat the game. I'd estimate a casual player could see the end credits on all the campaigns just taking advantage of being able to run and walk in any direction. The more nuanced movement options really only needs to come in play if you want a more satisfying experience. When you think about it, it's a lot like a Devil May Cry game. Sure, there are all these deep options available to more advanced players, but it's not something a casual player will even need to be aware of. If you ask me, that's a pretty cool way to develop a video game. Like, here's a bunch of cool shit to do. Feel free to utilize it, but don't worry, you don't have to. In my opinion, it's fairly likely that at least some of the people not happy with their time in RE6 may have been missing out on one of the most fun aspects of its playstyle, and it's not exactly their fault. The game goes so far into the realm of not pushing these things on you that there's no tutorial teaching you how most of it works. If you aren't paying attention to the hints on the loading screens, you may have never known any of this stuff exists. Sure, it may not be a total game changer, but it could have provided that little extra bit that turned the experience around for at least some of you out there.
These assholes have anything better to do?
And since that section may have already given away the point here, I'll go ahead and come out with it. I genuinely think Resident Evil 6 is a fun video game. It provides an action-packed, ridiculously dumb experience that, while flawed in a lot of ways, manages to be really engaging and fun, at least most of the time. Now, right when I say that, your first instinct is going to be to immediately compare 6 to any other numbered Resident Evil title and use that as proof that it sucks, and there's good news there. We agree. While this is a more than playable, even really enjoyable video game on its own, as an RE game it sucks about 467 metric tons of ass. But here's the kicker. None of you seem to be using that same standard when other radically different RE games are concerned. When I make statements like RE4 is an awesomely fun game but a poor Resident Evil title, I get inundated with comments about how dumb I am. And I've got to assume there's at least a good amount of crossover between the people who enjoy RE4 and hate RE6. I really want to make this clear. There's nothing wrong with liking one over the other, but if your reason for liking one is the same reason you hate the other, well, maybe that's a good sign that you're operating more on nostalgia than, let's say, rational thought. Now, to be totally fair, I am most certainly guilty of that as well, but I try to make it really clear when that's the driving factor in these videos, and in this one instance, I'm trying to be about as objective as a person can be when giving an opinion. If we're using Resident Evils 1 through Code Veronica and maybe Remake and 0 as our standard, then 4, 5, and 6 are just not going to measure up. They are totally different games, and while one side of that dichotomy may be more enjoyable to you, I don't think you could argue that they are in any way similar from a mechanical or purely content-driven point of view. One half of that group is a slow-paced, exploration-driven subset of the adventure game genre, and the other is a fast-paced, third-person shooter with an emphasis on spectacle and set pieces. So no, RE6 is not a good Resident Evil game, and in that sense, we haven't really had one in a very long time. It is, however, a perfectly fun and, more importantly, functional game that offers what I would call a good value from a gameplay perspective. Let's try that again.
My mistake.
It is, however, a perfectly fun and, more importantly, functional game that offers what I would call a good value from a gameplay perspective. The heavy action focus may approach or even surpass a Fast and Furious movie in terms of sheer stupidity, but good stupid fun is not the worst thing to have bursting from every seam in your video game. Is it hard to take the game seriously when you see something like this on your screen? Without a doubt, but to be fair, if you're taking Resident Evil games seriously in a world where this is one of the absolute most well-reviewed games in the series, maybe the problem's more with you than the game. And look, I'm not here to simp for RE6. It most definitely has some real issues, but my point here is that it's a pretty solid video game all things considered. I am, however, not in the business of leaving things unsaid, so I figure we should discuss some of the worst offenders on that list. In the spirit of fairness, though, I'd also like to offer a counter to each of my complaints. You know, something that might even the scales, as it were. Hey, I've got to do something to earn this massive paycheck I get from Capcom every month for defending this game.
I want $200,000 up front, another $200 when this is over. I want BOWs. Those are extra.
First up, since I am a guy driven by visuals, we have to talk about the rampant use of low-resolution textures across the entire game. Now, they do blend very well from far away, but when you get up close, about 20% of the textures you'll see in the environment will be noticeably lower res than everything around it. Something that Capcom can't blame on their engine. RE6 uses MT Framework 2.0, which doesn't have any built-in limitations I'm aware of that would require some assets to be so small, so I can't really explain why they would have such low-quality 2D textures, but on the plus side, the game makes heavy use of some very impressive-looking lighting. There are some real-time shadow casting light sources scattered around, but mostly it's all pre-baked stuff. That being said, the game does a great job lighting things in a very moody and attractive way, regardless of whether or not you can interact with those lights dynamically. Combine that awesome looking lighting with the majority of the textures that are perfectly good looking at higher resolutions, and you get a picture that can sometimes look maybe a little amateur, but almost always looks really impressive. Now, personally, I've always kind of preferred lighting to be the graphical trick you use to make your game look a little more realistic or interesting maybe, so this might just be me, but I think this whole complaint is a wash when you combine it with all the good stuff surrounding it. Next up are the insufferably numerous QuickTime events. These things seem to be placed every other minute of both real-time gameplay and cutscenes, and at no point do they stop getting on my nerves. This issue was one of the larger pieces of criticism hurled at Capcom when the game first dropped, and it's one that I think's fair and unfair at the same time. Because on one end, obviously they overdid it. I mean, that just flat out can't be argued, but on the other, didn't we sort of ask for this? I mean, really. When RE4 first released, the QTEs were the talk of the town, and nearly 1 million pretentious journalism majors penned think pieces on how they were the next phase of video game interactivity. Hell, you guys watching just do a bit of soul searching. Did you ever vocally profess your love for them in RE4 before? I'd be willing to bet that, if we're being honest, a good percentage of you guys did. And that being the case, is it totally on Capcom for correctly interpreting the market based on fan feedback? I mean, yes, they definitely botched the execution, but without a doubt, we are the root cause for their inclusion in the first place. And by the way, let it not be said I'm just a fanboy for Capcom. Trust me, a good 20% of my day and 85% of my streams are dedicated to talking shit about nearly every business and marketing decision they've ever made. Really and truly, despite the fact that they did some incredible things in the 80s and 90s, I kinda think Capcom sucks, but maybe in this one instance, they were just tripping over themselves to include mechanics that in the past got them tons of fan praise. So to sum this whole thing up, yes, the amount of QTEs in this game is way out of control, and maybe we deserve at least a bit of the blame for that. So how could we possibly turn this into a positive? Well, eventually RE6 would get an update that did a lot of stuff, like making Ada's campaign unlock by default, but along with it came an option that was sort of there the whole time but locked behind the easiest difficulty. The auto action button setting in the options menu allows you to not have to input anything during cutscene QTEs that would normally result in a game over if failed. The prompt still shows up, and your instincts may have you fumbling to grab your controller when you see it, but even with no input at all, these things will still count as completed, allowing you to actually enjoy the cutscenes and all of their ridiculous glory. The QTEs that take place during actual gameplay still require you to pass them and are still very annoying, but you really can't look a gift horse in the mouth on this one. And you just know Capcom really got this message loud and clear because this option is enabled by default now. Of course, it would have been nice to not have to Google that since there's no real indicator that tells you you don't have to perform the QuickTime events anymore, but I guess beggars can't be choosers, right? One pervasive criticism hurled at RE6 from the very get-go is how over-the-top it is with its action sequences, and in no uncertain terms do I disagree with that. This game is the absolute definition of jumping the shark, on top of the fact you jump an actual shark. Nearly every section of the game ends in some kind of life or death struggle, an explosion, or in some occasions the fan favorite jumping a motorcycle over a helicopter. And the element that helps even this out ends up being the issue itself. Yes, it absolutely goes overboard with the action elements, but in its defense, they get the job done. Even if you hate the game, it's almost impossible to play it for 20 minutes or more and not at least see your heart rate increase. So I guess if the goal was to get players excited, I'd say mission accomplished, boys. However, there might be some of you out there who don't prefer this, which is understandable, but again, I'm gonna have to turn that back around on you. Once again, this is the only logical response any company could have had to the hysteria centered around the absolute best video game ever crafted by human hands, RE4. I'm sure we all remember that game's launch, and on the tip of every fan and reviewer's tongue was the pulse-pounding action to be found within. Then we got RE5, which was an evolution of all those same ideas, followed by 6, which would again add more of the same. Which makes a lot of sense. I mean, how many times have you started up a sequel to a beloved franchise and hoped it didn't add anything to the elements you liked in its predecessor? Of course they were going to include more action. We all essentially told them that's exactly what we wanted to see. So I guess the conclusion there is, well, I hope you never praised RE4 or 5 for any of these elements in the past, because if so, not to be mean, but you've got a few more servings of humble pie to eat before you can honestly criticize this game. And again, I'm not saying you can't enjoy these elements. I mean, we agree that they're at the very least in too high a quantity to be enjoyable, but when it comes time to blame who's responsible for all this, I think you might need a mirror in your house. Well, I'm done vilifying you now, so lastly we have one of my biggest criticisms, and for the life of me, I cannot find a balance for this one. So we'll have to break the format I just laid out, but I don't really care because it needs to be said. Above anything else that everyone always complains about, this is the one thing I don't really see mentioned as much, but RE6 assigns way too many damn functions to way too many buttons. During a typical, 30 minutes of gameplay in RE6, you might need to complete maybe 4 or 5 core actions. There's opening doors or passageways, browsing your inventory, using an item, attacking an enemy, and lastly, there's any other kind of interaction you might need to do with the environment, like climbing a ladder or jumping up on a ledge. The problem being, you're going to have to press different buttons to perform those actions depending on the context those actions are taking place in. For example, if I need to open a door, I have to use the interact button, right? But some doors require a partner to be present, so I'm going to have to use the partner button there. And listen, I get this has to do with how the game loads resources in and out of memory. You're going to have your partner with you if they're going to purge the previous area from cache. But it's not like I have any other options at these doors. Why not just make the normal interact button usable here instead of a totally different one? And the same thing goes for items. Up and down on the D-pad will switch between healing items that I can see on screen and use, but I need to go into a totally different menu and hit a different button to combine herbs and then turn them into these weird health pill things. Now, setting aside how dumb it is that I have to do this anyways, why not just make the green herbs mixable with the up and down directions? Or, at the very least, why not make them usable from that menu without having to mix them? I feel like that's pretty insane to ask of me. I mean, the menu is total dog shit as far as design goes, and it's all in real time, so I can't exactly pause the action to mix herbs up on the fly. So why is this included? Jesus, I feel like I could have spent an entire 15 minutes of this video talking about that one issue. But anyways, there's a similar problem with picking up items. A totally separate button from the interact key has to be used to pick up things off the ground. And if you haven't noticed the theme here yet, it's that all of these functions have multiple buttons that can execute them at different times depending on the context, which is very frustrating. I think the intro section with Leon probably does the best job of making my point for me. Right here, I have to grab a green herb and give it to my partner, so I press one button to break the glass. I press that button again to open the door, a separate button to grab the herb, then a totally separate button to open my menu and mix the herb, and then a fourth separate button to use that herb on my partner. The worst part being, none of this is even remotely necessary. I mean, if I need to pick up an item, I don't need to use the interact button for anything else, so why not have it pick up items when I'm on top of an item and climb a ladder when I'm in front of a ladder? And the same exact thing goes for doors. If I'm unable to do anything at a partner door other than open that door, why make a totally different button necessary? It's not like I can interact with the door in any other way. I feel like this is some game design 101 type of shit. I tell you what, let's do this. Let's take a game that we all agree is pretty damn good, like Resident Evil 4. In that game, you can open doors, climb ledges, melee attack enemies, and pick up items with the same exact button. Now, did any of you find that to be frustrating or hard in any way, shape, or form? Did anyone have problems doing any of those actions at any time? Given the amount of fan love for that game, I'm gonna have to assume the answer is a hard no. Interestingly, out of everything RE6 gets wrong, which is a lot, this is by far the worst offender, and for some reason I see almost no one talking about it. Instead, I see constant complaints about it being too easy to run out of ammo, something I have literally never done in this game before. Like, literally. By the way, as a bit of an FYI, if you do have that problem, hitting aim and fire at the same time staggers enemies, allowing you to melee them and then kill them on the ground, which 100% solves that problem. To be totally fair though, I had no idea this mechanic existed when I started my first playthrough and got to the end of the game with enough ammo for each weapon minus the grenade launchers to continue playing a full nother playthrough. And let's just say I'm not the best at these type of games. Well, problems and upsides considered, I think the conclusion here is that RE6 is a very dumb game that's also very fun to play. It's not a gaming revolution or some kind of landmark release that propelled the industry forward, but instead, a pretty good game. It suffers from a lot of issues for sure, and I tried to list some of the bigger ones here, but at the end of the day, I'd say the ups overshadow the downs. Now, you might disagree, and that's totally fine, but at least from my perspective, this is a game that fell victim to that angry reviewer culture prevalent at the time of its release. Which I'm not saying to diminish any of RE6's actual problems, but regardless of how much it deserved its criticism, the fact of the matter is, for a lot of games media at the time, there was big money in shitting on RE6. And when you're in a situation like that, it can be really hard to tell who's being sincere with their problems and who's hamming it up a bit for clicks.
I lost all my my men because of her! And I lost over 70,000 people!
I think if anything, my point basically gets proven by the flood of we might have been wrong about RE6 style articles and YouTube videos that have come out since the whole angry review fad died out. Shout out to Boulder Punch, by the way, that guy rules. Anyways, the point being, I think people may have judged this game a bit too harshly, but in their defense, there were some elements in the game that were worthy of being judged at least a little harshly. So if you're like me and you didn't play RE6 for years based solely on those reviews, maybe now's the time to. But if you are going to do that, the question becomes how exactly you go about it, and luckily I have all the major ports on hand. So what do you say we get down to the business of comparing those bad boys?
Shit! Don't let him in!
And I think in any port showdown, it's probably a good idea to start from the beginning, meaning we're going to have to talk about the first generation of high-definition consoles, which I think we can all agree was more of a stumbling point than any kind of real move forward for the industry. You had to worry about hardware failures no matter which console you bought, performance was always garbage, and it seemed like the tech used to make video games at the time matured much faster than the consoles made to play them, leading to a lot of resource-saving tricks that affect the video output enough to call into question the whole HD label being thrown around on these things. So it stands to reason RE6 is not going to run very well on these guys, but I think it's still worth checking out both the Xbox 360 and PS3 versions, if anything just for the sheer curiosity of it. But also because it's important to see where you came from so you can really appreciate where you are. And in that spirit, I say we start with the PS3 version of RE6, a fairly standard release for the time and the platform.
Too many good agents have died here today. You're not getting added to that list.
This port of the game goes for a native 720p picture and targets 30 frames per second, and if you've seen my last few videos, it's not going to surprise you that the PS3 does not do a great job at maintaining that 30 FPS ceiling. The 720p output, however, is actually great looking, in a very specific scenario. If you watch my video covering Fear and its ports, you'll know I sort of have a thing for seeing 720p displayed in its native form, meaning your display won't be scaling the image to fit a larger resolution. I use a 1440p monitor, which gives a nice 2x integer scale to 720p, but it also offers a pixel by pixel mode which applies zero scaling, and despite the fact that I have to play games looking at this, it's actually really sharp. Now, taking the 360 and PS3 ports and checking on the smaller details, there's clearly a lot of clarity lost here, but if you do play this on a native 720p panel, you may not notice much of this anyways. Now, obviously, this is a very outlier type of situation that most people are not going to run into with their setups, but if I had to guess, I'd say that's exactly why at least some of you come here in the first place. But on the less esoteric side of things, we have a few anomalies going on in terms of frame rate. Overall, the PS3 version drops frames all over the place, which is to be expected, and trust me, this is nothing compared to the demo that was released before launch, but other than that, I noticed the PS3 and 360 versions would often trade places in terms of which one performed better. In some scenarios, you'll see the 360 take the lead in average frame rate, and in others, the PS3 edges a victory out. I found this to be pretty interesting, and I'm assuming it has something to do with how efficiently each aspect of the game was ported over, or maybe one console having an advantage when it comes to displaying certain effects. Regardless of the reason, though, it seems like this almost always results in maybe a 2 or 3 frame difference, so on paper it's not much, but we'll confirm that in the next section. When things on screen get hectic, which is almost always in this game, you're definitely going to feel that drop in performance, and this is going to make timing-sensitive tasks like countering an attack noticeably more challenging, but to be honest, when you're checking out games from this generation, this should be expected. I mean, come on, it was our first real shot at HD gaming in the living room, and even at the best of times, this industry can drop the ball pretty damn hard. All in all, though, you're still getting the same exact experience here that you would on any other console, minus the obviously lower output resolution and fluctuating frame rate, but if I'm being honest, this might have been the easiest playing 7th gen offering of RE6. But having said that, we're definitely going to have to give Microsoft their fair shot. The Xbox 360 release of Resident Evil 6 uses internal upscaling, so while you may have 1080p output, it's being derived from a native 720p image, but honestly it works really well. At first, with how much more detail was present on the 360 compared to the PS3, I sort of assumed it was native 1080p, but when comparing the actual 1080p output from a PS4 port, it seems clear that's not the case. But you might be asking yourself, how the hell did you come to that conclusion? Well, you see here how much more viewable real estate there is on the PS4 release versus the PS3 720p. Well, when we throw the 360 into the mix, we see it matches almost perfectly with the PS3 in every way. You can tell both ports look almost narrow in their vertical field of view compared to the PS4. Now, that might not be too exciting to talk about, but I'm actually kind of stoked that I've stumbled upon a way to determine whether or not we are dealing with native 1080p or 720p upscales in these kind of consoles. I don't know, I'm a dork like that. That being said, the 360's internally upscaled picture looks so much more defined and clear compared to the PS3. It's night and day between the two, so if we're talking sheer looks, the 360's taken that W with no contest. Now, I know I sound like a hypocrite because I just spent a good amount of time hyping up the PS3 720p, but let's be honest, most people will not be playing these games on a display that can accommodate that. So in terms of real-world expectations, this is the better looking option by a country mile. On the plus side though, with both of the 7th gen console ports, I didn't notice any reduction in lighting effects or texture detail, which is really nice and also might explain the poor performance. And since we're talking about it, like I said earlier, the 360 can perform worse or better than the PS3 depending on the scenario, which is interesting I guess, but going on pure gameplay, I might prefer the PS3. Realistically, I'm probably not noticing these slight 1 or 2 frame per second differences between the two, but looking at both of their frame time charts, it seems like the 360, even when it's performing better, will have more spikes than the PS3, meaning that while the PS3 may not outperform the 360 in terms of raw FPS, it's delivering those frames at a much more consistent rate. And I know that sounds like a bunch of nonsense to some of you, but think of it this way. Something that is consistently slow can be adapted to on your end. I mean, it's not ideal, but mentally your brain can adjust to having to do things at a different time than it's used to. When frames are being delivered at a less consistent rate though, you can't really get used to it because it's always changing. Here's hoping that clears that up a bit because I can't really think of another way to explain it. So this port of RE6, while looking much better, sort of performs worse when you factor in both frame rate and frame time, but if we're being honest here, the difference is in very small degrees. The only way I'd imagine your average player would even notice this is if they went from one to the other directly like I did. If you do happen to be in the market for a flawed RE6 experience though, and you're wondering which one to settle on, I'd say go for the 360. The difference between it and the other option is there, but I don't think a normal person would benefit from the small, if not imperceptible advantage the PS3 has. So I'd recommend going by the old Avalanche Reviews mantra of when in doubt, go with the best looking option. And keeping with that spirit, let's move on to the next port on our list. This next set of ports hit PS4s and Xbox Ones about 4 years after the originals landed on their predecessors, and it seems clear to me this was the type of hardware Capcom was targeting when developing the game. These versions of RE6 output a native 1080p at a much more acceptable 60 frame per second ceiling, and right off the bat, the clarity and detail gained from an internal 1080p render compared to the 360's upscale is just staggering. Every scene here on the PS4 looks so much better by comparison, and I guess that's to be expected with a port being released so long after the original. Also, this version of the game uses what very well may be my favorite controller ever, so I might be biased, but things seem to flow pretty well for me most of the time. And so far, things are exactly like you would expect. You have a better console with better performance and a better looking picture, but even with the evolved hardware, you're still going to see stutters and hitches when things start to get hectic. Sometimes it's in a scene where you would expect it to happen, like when there's a lot on screen, but sometimes it'll happen when Chris is just body slamming a single guy in an empty room. Of course, on paper, the frame rate, especially compared to what we just looked at, is relatively smooth, but sadly that makes it a bit worse since you're going to really feel the random spots where frames start to drop. Of course, it's not going to have an overly negative effect on you actually playing the game, but I think it will still bother a few people. Having said that though, even with the dips, the jump from 30 to 60 FPS expectedly makes this the far better playing option we've covered so far. It's not all great news though. While I was playing the PS4 version, I noticed something I really couldn't remember coming across in the previous versions, and that's this very noticeable color banding taking place here. It's really easy to point out in these darker scenes, but it seems to be present all the time. For those of you who don't know what that term means, it just refers to the bands formed by shades of colors or levels of transparency overlapping. Normally you'd want them to transition smoothly into each other using a gradient, but here we get these very defined steps in between each shade. So I did my due diligence and went back and checked the 360 version, and sure enough the color banding was indeed there, but I think a difference in sharpness and brightness makes it much more noticeable on PS4. Kinda interesting how increasing visual fidelity helps also increase any flaws with it. And I would absolutely love to stay in the land of a mostly solid 60 frames per second and 1080p video output, but we've got another port to cover, and this one is actually really interesting.
She asked you to
The Switch port of Resident Evil 6 is the most recent version we'll look at today, with a release date of 2019. It outputs a very good-looking internal 1080p picture and targets 30 frames per second. Right off the bat, I noticed it had a much sharper and clearer image than the 360 and PS3 versions, but that was a little weird for me since I had assumed they would opt for an internally upscaled 720p to save on performance. But sure enough, putting the 360 version next to it revealed the extra pixels that can only come from a higher resolution. Obviously, this is going to lead to a much better looking picture than its other 30 FPS competitors, but when looking at it under the microscope, the frame rate seemed marginally worse. Which I guess makes sense. I mean, it's running at an internal 1080p, it's going to tax the hardware pretty bad, and we're talking about the Switch here. There's not exactly a lot of overhead as far as performance is concerned. But there's a bit of an anomaly going on here, because even though the frame rate was maybe 1 or 2 FPS lower in any given scenario when comparing the older original versions, it felt much smoother to me while playing. In fact, during a recent live stream where me and a buddy played this version, we both assumed it was a rock-solid 30 FPS based on how good it felt, but I might have an explanation for that, and it's one you've already heard before. And you guessed right, this is indeed another scenario where the frame rate on one end may be a little worse, but frame time is a lot more consistent, so it ends up feeling a little smoother. That anomaly aside though, I can tell you this thing looks stunning on the Switch's built-in screen. The internal video may be rendered at 1080p, but in portable mode, the Switch's screen can only achieve 720, so the image essentially gets super sampled and the result is much more sharpness and detail than I'm used to seeing on this console. Well, it's either that or the game actually renders it out at 720p and we get that effect I was talking about earlier where native 720p looks great on a 720p screen. I'm not really sure and I don't have the tools to analyze that, but either one, it looks great. In fact, it looks so good on that screen that the inherent value of being able to play this game away from your TV increases exponentially. And really, that's something you have to factor in. Now personally, I'm not too big on mobile gaming because I spend all day sitting at home playing ports of games no one really cares about. So obviously, I never really have to travel too far, and when I do, it's not on any public transit. So maybe I don't have much use for the on-the-go nature of the Switch, but I can't deny this would make for a much more fun trip if I found myself needing to take one. Altogether, I would say this version might be the most impressive so far, but that mostly comes from how little needed to be sacrificed to get it running smoothly on Nintendo's purposely underpowered hardware. If you're looking into playing RE6 away from home, this will be your only portable option, so it'll be a pretty easy choice to make. But if you do go with this port, you aren't missing out on much of anything, at least where the 30 FPS releases are concerned. But that being said, I am very tired of seeing half the acceptable frame rate taking place on my screen, so what do you say we jump back into the real performers?
Oh my god!
Moving on to the real current generation of RE6 offerings, we have a console that gives the Zeebo a run for its money in the stupid name category, the Xbox Series X. Sadly, RE6 is not on Microsoft's list of backwards compatible 360 games, but there is a good reason for that. Resident Evil 6 is already playable on Series X via the Xbox One release, which is the same version you'll get if you buy the game off the Microsoft Store on the Series X. Now, it is sort of important to mention that I wasn't able to drive my Series X, God, I am tired of saying that name already, to 1440p for some reason. When I try anything over 1080p 60, I get this fun screen, and I think it might have to do with a really shitty long run of HDMI between the consoles and my capture solution. So as much as it pains me to say this, it's gonna have to be just 1080p 60 frames per second for us until I do some serious setup renovations. And having said that, this port of the game is actually not too impressive. I mean, it basically has the same sharp, detailed picture you'll find on the PS5 or PS4 versions. But despite this console dwarfing what would be necessary for a smooth frame rate in such an old game, we still see dips all over the place, but that's not even the start of the strange stuff. See, I got a little curious and put the PS5, PS4, and Series X ports up against each other to see if the same slowdown could be pinpointed at the same scene. At least that way we could confirm whether or not this was an Xbox problem or a Capcom problem. And I was rather blown away to see that there was slowdown across all models, but in different parts of the same scene. So while the PS5 would struggle on a section of a cutscene, the Series X would skate by with a lock 60, only to drop frames on a portion the PS5 handled without an issue. I really can't say for sure what's going on here, but since some of the parts the Series X struggles at takes place just before some new assets are drawn on screen, I'm thinking this isn't so much a performance thing and maybe more of a read-write bottleneck and RAM kind of thing. I definitely could be wrong, but look here. See, just as the car is about to appear on screen, the Series X really starts struggling when even the PS4 holds a locked 60. And then after the car shows up, we see the frame rate start to climb back up on the Series X. Not even the explosion on screen causes it to dip again. I think a stutter like that isn't happening because the GPU can't keep up with a 10-year-old game, but maybe the assets in this specific port weren't arranged in a Microsoft-friendly way, causing an inefficient resource drain. I don't know. As you can see, I'm grasping at straws here, so if you know what might be going on, feel free to enlighten me in the comment section because I would genuinely love to know. That aside though, this port runs exactly like you would expect. I know I've been going on and on about frame rate dips and all that, but these are very, very small scenarios that take place maybe 0.1% of the time. Really, the only reason I mention this stuff is because I find it so interesting. These definitely are not downsides. For 99.9% of the time, it's going to be the same great RE6 gameplay you're used to. There's no added benefits, or at least none I could take advantage of, so until I can test higher resolutions and how they perform, I'll have to end it here. I guess the best thing I can say about this port, or at least my ability to play it right now, is it basically just exists and does the job you think it would. The PS5 port of RE6 is a relatively similar story to the Series X. It's just a backwards compatible PS4 title, and as such you can expect roughly the same performance in this one, if not just a little better than what we just covered. I still notice dips in frame rate, which is disappointing, but again, these were not getting in the way of my enjoyment. The experience remains mostly smooth, and the 1080p output is exactly as sharp and nice looking as it was on PS4 or Series X or Xbox One. Now obviously, the same problem I talked about before still applies, so I can't test any higher resolutions, but at least as far as I'm concerned, 1080p looks great. One thing I found really funny and didn't really notice until I got all of my captured footage together is that each version of RE6 has its own default brightness level, and sure enough, there were some that were brighter or darker than other ports. Now this is definitely something you would expect to see on an older console with analog video output because that kind of a signal is so sensitive to capacitors or what kind of power is coming in or even the shielding on the video cable you're using. But with modern digital video, you would sort of expect a one-size-fits-all type of scenario. Now obviously this is a setting you have full control over and these slight differences impact the game in no real noticeable way, but it was kind of an interesting little tidbit. Aside from that though, I really don't have much to say about this port because, well, it's basically just the PS4 version we just looked at, so I guess let's move on.
All I can see is a shitstorm, and I don't think that's the half of it.
And lastly, we need to talk about the PC port, which expectedly leads the pack in scalability and performance. I can't really say how it's going to run on lower-end hardware, and my setup is pretty damn overkill for a game of RE6, but I ran into no frame dips or stutters, aside from the ones caused by a very weird little quirk. It seems like no matter what kind of machine you're rocking, putting the FXAA setting above its default position, which I think is 2 times, will cause slight, infrequent stutters. Now these were just barely noticeable to me because they were so slight and short-lived, but a viewer let me know what was causing the problem during a live stream. I can't really remember their name, but if that was you, thanks a lot. Obviously, this port of the game will have the most customization as far as display options go, but that's not going to be a surprise to anyone. The only real interesting aspect about this version that I can talk about that elevates it above the others, aside from its better performance, smoother frame rate, and higher resolution, is the fact that it can be played with a keyboard and mouse. For whatever reason, I've always preferred this kind of control scheme for third-person shooters, or really shooters in general, but this time around I found myself not being able to utilize my mobility options quite so well. The whole too many buttons, performing too many actions thing really comes into play here, and about 2 hours into capturing footage on PC, I broke down and had to use a controller. I have heard some people prefer a good keyboard for RE6, but I don't know if I have enough patience to commit all those functions to memory after learning them on controller. But hey, it's an option, and even though the keyboard didn't do it for me, aiming with a mouse is expectedly much easier and more precise. What would be really cool is if I could approach this with a sort of hybrid type of deal. Use a controller to move around and maybe a mouse to look and shoot, but this is one of those PC ports that feels the need to announce every time the input method changes. When this prompt is on screen, there's a second or two where you can't really do anything, so that basically makes that idea impossible, but having to use a controller is far from the worst deal in the universe. Especially when you consider the fact that this version has the potential to look better and run better than anything else on the list, given you have the hardware to pull that off, and this being a 10-year-old game, let's be honest, most of you probably do.
It's over.
Well, we are officially done, and that was a lot of ports. I know the PS5 and Series X versions probably could have been left out, but come on, you know I'm not about to miss out on the chance to test a potentially interesting concept like backwards compatibility. If I had to classify each release, which, let's face it, I kind of do, I'd lump all of the 30 FPS releases together, and the same goes for the 60 and up crowd. That being the case, I would say the PS3 is probably the worst performer out of its group, even though it's only slightly. In the looks department, it definitely comes up last with its 720p output, but I will stress again, it can look good with the right gear. Between the two remaining options, the Switch maintains a much smoother feeling frame rate due to the better and more consistently delivered frame times, and it really is hard to discount seeing a full internal 1080p on the Switch. Plus, there's the obvious benefits of being able to take your Switch on the go. All of that considered, out of these lower-end options, I'd say the Switch is without a doubt the best move, and yeah, maybe that hurts a little to say, but sometimes that's how it goes. Moving on to the more big booty ports, the PC version takes the best looking position with ease. I'm running my copy of RE6 at 1440p and 100 frames per second, and that's obviously going to trample what's on offer in the consoles, but even at its higher resolution, you're gonna have to squint to really tell one from the other, in my opinion. I think while RE6 is a great looking game, there might be a sort of ceiling to how good it can look, and maybe we've reached it. Even a guy like me who's absolutely obsessed with this stuff might have issues telling which version is which if you just sat me down in front of some unlabeled footage, leading me to make a very weird designation here. I don't think there's any one modern console release of RE6 that'll give you a noticeably worse or better experience as far as visuals and performance goes. Where one might lack, it almost always makes up for it in some other area, and I just couldn't come up with an objective list of winners or losers if you forced me to. So I guess the good news for you is, if you're looking to grab a copy of RE6 today and you're looking for the best port, you almost can't make a bad decision. So then the question becomes, instead of which one's better for the consoles you own and your setup? Obviously, PC ports, with some notable exceptions, are always going to outperform their console brethren across versions of the same game, but that's almost a law of the universe. We all know it and we all expect it. But seeing such parity between all of these different home releases, some years and years apart, is actually really cool. So feel free to pick at your best convenience, safe in the knowledge that you're going to get an awesome package regardless. And because I haven't abused my graphics card enough today, why not try and get every single port on screen at once, because why not add an hour to my render time? Enjoy, all two of you who ever wanted to see something like this. Well guys, thank you for sitting down and looking at a game you might not even enjoy for an hour or so. It feels really good to be covering Resident Evil games again, and if things go according to plan, I'll have a little more RE content headed down the pipe as well. But to make that a reality, I'm gonna have to get back to work, so until I see all of you again, thank you very much for watching the Resident Evil Retrospective. Well, welcome to the end of this long-ass endeavor. I appreciate you guys taking time out of your day to check in on an old man and his video game collection. If you liked what you saw here, I'll link some other port analysis videos I've made, and if you find yourself growing more and more in love with me, a quick look at my Patreon linked here on screen would be much appreciated. Of course, you can always show some support by becoming a channel member, liking the video, commenting, or simply sharing it around with some of your friends. And speaking of friends, I think it might be time for me to get my weekly 10 minutes of actual sunshine, and then it's back to work. So I guess I'll talk to all of you guys later. Have a good one, and maybe give RE6 a chance. You know, if you want. Now, peace out, nerds.